everybody, and welcome to the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO here at Road Atlanta. It's our championship finale of the 2022 winter season. Coming into spring, we're at Road Atlanta here in the sunshine this afternoon for the final 1,000 kilometres of our championship here today. Not only the winter season, of course, but the entire season as a whole, which has covered 6 rounds and gone all over the world through 6,000 kilometres of racing by the end of tonight. We'll have that all wrapped up in our 4 categories in about 6 or 7 hours' time. My name is Ewan O'Leary. I'll be alongside Ryan Walker and Lorenzo Bonda on the commentary for the first few hours. Ryan Powell will be behind the cameras as well. We very much look forward to your company throughout the afternoon and moving into this evening as well here in Europe. This is where we've come from, as I said, all over the world. In the fall season, we were in Europe for the most part, Nürburgring, Red Bull Ring and Barcelona, where we had 3 fantastic races. We've had another 3 fantastic races in the second half of this season as well at Watkins Glen, Interlagos and Road Atlanta, where we are finishing off our season here today. These are the classes that we're racing with, of course, as we have been throughout the entirety of 2021 and 22, the LMP2s, the GTEs and the GT3s that are split into the Pro and Am categories. We're going to be working our way up those categories, as it were, throughout qualifying, which has just gotten underway. First of all, with the GT3 AM cars that are going to be first out here, then the GT3 Pros, then the GTEs, and the LMP2s will be out last. Everybody on their own, but the classes will be separated, of course. This is how we stand in GT3 Pro-Am. It's Satellite Racing leading by about 30 points ahead of T3 Motorsport by Maniti, and then we've got Prestanda Nomad in the 3rd place, Rusty Specialers 4th, and Archer Brothers in 5th. They are the standings for the winter season, so that's just the 3 rounds we have had in 2022, not counting those that happened in 2021. Those standings are a little bit more all over the place. It's the Archer Brothers leading by about 32 points ahead of a T3 Motorsport by Maniti, who are having a decent or a better second half of the season, I suppose, than the Archer Brothers are, unfortunately for them, after a bit of a poor performance at Interlagos. As you can see, though, we are getting underway for qualifying here, so let's get into it, shall we? Ryan, good to have you here once more. It's at Road Atlanta for our championship finale. The GT3s are out right now, and everybody's going to be very much looking forward to this one, the final 1,000 kilometres of this season.
Yeah, I think most of them will be excited rather, but I think nervous at the same time, especially some of the championship contenders in that class, because I think they're probably, in a way, they want to finish the race, but they also want to finish the season on a high, and hopefully that clinches in the championship. But Road Atlanta, one of my favourite tracks. It's a technical track, especially through that tight twisty section through the S's, but also this back section here. It's a fast piece of track, and one of those pieces of track that's absolutely essential to get a good run onto that back straight and carry that speed, because if you get close enough to the car in front of you, you can try and make a move into that left and right chicane.
Probably the best opportunity to do so. Speaking of championships, by the way, we have 4 categories, as you've just seen. All 4 of them are still up for grabs in the winter season, so the 3 rounds that we're completing here, but also 3 of them are being contested still for the overall championship between 21 and 22 over the 6 races here, Lorenzo. So we've got 7 championships to decide, all in the space of 1,000 kilometres here this afternoon, which is going to be a bit of a minefield for everybody.
It's going to be a little bit of a minefield, and what I liked about this is kind of like a mini Petit Le Mans. So we like the fact that the Road Atlanta likes to close out things. It closes out the IMSA season. Back in the day in iRacing, it used to close out the entrance season as well. Now we're having a really good warm track, 44 degrees on track. You guys can see it, 24 ambient. But because the track is at 44, tire strategies, again, we're going to be talking about basically the entire race about this, could play into a key factor. A track that takes a little bit of a punishment in the tires, especially through the twisty sections, but it should be providing an entertaining race for us to watch. Let's hope we get a repeat what we saw at Interlagos last time by, go all green, but I don't think it's going to be the case.
It was going to be more difficult to do so, I would imagine. Yeah. But let's wait and see. You never know. We could,
Yeah, I've been thinking about this. It's funny that if we're talking about the entire season, even, and I think Ryan might agree with me on this, we picked up from, like, if we're grading the traffic management and the flow of the track, like, first round B, then you go into Interlagos is an A in terms of difficulty. Now we go into S field or triple S, because I think Road Atlanta is more difficult than both Interlagos in the layout and also for traffic management.
Yeah, I would certainly agree. Also with that, Ryan, there's not much space to run off wide here and gather yourself up again. It's one of those old school American circuits where there's not much tarmac runoff around, and at Interlagos there is a little bit more of that if you do make a mistake.
Yeah, Interlagos, it's, if you make a mistake, it's easy. You can run wide and get away with it. But with Road Atlanta and being a tight track and not being much runoff area, if you make a mistake, especially on the exit of that S section, on the exit curve, and you take too much, it can make the car bounce, it can unsettle the car, and yeah, basically most of the time there's only one way you're going, and that's into the wall most of the time. So some of these drivers are going to have to be very careful. But Road Atlanta, I love the fact, and I love the track because it's got that old school feel to it, like most American tracks. It's kind of like old school. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're looking at Sim Republic, by the way. Blake Bottoms there, just at the moment. He is currently leading in the Pro-Am category with a mid 117, although I say that. And the Archer Brothers Esports car immediately goes up to the front. Jacob O'Reilly now at the top of the standings in that BMW. Currently championship leaders in the overall championship, as Sim Republic, who topped the practice session, or the warm-up session I should say, for this race. Currently sitting there in second place. Looks like it's going to be between those two by the looks of things, Lorenzo, because there's a 0.3 of a second gap back to Satellite Racing, who are currently leading the winter season as it stands.
Yeah, and I think our friend Ryan Walker appreciates the fact that the Satellite is leading this season with regularity, and the Satellite in the GTs and other championships is not having the same streak of luck as they are having this Winter Cup season. But it's going to be an interesting race, because if we're looking at the perspective of cars distributed in the GTs with this new aero and tire package, the two cars are the two best cars on paper for this round are actually in the AM class, in my opinion, rather than in the Pro class. So they have the perfect opportunity, I think, in this race, not only to do well in this race, but match what the Pro guys are doing, because one, the best car are there, and second, you have the drag effect in here, which is insane to think about.
Yes, it is, as we see and go on board with Joshka Meyer of the T3 Motorsport by Maniti team. Second place in the winter season at the moment, 30 points behind, and 32 points behind the Archer Brothers in the overall season, so they could walk away with 2 championships by the end of today, but they've got a job on their hands to do that. Let's have a quick look at a lap, shall we, if we can, in full with this Mercedes. Not many Mercedes out here, has to be said, but we'll have a little bit of a ride on board and see what Road Atlanta really is like from the driver's seat. We chuck it into turn 1, committed first corner, one of the fastest first corners you can see around, and then the trickiest portion of the racetrack, arguably downhill S's section, bit of a blind crest over there on the right hand side, and now you plunge down here where traffic is going to be a big problem a little bit later on. These curves as well that you need to be able to use nicely, running a little bit out wide here, and that's all okay, using that little bit of tarmac on the right hand side. And then downhill towards the double right-hander at 6 and 7 at the bottom of the circuit. Arguably the most important corner on the circuit here, Ryan, because this allows you to get a good or bad run onto the back straight.
Absolutely, and if you can get on the power early, you can gain a few tenths for sure. And yeah, the speed that you carry down the straight is absolutely vital, because it can make or break the lap around here, and also, especially as chicane as well we're coming up to, you want to get the braking point right and try and maybe clip that left side curve and try and get a good exit here, and try and carry that momentum over the hill and down to the start finish line.
Yeah, absolutely. Up towards the line for Meyer, and what is the time going to be? Going to get himself onto the front 2 rows. Surely he does indeed. Sneaks into the 117s in that 378 car, and it is 4th place at the moment for that Tier 3 Motorsport by Maniti Mercedes. Jason Dilworth here in the Lamborghini also going around right now. One more thing that we do have to note as well, it's not all championship points and whatever at this stage. We also do have the GSI Prime Velocity Award for the fastest qualifying times combined over the winter season. So the drivers and teams have been kind of combined up, and their qualifying times have been added together, and basically we've got a bit of standings on that as well at the moment. In GT3, which is all combined from Pro and the AM categories, Adam Isaacson currently has a 1.1 second lead in that, so if he finishes within second of the pole sitter, then he'll be absolutely fine. In the GTE category, currently leading that award, it is Edu Fernandez Morales by a couple of tenths of a second, so that'll be one to watch in about half an hour's time. And Mats Torghusfeldt currently is the fastest qualifying LMP2 driver, just ahead of Jamie Conway there by just under 3 tenths of a second. So not only is it down to points here, Lorenzo, but the qualifying performances of these guys will glean awards as well, which is nice to see. It's something unique, actually. I've never seen a championship do that, but I actually quite like the idea.
It's a good idea. I like this initiative to pull for the qualifying times and bring out the best of performance out of some of those teams. And I like the fact they put the GT3s together, right? You don't have basically the separation of them, because even the GT3s have really good performance. If I recall correctly, Sim Republic has been one of those teams, and the Archer brothers. I think Archer's even got close to the pole at Rebel Ring, and I think Sim Republic got close to the pole back at Interlagos. So you have this parity of the field, so it even brings the amateur field, or amateur with air quotes, into the fray and make sure they are on par with the pro teams, and then can play ball with them. That's nice, and I wish more championships could do that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you're right. It is something else to aim for, which is certainly a good thing. Jacob O'Reilly currently 16th in those standings because, obviously, as we mentioned, the pro cars are involved as well. And Blake Bottom's currently 19th in those standings. But you've got to remember, I think you're right about the whole Red Bull Ring thing. I do remember the Archer brothers having a fantastic run there, not only in qualifying but in the race as well. They were challenging for top 5s in the overall GT3 standings, which is really quite outrageous when you think about how many pro GT3s there actually are. You've got to beat quite a few of them, so there we are. It was good to see them having such a good run there, and they are doing so right now, currently leading Sim Republic as Joshua Meyer gets himself set up for one final, well, it might be one final attempt. We'll see how many he can fit in here, but not long to go now, Ryan, in this session. We're certainly outlining a top 2 of favourites maybe for this race. The Archer Brothers and the Sim Republic teams both going very well at the moment, only separated by half a tenth of a second, and it's going to be a nail-biting final few minutes for them.
Yeah, absolutely. There's nothing to separate those two teams. They've pretty much they've been doing a good job in qualifying at the moment, and yeah, hopefully it's a good sign heading into the race. But with it being a long race for the final round, especially around a track such as the Road Atlanta, where there's really nowhere to pass. I think at the early stages of the race, qualifying might be key, but at the moment, the two teams, the Archer Brothers and Sim Republic, are pretty much doing what they need to do in qualifying, and at the moment leading the field in that class. But at the moment, it looks like Joshua Meyer is on a decent lap by the looks of it.
He looks to be on a decent lap. We'll see how decent it is. He'll be looking to overhaul Satellite Racing's GT3 car. Ryan Wozleski is currently qualifying that car right now. And of course, all of these drivers who are out there qualifying these cars will be starting the race. That is a requirement in this series, and of course you can't drive for more than 4 hours in one particular event, which shouldn't be a problem because that is a lot of driving. Joshua Meyer, wow, what a lap time that is! He jumped straight up to the front. That has come out of almost absolutely nowhere. He's nearly gained half a second on one singular lap. He's gone to the front, but it looks like Jacob O'Reilly might be able to respond here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, that's an amazing lap from the Mercedes from the T3 Motorsport by M80 car. Looking forward to see what Jacob has on his sleeve right now to try to pull a better lap as they're right on the back end of AM qualifying. But let's just say if they get pole right here, what I'm interested to see by this T3 car is how does it manage it? If, of course, it's going to be close. Does it make it on top? Doesn't look like it. No, not even by a close margin. But what I'm interested in is if they keep pole, how do they maintain the tires if we keep going with the daytime progression as we are right now? Because if I do remember a little bit, the Mercedes is probably one of the worst cars in terms of tire wear with this new tire thread.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be something they're going to have to figure out over the course of the race today. And of course, they're going to have to keep their eyes on the skies, as we all are, with regards to how those weather conditions are going to change throughout the day, because it is already approaching 3 o'clock in the afternoon here in sim time. So the temperatures might well tail off by the end. I know we are getting towards spring and summer now, which means it's going to hold on for a little bit longer. But let's wait and see on that one. Here's Ryan Mazeski in the Porsche trying to get up front. Maya has come into the pit lane here and will not be improving once more. He might not need to. We'll wait and see if either O'Reilly, Bottoms or Wasilewski can do anything about that lap time set by the T3 Motorsport by Maniti driver in that Mercedes, of course. The 367, currently championship leaders in the winter season, running down towards the final couple of corners. Is this going to be good enough for a front row start, maybe even pole position? We go on board with the American for the final couple of corners, and he accelerates out of 10B towards the line now. It's going to have to be a big jump for him if he can do this, but if anyone can, it's going to be Ryan Wasilewski. Over the line he goes, and unfortunately he's half a temp down on his previous best, and so will not be jumping up any further. It doesn't look like anyone in the top 3 or so will be improving very much either at this stage. O'Reilly did a 17.9 on his last lap, which is half a second slower than his previous best as well, which means he will not be getting up any further. Jim Spesser also coming up towards the pit lane. Neil Middleton will probably be doing something similar. So it looks like our qualifying order might be set here, Ryan, and that is a very impressive final lap time from T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Came completely out of the blue, and nobody had an answer.
Yeah, I was watching that lap, and I thought it would only be good for at least the front row anyway, or round about third place. But that lap time to grab the pole position, that just came out of nowhere. So I don't know if it's track conditions changing, or maybe the setup suiting the track conditions. But wow, that was a mega lap.
Certainly was, and this man has produced a few mega laps so far this season as well. Adam Isaacson, the Swede, currently holding that pole award at the moment, the GSI Prime Velocity Award for the fastest laps combined so far in this season. If he finishes within a second of the GT3 pole sitter, then he will take home that award as GT3 Pro qualifying gets underway. Let's take a look at the championship standings heading into this race. It's only an 28-point margin, for T3 Motorsport by Maniti heading into this race. Impulse Racing are closely on their heels. 5-Star Motorsport in third. Hell Racers fourth, with Pure Sims Esports in fifth. All those 5 teams separated by less than 50 points, separating them going into today. And with 150 on the table, a lot is going to change in that order, you can be sure. WS Racing Esports the 6th ahead of Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, Vector Biosar 8th ahead of Kazar Sim Racing and German Sim Racing, rounding out your 10 teams. And all of those are in mathematical contention for the championship. So it really is all over the place in this championship fight. And indeed in the overall standings, T3 Motorsport by Maniti are leading as well. They've got a 110-point lead in those standings, so if they score 40 points today, then they will be overall champions over the 6 races. So it's looking very likely that they're going to take that one, but they'll still be in the fight for the winter season, of course. Times are going to tumble a little bit here then, Lorenzo. The big names coming out to play here, and Adam Isaacson's certainly the favourite, considering what we've seen so far in 2022.
Yeah, absolutely. It's basically a turn of the clock in this championship for the 5-star, of course. Not the best Falcom for 5-star. They were marred by a few streaks of bad luck, but we know that Adam Isaacson and the boys at that 255 car are good enough to try to get it going and try to wrap this thing up for them in a high note. Funnily enough, yeah, I nearly did the curse right there one more time. Well, what is Lorenzo killing more people with words again, right? Here's the thing, though. If we're picking a car that of all cars in the field doesn't get along with curbs and might have a little bit of a challenge right here, is actually going to be the Lamborghini, because it does behave a little bit like the Audi does, and the Audi doesn't like to take curbs at all.
Now, I think we just saw a prime example, actually, coming out of turn 5 at the end of the S's, bouncing across those curves, very nearly losing it, but keeping things on the road at the very least. Isaacson didn't have to come down pit lane and repair his car, thankfully, as we see the first times come up on the board right now. It's going to be Luka Vunch who sets us off with a low 17. We're already down below what we've seen from those Amcars, as you would expect. We're expecting to possibly be in the 16s by the end here as well, as Geodesic Racing slot into a decent place. Pure Sims Esports into second, German Sim Racing into fourth. You can already see how important qualifying can be in the AM category here, Ryan, because T3 Motorsport by Maniti pole sitters, despite the very small margin between themselves and Archer Brothers, they've managed to find themselves a 2-car cushion, which is going to be very helpful off the start of this race.
Yeah, pretty much, and at the moment they're doing a good job in qualifying, but I think qualifying, and especially in qualifying as well, with all the field and out on track at the same time in this GT class anyway, I think you want to try and get that position on the track and not get held up by any cars, but at the moment it looks like the 278 T3 Motorsport by Maniti pretty much timed that lap and they timed that run perfectly to take pole position at the moment. But Pure Sims Esports is another one of those teams that are really, really good, and they take part in several leagues and second at the moment, but don't be surprised if you see them possibly putting in a good lap to take the pole.
Oh, into the pit lane for German Sim Racing, one lap and into the pit lane straight away. There, not the easiest pit lane to get onto either. I'm sure we'll talk about that a little bit later on. Once again, Luka Vunch going a little bit quicker with a 17 flat there. Geodesic Racing currently second. Here is the man of the moment though, Adam Isaacson. Just despite the Lamborghini's troubles with the curbs, as Lorenzo was saying, and it might not be best suited to this circuit, maybe out of all of the cars we have here, he is very good in the Lamborghini. He won 2 IVRA HyperX GT Sprint Series races at Long Beach here only 6 days ago. Yeah, he's pretty good at this kind of thing. He did it completely on his own as well. So we'll go on board with him and have a little look at how he's looking at the moment through turn 1, and then down the hill through the S's here, trying to get things hooked up on the right hand side there, and that blind curve, which is sometimes difficult to grasp, and then down through the S's proper. Nicely done. This is where he came unstuck the first time around, of course, at turn 5. A little bit on the inside curve, a little bit more tentative maybe on the outside curve, and he heads towards the end of the lap here. Lorenzo looking a bit safer, maybe. I think he maybe just going for that safety banker lap first of all before going all out.
I was going to say that, try to get a first lap doesn't have to be the fastest overall. I think what he's trying to aim maybe might be top 5 in my opinion. Try to take that D3 car that is leading at the AM field from 4th into 5th place, and then maybe try to push for a second lap right here. He actually got to the pit lane to try to change tires, might have wasted a little bit of rubber initially. So lap looking good, but this part of the track for me is the most essential aside from the braking to turn into the backstretch, because you can lose so much time in there.
Over the line, it's a 17-1 for Isaacson, and he goes into second place. Luka Vunch's time looks like it might as well just stand here. He was and off the road actually straight away off at turn 1. Up at Esports with Marcel Rapauch at the moment, coming over the lines around the 210 car. Maybe an improvement. Very well populated in that portion of the order, by the way. He only needs a 10th and he'll be into 8th or 9th. So yeah, it's very, very close indeed at the moment in the GT3. As you would expect though, to be fair, and there is a lot on the line here today. T3 Motorsport by Maniti have almost sewn up the Grand Championship here, Ryan. 110 points is a almost unassailable margin with 150 on the table today, but the winter season standings are very close. 50 points less than separating the top 5 at the moment.
Yeah, and it's just proof of how good the competition is and how competitive it can be in IVRA competition. And yeah, we've seen it in several series on IVRA. We've seen it in the Club Sports Series, Club Cup Series, any series that IVRA runs, you name it, it's got close competitive racing, and like you were talking about there, that's really close. It might be a big points margin, but that can all disappear, especially with a big haul of points on offer in the final round today.
Yeah, they certainly are. Up towards the line for Lightput Esports once again, trying to come over the line, matching their liveries from real life, of course, which is helpful as they do improve slightly into 12th position, just ahead of Satellite Racing right now. Still 50 minutes to go at the top of your screen. That is not solely for the GT3 Pro cars. These guys have got just over 5 more minutes. I think 6 or 7 minutes remaining, and then it will be the turn of the GTEs. And it will be nice to see the GTEs out here once again, Ryan. You get the feeling that it might be one of the last times we see them in either competition. I've got no official word on that, by the way. That's completely come from my brain. But it's a dying. They're a dying breed now. The GTEs. They're being phased out in real life. They'll be phased out in sims everywhere as well soon. So it may well be one of the final times we get to see those cars run out here in an iRacing event. Never mind an IVRA event.
Yeah, and that's a shame. I mean, I've always loved the GTE cars, or GTLM as they call them in America, in IMSA competition, but or as they did call them in IMSA competition. But it's a shame they're being phased out in real life and also in the sim racing world on iRacing, because I've always enjoyed racing them. I'm just doing laps with them in general. But I think it's just the way it goes. Just with trying to keep it real and try to keep it the same as real life. But on the other hand, the GT3 cars are also good fun as well, and I think more and more teams and more drivers are starting to switch over to GT3 cars, because in a way they're just so much easier to drive, but in real life it's just they're being phased out because it's just simply a matter of cost. But fortunately, when it comes to the cost side of things, we don't have to worry about that on iRacing.
Yes, well, it's less of a factor anyway, which is a good thing. And yeah, well, saying all that. Obviously, we're talking about the possible phasing out of GTs, of course. But it's not like we're in a poor moment for sports car racing. It's a very exciting time here, Ryan, because of the what's it called, LMDH or whatever name they've taken on this week. It's an exciting time, so it's not to be too worried.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think we've already had hypercar in real life anyway for nearly a season now, I believe. So, but it's also great to see LMD8 coming around as well and starting to get more and more interest. You've got loads of manufacturers coming, starting to show interest or say that they're entering not full on factory teams, but nevertheless it's good to see manufacturers such as Porsche and Ferrari and Peugeot and a few names returning to sports car racing, and I think it can only be a good thing for the future.
It certainly can. Speaking of the future, who is going to take pole here in the GT3 Pro category? It is winding down now. These final few moments are coming up, and it looks like T3 Motorsport by Maniti might well have 2 pole positions out of 2 here in GT3. Joshka Meyer, of course, took the pole in the GT3 AMS. You can see him down there in 7th overall. And Tobias Grungutter is trying to do his best to take it away from Maniti once more and get Impulse Racing into the first place. But having a bit of a wayward moment through the opening sections of this corner of this circuit. A bit of slipstream even from one of the Pure Sims cars, look very similar to the Impulse Lamborghini. But yeah, running out towards the back straight now here at Lorenzo. We've already noted actually that we're expecting a penalty to come to Vector by RSR, unfortunately here, because you've spotted they've got the wrong number. Unfortunately, Force of Habit has chosen them 172, which is what they normally choose, especially in HyperX GT Sprint Series race, but not for this series, unfortunately. So they might well end up with a penalty for that.
Yeah, the 100 terminology or numerology starts for the GTE. So, well, they have a GT, they had a GT, but it's the RSR by Bucker, not the Vector by RSR car, which is with the 199. They used the 172 at a Sprint Series, so a little bit unfortunate that mistakes happen, but in a track like this, I don't think 30 seconds will damage them pretty much. I'll be very honest, because like I said, I expect a highly attritious race, and because of this attrition, they can make time back if necessary, but I do believe those who wants to get the laps in need to capitalize right now, as we're probably running into the final maybe 2 minutes of qualifying.
German Sim Racing making use of the limited amount of time here and moving up into 4th place, just ahead of Pen. We were following there for Pure Sims. There it is, the German Sim Racing car. Not a fantastic winter season, it has to be said. They're currently all the way down at the moment in 10th place. They finished 3rd at Interlagos, but didn't score any points from the first race, which has put them a long way down. But Alexander Batter looking to finish their season on a high, and he's only 0.12 of a second behind T3 Motorsport Lamborghini, so he's not exactly doing too badly at the moment. We're on board with that Lamborghini right now, as he tries to maybe haul himself up the order even further. We saw a late time and a surprising time from Joska Meyer towards the end of the AM qualifying. Are we going to see a similar surprise here? Maybe German Sim Racing providing it for us on this occasion. He's running up down towards the final couple of corners now. The chicane at 10A and 10B, and then the long sweeping right-hander over the line. Where is this 246 car going to end up in the Lamborghini over towards the line? A half a tenth will get him onto the front row. What's it going to be? Unfortunately, it's not any quicker than he has managed previously, and so cannot get up the order any further. Lots of these guys still trying here, Ryan, but it looks like T3 Motorsport by Maniti are going to get 2 out of 2.
It looks that way at the moment, and I'm still impressed by that bank lap from T3 Motorsport, but it was a great lap nevertheless, especially when it was early in the session. But still, you never know. Someone might be able to put in a good lap in the closing stages of qualifying and maybe just take away. But at the moment, T3 Motorsport are still holding that position, but as they've got a couple of GT cars coming around on the exit of the final chicane and coming over the crest, and actually both of them decide to dive into the pits.
They do indeed. This is Adam Isaacson. He's basically confirmed himself as the GSI Prime Velocity Award winner in the GT3 category for the fastest qualifying times over the board. But is he going to get pole one more time here at Road Atlanta? He's got a couple more corners to negotiate before he finds out this really is going to be the final lap time of his session, you would imagine. What can he produce? Under the bridge and down the hill towards the line. He cuts off as much distance as he possibly can from this lap. It's over the line, and it is good enough for second, but it's not quite good enough for pole. Luca Bunk's early time is going to stand. Adam Isaacson is going to have to line up alongside him with Tobias Grundkotter of Impulse Racing on the second row, alongside Alexander Batter of German Sim Racing, who is going to be in the 4th place. So in the end, Vunk's just about able to hold on there, Lorenzo, but Isaacson threw everything at that. Couldn't quite get enough in the end to take the pole, but he'll be happy with 2nd place.
Yeah, and it's a close 2nd place, to be very honest, so he should be proud of himself of trying to get the best out of the T3 car, but this track demands precision, and even if you try to push as best as you can, you have to mind the bumps and braking zones, and by braking you can lose up to a tenth, so it's very hard to make up in a track like this. So both laps run from T3 Maniti and 5-star are impressive, but there's still 8 hours of race left, sort of like it, even though we are slated in total for 7 hours.
Out come the GTEs. Porsche and the BMW, the most chosen of cars, as you can see. It's there's a lot of them. But before we go any further, as is tradition, have a look at how their championship stands before this qualifying gets underway. Team Free Much But by Maniti are also leading here. What a surprise that is. In GTE, they've got about 22 points over Obsidian Racing. Team Hoisingveld are not too far behind either. Phoenix Racing Esports are in 4th, and it's Orion Race Team rounding out the top 10. Samba Racing Team are 6th, ahead of Team RSO. RSR by Bookkicker are in 8th place and are the last team that can mathematically win this championship today. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and L1 Esports round out your top 10. And this is the only championship out of all 8 that is already decided before we get into this race. The overall championship for GTEs has already been clinched by the T3 Motorsport by Maniti BMW team. They're at 172 points ahead of Team RSO. After their disaster at Interlagos, Maniti were able to take that one, take that championship home early. So they will be enjoying that, and hopefully adding a 3rd race win to their tally for this season as well here, Ryan. It's been fantastic. They've been formidable in IVRA all in 2021 and 22 over this kind of season, if you like. They've been absolutely formidable, winning everything almost. Yeah, this is just another thing to add to the list. They might be adding another few to their list by the end of today, especially in GTE, where of course they hold both championship leads.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a brilliant season from them, and yeah, they've done a great job, and they've not really put a foot wrong. And yeah, to have that championship wrapped up heading into today, I think that's a bit of a weight lifted off their shoulder, and they don't have to worry about it. But still, they want to win this race and they finish the season out in style. And at the moment, it wouldn't surprise me if they do the same as the GT3 class compatriots and they possibly take the GT pole. But still, it's only just started, and you never know. There might be a team that you don't see up at the front, so throwing a surprise and maybe they're taking the pole position.
We come through the final corners now on our first lap times of the day for the GTEs. They're getting themselves on the board. It's Johnny Verhoff who's currently topping those ahead of Team RSO by only 1/4 of a tenth of a second. That's how close it is. Phoenix Racing Team, Racing Esports, in 3rd. Geodesic 4th ahead of RSR, currently in the 5th place. There it is, all very close indeed at the moment, and you wouldn't expect anything less from Maniti, although Team Hoisingveld just managed to pip them at the moment. And as I say that, Team Obsidian Racing with Edu Fernandez Morales go to the front. Morales has been performing the best out of anybody in the pole award. He's been setting the fastest qualifying times and currently leads those standings by a couple of tenths of a second. He's doing well to protect that at the moment as we see the Porsche bounce across the curbs. It's very much Porsche versus BMW here, Lorenzo. Are there any particular strengths or disadvantages for either of these cars that's going to make the difference today, or is it going to be, as we've seen all season long, quite even between the two?
It's going to be an interesting race. I do believe the Porsche has an upper edge on the Corvette. I think the funny thing is, of all tracks we've been this season, and we've been at Glen, we've been at Interlagos, if there's one track where we might say, oh, this is a track where the Corvette might surprise you in terms of performance, might be this one. I think this is the track that the Corvette kind of shines. The turbo kind of makes up for the ground of the flat six and the tire performance that the Porsche actually has on the Corvette. Of course, fuel tank might go in the way of the Porsche instead of the Corvette. The Corvette might have to do some fuel saving strategies to try to make up the ground in terms of fuel for the Porsche. But this is a track that I think finally Jan Santowski and the boys at Team Hoisingveld can maybe settle down and do not feel the pressure as trying to get a really good result. They can actually perform well over here and maybe for the first time this season catch a break and get a top 5.
Here is the Hoisingveld Corvette, by the way. I absolutely love this car.
Oh,
it's fantastic. What do you
All right, remember we talked about 5-star. I'm gonna go back on the GT3 right here. We talked about great race from great championship from 5-star. They had a really good qualifying. Take that qualifying away. They're gonna have to start from the back of the grid. They just got a tier 2 penalty.
What was that for? I've not...
So apparently through the T6 and T7 complex, which is the backstretch complex going through it, they slowed down to let other cars pass, and then they re-accelerated onto the racing line ahead of the 216, which is the Pure Sims car, into turn 7, impeding them on their fast lap. Therefore, race control gave them a start from the back of the grid penalty, and that also happened to the 358. Just to confirm, the 358, the Tour Freak Red Gate team left the pit lane and attempted a competitive lap after towing from their outside pit stall, so they cannot do that.
Oh, well. There, so big moment for Isaacson. Unfortunately, was second place. He's going to be starting from the pit lane though, and he's going to have a lot of work to do throughout this race. Not good at all for that 5-star motorsport team, who are trying, of course, to overhaul a 34-point margin in the Winter Championship in the GT3 Pros. There it is. So unfortunate to see for those guys, but you do have to watch yourself around here, Ryan. It's one of those things that we've got in. I honestly quite like it, the fact that these classes go out together and you have to kind of jockey for position, and you can find your own track space and whatever, but you do have to keep watching your mirrors. You do have to get your teammates as well to tell you who's coming up behind you at what pace and who you need to stay out of the way of, and if you fall foul of that, of course, you can find yourself very easily starting from dead last.
Yeah, and starting at the back in class around this track is not something that you really want, because passing around here can be difficult, and there's not many passing opportunities. But that's it. It's not something that you want in qualifying, and in a way, I think a couple of the teams that have been punished so far in qualifying, they should know better, or they should know by now the rules, because they've been around long enough. But still, it's just the way it goes.
It is indeed. It'd be fun to see them climbing through the order, though. That's from a neutral's point of view, anyway. That is going to be fun to watch. Meanwhile, Team Hoisingveld's Corvette currently running out here at the moment. The new version, of course. The older C7 getting phased out eventually. And a lot of people complaining about the lack of noise this car makes in comparison, but I think this... I like this car. It's nice. It's nice to have it in racing as well, of course. Only 0.02 of a second at the moment behind Obsidian Racing's GTE of Edu Fernandez Morales. Jan Sejkowski trying to just overhaul that margin at the moment. Not long to go, around about 5 minutes or so before the end of this qualifying session. And then, of course, we'll be into the LMP2s. But RSL by book kicker Sean Campbell goes to the front there with a 15.4. Very, very close there, Lorenzo, though. Only 0.04 of a second, so he's not going to be breathing very easily just yet.
No, he's not. And we know that Obsidian actually has the pace in the car to try to make up that 0.04 of a second. It's going to maybe require a deft touch into maybe turn number 3 to try to get a really good run out of it. But other than that, everybody's pushing to their absolute limit of the car, and this is as fun as I thought it would be. Remember when I said track layout and the difficulty, it just adds up to the qualifying. I think qualifying here, it's so complicated because it's precision driving and you're going through bumps constantly, and you have to rely on those bumps, and if you get the bump on the wrong way, you can lose up marginal tenths of a second, and that you're never going to be able to get it back, or you entirely lose your groove and then your lap goes in full shambles.
Yeah, absolutely. It is all about rhythm. It certainly is going to be in the race. I feel like this circuit, possibly more than others, is a little bit about rhythm, in my experience anyway. I do find that once you're out of it, it's very difficult to get back in, and so on. It is one of those circuits. Here is the Team Hoisingveld Corvette, though, once more, trying to get back onto the very front of this field, of course. Jan Sejkowski did a very good job early on in this qualifying session to be leading, but was overhauled by Obsidian almost immediately. Obsidian go to the front now, but can Hoisingveld just get in front? Not quite. They do manage to get into second place, though. They're nearly 0.2 of a second away from the 138. That normally is not a very big margin here, right? But it is in the context of this qualifying session that Obsidian Racing team now do have a little bit of an advantage that they might just be able to hold out with till the end.
Yeah, they might be able to hold on to that, but that was a good lap from that Obsidian car, clinching the pole position, and the team Huskenveld moving up to second and only not that far off. But I think trying to find that time is going to be difficult. If you want to try and find that time around you, you've got to nail every corner all the way through the lap. But it's going to be difficult to find. But I think on the other hand, Team Huskenveld might be happy to just be on the front row.
Yeah, absolutely. They could well be. Currently third in this championship, second place at the opener Watkins Glen. Here they are again. Second place in this session right now. Going through the final chicane at 10A and 10B. But it's going to be pit lane for Senkowski, who slithers his way into this very tricky pit lane. It's going to be very tricky at full racing pace, if indeed we do get green flag pit stops, which I'm sure we will do at some point throughout this race. Beauregard in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing BMW, currently doing his best to haul this BMW up towards the front. These guys a couple of weeks ago in the Club Sport Championship missed out on their championship at the finale at the Red Bull Ring in a 700-kilometre race. They won the race but couldn't quite overhaul I think Pure Sims, who ended up taking the title. Beauregard was in one of the lower categories, and he's still out here in the GTEs, trying to hold himself up from ninth. A little bit of a surprise to see this car quite so far down here, Lorenzo. I would expect Geodesic to be running a little bit better, maybe, but they've not. It's not really been their season in 2022.
No, it's not, and it's kind of impressive. The BMW is not performing. They have been not performing, but let's say we have also to take into effect that they have been probably in what I've said about the satellite bad streak of luck, or streak of bad luck into some of the other championships. They, I think, got that flu and brought them to IVRA in 2022. I think they had a crash at Watkins Glen, couldn't find the pace, and I thought also had incidents at Interlagos. So here, this is a track that I don't think you have to find the right setup for the M8, and you kind of have to make up the ground in race pace other than qualifying. So the M8 is not in a really good spot right here in comparison to the Corvette and Porsche. So they have to pull something out of the hat to try to make up the ground necessary.
Here's Johnny Verhoff in the D3 Motorsport by Maniti BMW as well. Just about half a second down at the moment on the rest. Did note somebody before. People are always complaining about the BOP, but I did notice somebody. Who doesn't? Well, exactly. The people, somebody mentioning about BMWs being slightly balked in this for this particular race. But as you say, who doesn't complain about BOP? And it generally tends to be very good anyway. T3 Motorsport by Maniti currently leading this championship in a BMW. Then we've got Porsche in second and Corvette in third in the standings for the winter season. So we can't complain too much about that, Ryan, especially from a neutral's point of view. We've got the three front manufacturers very much up towards the fore.
Absolutely, and BOP is a subject that some teams and drivers are not happy about it, and other drivers and teams are happy about it. But it's a BOP. I find it's a touchy subject. Some people just complain about it. They most complain about it and just when they don't need to. But like you say, up at the front, it's different manufacturers, and it can only be a good thing.
Absolutely. Love to see a bit of variety out there. Currently, Obsidian Racing, Orasol by Kicker and Team Huskenveld 1, 2, 3 in your qualifying for the GTEs at the moment. Not long to go until these guys will have to come into the pit lane and pull over for the LMP2s to go out to play. But they're going to try and get their best lap times in, and a few faster lap times in maybe before the very end. There's still time to do so. Johnny Mahoff's trying to do just that right now, coming out of the chicane, but he's going to take the shorter path to the line and try to get onto the front two rows at the very least. He does improve, but it's not enough to gain any places, I'm afraid. German Sim Racing have improved enough to hold on to that fourth place. Team Huskenveld's Jan Siskowski might just about have to stay and settle for third. Sean Campbell is settling for second. By the looks of things, he's into the pit lane. And Edu Fernandez Morales is out there as well at the moment, but he's currently leading the standings. So very difficult to see him getting overhauled, really. Certainly difficult to see him getting overhauled in the GSI Prime Velocity Award for the GTEs. Very much likely that he is going to be taking that one home with him after leading, coming into today with that one. Sinkowski comes into the pit lane, and that looks like it's going to be GTE's over. Obsidian Racing on the pole position. Vale Lorenzo, good start to their day, but they've got 1,000 kilometres to focus on just up in front. I don't want to say half the job is done, that is an exaggeration, but some of the job is done.
Yeah, some of the job is done. I think they have to do the hard carry now into the race, and in a race where you could see maybe 4 or 5 teams, let's bring T3 Maniti into this one and say they can become a factor, even though they have a BMW where you've mentioned the BOP might not favor them. They could become a factor, but of course the GSI steering wheel is going to go in the way of Obsidian. They're probably going to like that. I wouldn't mind a GSI wheel, by the way.
Exactly, yeah. Lorenzo putting in his order for another one. We'll get the LMP2 standings up then, shall we, before we go any further with these lap times. 30 points is the advantage that Pure Sims Esports hold coming into today. Team RSO trail them. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing currently third ahead of Satellite Racing, who, despite being in fourth, are nearly 100 points back. Impulse Racing are sixth ahead of Apex Tech Racing. That's Delta Sport and Hell Racers at seventh and eighth. Private label Team Hype and Element Sim Racing round out your 10 cars. And we move it forward to look at the Pure Sims car, the current championship leaders. Right now, can they hold on today with only a 30-point margin? Daniel Kraft is going to be hopefully qualifying and starting them off in a good way. In terms of the overall, as we go on board and look at a very scary lap on board with an LMP2, their championship lead in the Grand Championship is quite large. 128 points back to Apex Tech Racing, who have really faltered, I'm afraid, in the second half of this season. Second and a first for Pure Sims, but Apex Tech Racing's best result is only third, and their result at Watkins Glen wasn't great. Satellite Racing and Impulse Racing can also mathematically win the championship, but in all likelihood, this championship is going to be wrapped up by the halfway stage at this race, where we award half points. Daniel Kraft, though, has still got to do a job here, and that's what he's trying to do right now. Coming down the back straight and towards the chicane for the first time. We'll see where he can get himself, but judging by the qualifyings that we've seen so far in this championship here, Ryan, it's going to be very, very close. And into Lagos, the top 4 were separated by less than 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, I remember watching that, and that was amazing to see the times being so close. And don't be surprised if you see the times being so close around here as well, around Atlanta. But as Kraft comes across the line now, heading into turn 1, and Pure Sims, as I say that as well, go to the top in qualifying at the moment, but still we've still got a long way to go in qualifying, so that could all change. But that's a good banker lap from Daniel Kraft.
It certainly is. Mats Tug Husveld at the moment is the leader of the GSI Prime Velocity Award for qualifying times. Currently 5th in the standings. He's got to watch out for the likes of Jamie Conway of Apex Tech Racing, Paolo Munoz, as well, to try and keep those guys behind and take home that award. On board with Delta Sport, we go through the final couple of corners and out towards the line here, Lorenzo. It's quite a different experience watching an LMP2 drive around here. Really, we've seen the GTs on occasion look a bit lethargic, lack of downforce, of course, but this looks very quick, and of course it is for these guys, especially at a circuit like this. It is scarily quick.
Yeah, which is mind-boggling to think they're doing 108s around a track like this. I'm trying to remember as best as I can, because I've done Indy cars around this track earlier in the season, and Indy cars on paper, they are faster than LMP2s by, I think, 5 seconds average, something like that. I think on the lap average this time around, they actually are matching the Indy cars, so I'm kind of surprised to see them right on the same pace. I think IndyCars do this 106 around here, so 2 seconds is nothing, which for me is kind of impressive. But of course, this is qualifying pace in comparison to race pace.
Yeah, absolutely. As we go through the final couple of, or the final chicane, I should say, with Jakob Weiderke up towards the line. Not a big advantage at all for him right now. It's just got even smaller, only 1/100th of a second from Apex Tech Racing briefly, and then he went faster himself to extend that over to 2/10. Sayandra slots himself into second place for Satellite Racing. That's a good lap time, and only now less than 1/10 of a margin for the Delta Sport team as they try and hold off the Satellite Racing car and everyone else. It is very close indeed, but a good start for Satellite Racing in the qualifying. Currently fourth in those standings. They won the final race of 2021 at Barcelona, which gave them a fourth in the full season. That final race, by the way, was so crazy. They were leading the championship at one stage, but ended up in fourth. It was very close, and hopefully we see something similar in terms of entertainment levels here today. But yeah, for the moment, it's fairly normal. The banker times have come in here, Ryan, and the real times, well, as if these aren't real times, but the even faster ones are going to come a little bit later on. It's going to go right down to the wire by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think as the track gets warmer, you'll see the time starting to come down, and at the moment, it's yeah, good to see Delta Sport up there as well. And as we move our attention to the 34 Fiercely Forward, the LMP2 car, currently being driven by Taylor Lane, currently 10th in qualifying, and yeah, most people recognise this team from the IVRA Club Cup series, and not also as well they won the GT4 championship in that series, or that was the Club Sports series, sorry. But yeah, it's good to see them winning that championship in GT4, and hopefully they can have a good result here today in LMP2, but also in the GT class as well.
Yeah, and of course the season previous they won the Porsche Cup category of that championship, so they know what they're doing around here. Unfortunately 10th for them at the moment though, as we go on board with Jamie Conway, only just under 3 tenths behind Mats Husfeldt in the pole award standings, and at the moment he would be overhauling Husfeldt, so this lap time is currently good enough for Jamie Conway. This just adds another layer to our complications here today, Lorenzo. We've got 7 championships to be decided, and also the pole award, which looks like it's going to come down to hundredths or thousandths of a second by the looks of things.
Yeah, which is mind-boggling to think. And if there's one thing I'm really glad of is that I'm not doing mathematics. That's gonna be up to race control. Because number one, never trust the commentator's math, as Jamie Conway is gonna start his fast lap, and never trust the commentator's math. This is a race where every single 10th of a second matters, but then of course hell is gonna break loose when they start catching the traffic, and catching the traffic right here is gonna be quick, right? So expect some major drama during the first passing, but whoever's out in front is gonna basically dictate how this first hour of the race will go, and I think this first hour of the race might be the most crucial hour of the entire season, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think you could be right in terms of, certainly in terms of traffic, it's going to be the most hectic first run through. But we'll wait and see if it turns out to be like that. Here's the Apex Tech Racing car. Then we've been on board. We're now looking at them as a whole, coming through the final sector now. Jamie Conway trying to get maybe onto the front row here. He wouldn't need too much to get there. A 10.5 maybe. Don't look like it's easy to find, but can't find it just for the moment. It's only an 8.6 at the moment for him. Oh, excuse me, he does go a little bit faster, but not quite enough to gain any positions in this one. Mats Husfeldt still just needs to do a little bit more for this qualifying award that he currently in the lead of. And Daniel Kraft coming towards at the final few corners as well. Something else after we have to think about, Ryan, of course, in the prototype category anyway, is fuel saving and fuel strategy, whatever that is going to look like throughout the 1,000 kilometres today.
Absolutely, and fuel saving as well. Don't be surprised if you see, especially further back in the LMP2 class, some teams fuel saving and trying techniques such as lifting and clutching, or another technique that's probably familiar to some people called clutching. Basically, if you're not sure what clutching is basically you lift off with the corner, press the clutch, and it basically doesn't use up any fuel. And one of the drivers in LMP2 is good at fuel saving and also good at strategy, or I call him the strategy wizard, is Mr. Syandra, who's currently fourth in the moment for Satellite, and Sy's pretty handy at doing strategy and fuel saving himself.
Yeah, hopefully.
Actually,
go on.
if I may interject really quickly, this is interesting because had we had this conversation, I think 5 weeks ago, had this race had been 5 weeks ago, probably we wouldn't have this conversation of making fuel saving with the clutch, because they took the clutching away on the LMP2s, right? So.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah. So they got it back because there were problems with the anti-stall. Let's just say even the smallest mistake could actually kill the engine, and even with the anti-stall clutch, they couldn't get it to work. So they reverted back into the clutching and make sure that the engine doesn't die itself regularly as it used to do back then. So it's going to be an interesting race with clutching re-enabled for the LMP2 cars. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. I was just about to say, as we look at Syandra here, hopefully he comes to chat to us after his first stint in this race.
He likes to chat.
He often does. He's always up for a chat. So hopefully we can hear from Satellite Racing and Sandra a little bit later on. Of course, if you are a driver listening in and you'd like a chat after your stint, then you're more than welcome to pop yourself in, and we'll have a bit of a chat. It's a long race, and so we'd like to hear from the drivers out there. I've already seen a little bit of chatter in the YouTube chat from Jacob O'Reilly. This is going back a little bit now to the GT3 AM qualifying, but of course O'Reilly was second in the AM qualifying for the Archer brothers, mentioning about how warm the track is here, Lorenzo. You mentioned it at the start of the day, but if people are already picking up on how warm it is in qualifying, then we are going to see problems for some of these cars in the race.
Yeah, it's going to be basically a race, maybe the first half or the first 2 hours of different tire strategies, maybe, because we still have a very warm track. It is 41 degrees, and of course, if we keep going with this track in daytime progression, we should expect to see around 40s, maybe drop to the below 40s in about an hour or half hour to 1 hour or so, because it's been very constant in the current time of day. It's basically set for today, April, so it is going to spring in the United States. Especially in Georgia and Brazelton, it's kind of a little bit warm. Arjuna Kakipati probably would digress more on that than probably any of us right here, or even Tyler Maxson. But it's going to be an interesting track, nevertheless, for maybe GTs and GT3 fields, who's going to have the different tire strategy, especially now we've seen the double tires being the new meta in the GT3s. So it's going to be a very compelling race to watch, maybe the first half of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. The conditions certainly getting a bit warmer across this part of the world. Although it's 20 degrees in north of England today, which is nice. So we love that. But it's a rare event, and I'm here sat inside. So there we are. But anyway, it certainly is. The sun is out at the moment, baking down on this circuit. It is 3:30 in the afternoon in Sim though, which does mean we're going to get into the evening kind of period before the end of this race. The sun is going to go down in the sky, and the sun's going to go down in this season indeed as well, because it of course will be ending at the end of this 1,000-kilometre race here tonight. Who is going to take pole position though? Currently Delta Sport and Jacob Viduka has currently got the pole position, but he's not got a very big margin. The top 5 are separated by less than a tenth of a second at the moment. He's got a quarter of a tenth ahead of Jaden Munoz at the moment. Daniel Kraft is third ahead of Syandra, and then Jamie Conway, who is fourth at the moment, and not quite doing enough for the GSI Prime Velocity Award at the moment. Mastur Husfeld in 6th position for Team RSO is just about doing enough. Delta Sport currently on the top of the standings. A little bit of a surprise to me that, Ryan, but they're doing a good job to hold on for the moment. They've got plenty of cars breathing down their neck though.
Yeah, I was very surprised when I saw the Delta Sport pop up to the top in qualifying. At the moment, they're still holding that pole position and absolutely. Oh, is it actually Geodesic? I take that back. The 62 Geodesic car pops up to the top.
It does indeed. And Jaden Munoz has taken the pole position just for the moment. How long is that going to stand for though? Because there's so many drivers who could take that off him. Delta Sport being one of the teams that could. Syandra also will want to take this away, of course. Coming through the final couple of corners right now. Pure Sims Esports move up into second. It's not going to be Satellite's day, I'm afraid. They pull into the pit lane here. It's going to be at best fourth for them. We'll see if anybody from behind can maybe even overhaul them in this one. Looks like Delta Sport, Apex Tech Racing, T-Morris Home, 5-Star might be the only ones who can overhaul Geodesic at this stage, but I don't think anybody's going to be able to. It could be the late lap from Jaden Munoz that gives them the pole position over the line for 5-Star, and I'm afraid it's no better for them. 7th place or worse. Indeed, in these standings, this is the man of the moment though. Ryder, can he do anything to just get that pole position back? 1/10 of a second is all he needs, but he can't grab it, and I'm afraid it's going to be 3rd at best for those guys. Not even a front row. After holding on for so long here, Lorenzo, they're going to miss out on not only pole position, but a front row start as well, as is Jamie Conway, who's going to be starting in 5th position. It's another late lap time, and it's Jaden Munoz this time who's going to take pole for Geodesic.
Yeah, nice lap from Geodesic, and I think Geodesic needed a really good qualifying for once, because I think a team that usually has the lineup to match any other team right here and not get a really good qualifying for the first time in a really good while now. They probably can say they're comfortable with what they got and then push it on for this race. But then again, first in and then first hour is going to be basically what dictates the entirety of the race and how they navigate to traffic.
It certainly is. As we see the end of qualifying here, we've got about 2 or 3 minutes until we cycle forward to the race. You have to wait all those 7 minutes with nothing happening. Don't worry about that. But yes, we are going to see the grid after that, and then we'll get into the race. 1,000 kilometres around here, of course. As you can see, very warm Road Atlanta here this afternoon, which is going to change the course of this race. You would imagine here in this one. So 1,000 kilometres remaining in this championship season, right? It's going to be a good race. We saw a fantastic race here in the Club Sport Championship. There's no doubt about that. We've seen a good qualifying, and now it's time for the race. Yeah, we'll see how everybody gets on, really. But it's going to be entertaining. It's going to be championship finales are always good. So let's wait and see what transpires. What are you expecting, especially from the first opening of this race? Lorenzo's talking about how difficult it's going to be in the opening of this race, and I would agree with him. How do you see the first hour or so of this race going?
I think you'll probably see some teams maybe deciding just to maybe just take it easy in the first stint, in the first hour, just try and maybe just ease into it, get into a rhythm. I wouldn't be surprised either if you see some teams up at the front maybe try and be a little bit feisty and maybe try and get track position during the first stint, and then just to try and get that track position before the first set of pit stops. But I have to say, I'm looking forward to this race. It's I love calling anything to do with IVRA. It's a great league. It's a great community, and I think like also you mentioned the club sport race here as well. That was absolutely fantastic, and the one in the cup class coming right down to the final corner, which was taken in the end by Vince Peters.
It certainly was. It was a remarkable finish. We even ended up on RS in top 10, so there we are. But yes, it was a fantastic finish. We talked about fuel with the LMP2s a little bit earlier on. That certainly was a fuel race. One thing that we do have to talk about though, Lorenzo, because it may not end up being perfect strategy with perfect stints and a planned out race. We may see cautions throughout the day. We may see safety cars. That is going to throw a spanner into the works, as it always does.
Yeah, we're probably. What I'm thinking, we might get a repeat what we saw at the Glen. Maybe some late caution yellow flags, which change the dynamic into this race. It may be some early cautions as well, like into the first maybe 2 hours, where the cars might get the faster cars might get the slower traffic, maybe in the twisty sections after T3 or into the braking session. But other than that, it's going to be a very, very exciting first half, not first half, but entire race to finalize the season.
Absolutely. You mentioned early cautions, Ryan. We saw on the restarts of cautions in the Club Sport Championship, which we're drawing on quite often. It was chaos on some of these restarts. Let's hope that it's not similar this time around, but it could well be. It's not an easy circuit to get restarted on.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult because there's so much going on and you don't really get a chance to relax. And but like you say, hopefully these drivers are sensible, and it looks like we're just about to move over to the grid.
Certainly is. We're about 5 minutes away from lights out, so let's get our grid sorted, shall we? Geodesic and Pure Sims are going to be on the front row of LMP2 together. Delta Sport, after holding on for so long in that qualifying session, going to be third, and of Cyandra's Satellite Racing in fourth. That's Apex Tech Racing going to be lining up alongside Team RSO on the third row of the grid. Then it's going to be 5-Star Motorsport and Element Sim Racing 7th and 8th. Christoph Modge for Phoenix Racing is going to be 9th ahead of Taylor Lane and Fiercely Forward, rounding out your 10 cars in LMP2. In GTE, Obsidian Racing took the pole position ahead of RSR by Bookkicker. Next, Team Huisingveld in the Corvette ahead of German Sim Racing. The first BMW T3 Motorsport by Maniti nearly half a second down in 5th. Then Team RSO in 6th position. 7th is going to be Phoenix Racing Esports and John Atkinson. Apex Tech Racing 8th. Hyperstars Geodesic Racing and the other BMW going to be 9th ahead of Samba Racing Team, rounding out the top 10. L1 Esports going to be 11th ahead of Orion Race Team in 12th. And finally, the very large GT3 grid to come. Luca Vunks is going to be alongside Adam Isaacson, or he was projected to be, but that 5-Star Motorsport team are not going to be there because of an infringement in qualifying. Impulse Racing are going to be third alongside German Sim Racing. Pure Sim Esports rounding out the top 5. Miguel Vigo and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing are going to be 6th. WS Racing 7th, end of the first of the AM cars, GT3 Motorsport by Maniti. That great lap from Joshka Meyer, enough to overhaul Jacob O'Reilly in 9th. Blake Bottoms rounding out the GT3 top 10. Then it's Fiercely Forward and Liper Esports lining up on the 6th row of the GT3 grid together. Ryan Lesky and Garrett Thompson are going to be on the 7th, ahead of Dennis Garrison rounding out the top 15 for Virtual Motorsport. Vector by RSR are going to be 16th, ahead of 49 Motorsports and Rusty Spatulas 17th and 18th. Then in 19th we've got Talk Freak Racing Redgate and Neil Middleton with Prestanda Nomad in 20th. Westwood Racing Esports at 21st, ahead of Impulse Racing, the poorest qualifying pro car. And finally, Element Sim Racing, rounding out your 23-car GT3 grid. It's a big grid here, Lorenzo, I think it's safe to say. 2x2 start, and then traffic very quickly. We've got 45 cars out here today as well, which is going to make everybody's life very, very difficult.
I think difficult is an understatement, Mr. Yunaliri. I think it's going to be a nightmare. How you navigate through 21 cars in the GT3 field, then you're going to go into 12 more cars into the GTE field, and 11 cars in the GTE field, then try to survive and not only saving fuel, but being fast and saving tires. So, man, whoever's in the prototypes, please be safe, because we know historically this track, and this is why it's not one of my personal favorites, can be very, very tricky for you to actually race on. You have to demand patience. Sometimes LMPs, we know this from a mile away, do not have patience.
Absolutely. There's only 10 of them, and there's 35 of everybody else for them to negotiate throughout the 1,000 kilometres here today. 7 championships on the line, let's not forget. 3 Grand Championships and 4 Winter Championships spread across our 4 categories of car. And LMP2, in terms of Winter Series, LMP2 has some of the closest that we are going to see. Half points, of course, awarded at the halfway mark as well, which are going to have to be towed up by us, and we'll see who is where by the end of 1,000 kilometres of racing here this afternoon. But for now, it's Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing and Jaden Munoz in control of this field as we get ready to go racing at Road Atlanta. It's the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA, and it's underway for one final time in 2022. Underway, and Geodesic Racing getting off to the perfect start. Jaden Munoz getting into the lead easily. Sport even, with Jacob Weiduker getting up into second. Daniel Kraft, not a good start from him. He slots down to third already in that Pure Sims Esports LMP2. Back in GT3, it's Edu Fernandez Morales with the pole position, and he's going to take the lead into turn number one as well. Team Hoistenveld looking for second, but having to go on the defensive all at the very same time. Everybody in this category also getting through nice and cleanly as they head down towards the S's. And one final category, the GT3s, of course, the biggest of them all, and it's going to be Luca Monks who gets himself off to a good start. He takes a single file lead into turn one as everybody tries to get their way through turn one nice and cleanly. It looks, Ryan, as if everybody has got at least through the first turn without problems.
Yeah, so far it's been relatively clear, and there's not been any issues from what I can see, but yeah, everyone's just being calm and not doing anything silly. But as they come through the S's now, look at the pack of GT3 cars coming through now, and it looks like everyone's been relatively clear at the moment. But it looks like we've got a move going on in GT3 already.
Yes, lots of side-by-side racing through 6 and 7 as we look at some of the leaders. Some of those pro leaders have got away quite well here, apart from Josko Meyer, who's managed to get himself in there. You can see the Mercedes, 5th place in the GT3 standings, up from, I think, 8th on the start. He started very well as the leader of the AM category there. So a good job from him early on in this race as they head down towards the chicane. 245 laps on the menu here today. It's a very, very long way around here, and you can already see the LMP2s on the start of the back straight as the back of the GT3s are at the end of it here, Ryan. That is not long at all. These two leaders are going to be onto the back of traffic within minutes.
They are, and that's the thing with Road Atlanta as well. You think it's a long track, but in reality it's a short track, it's a short lap, and you probably catch up to the GT cars, I'm guessing, within about probably 2 or 3 laps. So it's not that long when you think about it, and the GT drivers are, in reality, thinking about it, they don't really get a chance to relax.
No, not really. As we go through the first couple of corners once more for the LMP2 leaders. Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing currently leading the way. Currently 3rd place in the Winter Series Championship after their 3rd place at Watkins Glen and a top 5 last time out at Interlagos. The leaders in GTE a lot closer, and it's not too surprising to see this. The GTs do sometimes stay a little bit closer than those in the prototype category. The top 6, currently you could throw a blanket over them, to be quite honest. It is very close indeed. Good Racing and Obsidian Racing, who are currently leading, trying to take the championship away, of course, from T3 Motorsport by Maniti. And if the race were to end right now, as they'd probably like, they would indeed overhaul them. So, long way to go, but they've started off well, as have Maniti in both GT3 categories.
Yep, and it looks like everyone's managed to survive lap 1 and without any issues. And at the moment, it's Maniti leading in GT3, and but close behind them they've got the Impulse Lamborghini, and so it's really close at the moment. And I think what would you do if you're in championship contention? Do you just take it easy or settle down and just try and get to the halfway mark and get the points, or do you just try and get in the best position possible before the first set of pit stops? As I say that as well, it looks like the LMP2 cars are coming up to the GT traffic already.
Yeah, we are on lap 4 of this race, by the way, for those counting at home. We completed a grand total of 3 laps, so we've been barely racing for 4 minutes, and we're into traffic already for these guys. The field splits at this circuit have meant that you catch traffic very, very quickly because of how short it is, basically, and it's going to be a problem for the LMP2s all day. Jaden Munoz tried to just snake his way through all of the traffic without too many major problems. The back straight very helpful for him there. But Delta Sport have been less kind in the traffic, and Pure Sims Esports' Daniel Kraft is trying to get down his inside, 3 wide with traffic as well. This is where the moments get particularly sketchy, but that looked like it was well measured in the end from Kraft, and he's got that move done rather nicely in the end. Delta Sport with not a good first run through traffic. They're already 3 seconds behind the leader. They were right on the back of not so long ago.
Yeah, look at the LMP2 traffic coming through as well. They're all together, and that's the thing with multi-class racing as well. You can catch a it's David Conway just about. I thought he was going to try and go around the outside of Andrew there. That would have been a bold move if he pulled it off, but GT traffic in front means he gets held up, and Andrew just manages to get through on the sister satellite GT3 car.
Through on another couple of these GTs. This battle now for 4th place. Now has 3 cars involved within it, with 5-Star Motorsport latching themselves onto the back of this train as well. We go aboard with Alex Reed-Muller. Did have a fantastic qualifying, but he started off this race on the right foot at least, getting some slipstream from those in front. Sandra will be on the defensive, or at least looking in his mirrors, coming down towards the chicane here as Apex Tech Racing's Jamie Conway gets close, but not close enough to make a move here. It's almost shocking how quickly we've caught up to traffic in this one. Barely 5 minutes into this race and we were overtaking GT3s. That is what it's going to be like all day though. 45 cars around here leaves not enough space for everybody.
Yep, and the top 3 in GT are still close together. Alright, so I say that GT3 top 3 are all together, but 4th place German Sim Racing are still hanging on, and the top 3 still close together. And I think it's just the slipstreaming keeping them together at the moment. It's always like the RSR might be trying to go for a move into the chicane. Actually, no, they don't. They decide to back out of it.
They do just for now. On board with the Corvette. Jan Sinskowski looking to make his move on RSR and Obsidian to get himself to the front of this train, of course. Both of those cars, 2nd and 3rd at the moment, 1st and 3rd, very much involved in the Winter Series Championship as they try and overhaul T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Almost flawless season from them so far, with the 1st and 2nd in the races, but the BMW doesn't look to be quite as suited to Road Atlanta as it was previously to others, although it's going quite well for them in GT3. Only a half-second lead for Luka Vuc, but he's got a lead at the very least. As we look backwards at that Impulse Racing Lamborghini, it looks though as if those at the front of GT3 have actually got away from the rest, which is a bit helpful, not only because you don't have to defend from them, but of course traffic finds it a bit easier to get through when there's only 1 or 2 cars to get through. When it's a big clump like we just saw in the mid-pack, it can become very difficult for everybody.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well. If you've got a whole bunch of GT cars in front of you, it can be frustrating, and you can lose you can probably lose up to about 2 or 3 seconds, but that's just the nature of multi-class racing, and you can't really afford to do anything too silly, especially in such a long race as this one.
And what's happened to Obsidian? They've lost not only the lead but 2nd place as well, and they're dropping down the order. Something has happened to Obsidian Racing because they're in the pit lane already. I wonder now if there has been a penalty early on for them, because they're just driving down pit lane. Looks like a drive-through penalty, quite possibly. Obsidian Racing, after leading, all of a sudden are going to be last in GTE. I'll get another view as to why that is, but that has to be a penalty. Has to be a drive-through penalty. For something off of whether that was qualifying or the race, not entirely sure, but a costly penalty so early in this race.
Yeah, I'm just finding out as well that that car got a black flag as well for an incident at Tier 6.
Now, yeah, let's trying to work out quite what the issue is. We'll get to the bottom of it in a few moments' time, but yes, not good, I'm afraid, for them so early on in this race. It's now RSR who are leading ahead of Team Hussingveld. We go on board with German Sim Racing's Mike Weissenkopfsieger, and oh dear, a little bit wide off the final corner, but all fair in the end, and in towards the first few corners of this lap early on. Traffic will be upon them soon as well. Let's not forget those LMP2s will be creeping up behind before long. I suppose though, if there's any time to get a drive-through penalty, it's get all your bad luck out the way early. and that's what Obsidian have done. They'll be hoping for a safety car, you can be sure. That will get them right back into this race, but it's never ideal.
Yeah, if I was them, I would rather have that happen in the early stages of the race rather than at the end of the race. If you're in a good position and something like that happens, it'll probably be frustrating. So getting that out of the way at the moment is probably a good thing. And like you say, they've got safety cars as well, so that can bunch the field back up and it can bring them right back into it.
Yeah, absolutely. You're on board with Jacob Bardecker trying to get through on the Pure Sims Esports LMP2. It's very close right now because of the traffic once more. We saw a great run through traffic for our leader Jaden Munoz in the first time around, but the GTEs have not quite been as kind, and now we have 3 for the lead in the overall of this race at the completion of lap 9. Here he is, Munoz, making his way through the traffic, and a bit of indecisiveness as well there down the inside into turn 1, which the GTs never really like, because of course they're hanging on for dear life through there really, as opposed to the LMP2s that are glued to the ground, and then you've got to come downhill through the S's here, where it is always very sketchy making your way through on a little bit of traffic. It's almost an unwritten rule here, where you particularly through that bottom part of the S's, after the right hander at turn 4 or so, it's almost an unwritten rule that you stay behind, and that's what everyone did there.
Yeah, everyone was sensible, stayed behind, didn't do any silly moves, and everyone managed to survive and make it in one piece. And this is probably the best section of track to get by the GT traffic, because there's plenty of room, and also you don't really get compromised or held up. The only part I would say is probably through that double right-hander, but at the moment it's relatively calm at the moment, and everyone's just seems to be settling down. As I say that, in the background there, and a couple of GT cars going side by side through the chicane, but still at the moment GTE is still relatively close together, and I think everyone's just kind of just deciding to be sensible and wait until maybe the first set of pit stops and let the race pan out.
We're back with the GTEs, and speaking of GTE, I had confirmation of what the Obsidian penalty was for. It's a jump start, I'm afraid. They were leaders, of course, but you still can't go before you're allowed. There is a start zone, and you can't jump that. Unfortunately, that has led to them having a drive-through penalty, and so they are now down the order in this race now. A little bit wide for Verhoeven there in 4th place. He gets back onto the road without major problems in this battle for 3rd. German Sim Racing just up in front of them at the moment, trying to salvage a terrible season for them, I'm afraid, at least in the winter part of this, because they've only got 50 points. They were leading at the halfway stage of Watkins Glen, but couldn't get to the end of the race, couldn't even get to the halfway stage at Interlagos either. But they're running decently now on the defensive into the chicane, and no move obviously from Verhoeven. Is it? I suppose it's a little bit surprising to see defensive manoeuvres coming out this early on. We're only 12 laps in to a 1,000 kilometre race after all, and there's aggressive moves coming out already. Johnny Verhoeven right down the inside through the final corner, very sketchy. Free wide into turn 1 now with an LMP2. This is hard racing for only 10 minutes into this one.
Yeah, it's a bit early to be getting a bit feisty right now. So only 10 minutes in, but I think he just got a run, and he thought he could try and get up the inside heading into turn 1, but just couldn't get the move done and decides to back out of it. But yeah, very surprised that some of these drivers are getting aggressive already, as one of them kicks up that bit of dirt in the exit of the S's, as they've got the fiercely forward LMP2 car coming up to lap them, and they should get by them on the exit of the entry into the back straight here, as it looks like as it goes by now. So there's plenty of room to get by, but yeah, I'm the same as you, and I'm very surprised that some of these GT drivers are getting a bit feisty and getting the elbows out already.
It is quite early for that. Look at Verhoeven now. He's going to the inside line on the grass very nearly. My goodness, this really is aggression so early on. This is the battle for 3rd. German Sim Racing just up in front. T3 Motorsport Mariniti just behind, tried to get through. Very desperately tried to get through. So this is very interesting. Is there going to be a dive here? Possibly at turn 1 from Verhoeven. Not quite. Now Geodesic Racing have been invited to the party by the looks of things. They're currently in the 5th place as we see one of the GT3s make its way out of the pit lane. I think that might have been Vector RSR or Element Sim Racing, one of those two, because they've both been in the pit lane so early on in this race. But yeah, this is just costing them time. 3 seconds now up to the 2 leaders.
Yeah, and this is the thing that these guys have got to remember. It's basically an 8-hour race, but it's down as a 7-hour race. But yeah, these guys have got to recognise it's a long race. There's no need to get feisty or do anything silly at this stage of the race. And also, it's allowing the geodesic car behind them to close in and join in this battle as well. It's almost like the T3 or Minity cars rather, they've got to run, but has to go on the outside now. And yeah, is there going to be anything silly again? It looks like the Minity car might get. Can he get the move done on the outside? He does. Fantastic.
Yeah, on the outside line, finally just broke deep enough into the corner. If you can do that and hang yourself around the outside for the first part, then inside line for the second part, and you can normally hold on. That's what Mahoff was able to manage there, but he's going to have to go on the defensive once more into turn 1. Beauregard watches on. German Sim Racing tried to find their way around the outside this time around, but at turn 1 it's a lot bigger of an ask, and so now the T3 much put by Miniti car does indeed get through as Apex Tech Racing and Pedro Martins also comes into the pit lane. It might well be a drive-through as well, or some kind of penalty, not entirely sure at this stage. But in the end, yes, it was a good move from Mihoff, and he'll be very glad to see that German Sim Racing car behind him, because although it was a very feisty battle, and arguably too feisty battle for this early on in the race, it was also needed to get through, because he's clearly quicker at this stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think I'm just thinking, I wonder if the German Sim Racing Porsche is maybe running slightly, or maybe a little bit more downforce. It's costing them some straight line speed, or maybe got a little bit of damage, but still decides to go defensive slightly again, goes to the inside like it's bend again. So yeah, I thought he was going to outbrake himself and run into the Miniti BMW, but manages just to get it slowed down, but maybe just carrying slightly more rear wing.
Here we go, out over the start-finish line again. Beauregard this time on the offensive. Not making a move into turn 1. It would be a dive, and a rather unnecessary one as well, you might say, at this early stage in the race. Still only 15 laps into this one. 245 on the day. 1,000 kilometres around here at Road Atlanta, of course. To come. They're out onto the straight again and towards 6 and 7 for these GTEs. Further up front, RSR have got nearly 1 second lead over Team Hussingveld. That is Porsche versus Corvette. It's just extended a little bit actually due to GT3 traffic. Now the GTEs race really starts because they've got to overtake GT3s and get overtaken by LMP2s all at the same time, which well, you could argue is the most difficult job out of all of those out there on the grid today.
Yep, that's the thing with being a GT driver as well. You've got to, if you're in a battle, you've also got to keep an eye on the LMP2 cars coming through as well. So yeah, it takes up a lot of your focus and concentration for sure. But that's it. That's just part of multi-class racing. But at the moment, I'm still watching this battle between German Sim Racing and Alpine Geodesics. And as I say that, actually, the position has changed. 4th place is Geodesic, up into 4th place now in GTE.
Yeah, Beauregard has managed to find his way through. I think it must have been at the chicane again. Maybe the BMW has a little bit of an edge in a straight line compared to the Porsche. Not necessarily down the hill, because he's getting pushed constantly there through the S's section. So that was quite close, but there's no way you're going to make a move through that section, even if you wanted to. It's going to be it's quite tricky. So won't be doing that. German Sim Racing do have an opportunity to come back at Geodesic, but it's going to be difficult with that exit. And you can see, look at the traction and the exit that the BMW gets there. I think that kind of clears up to us why these BMWs are so good at getting these moves done into the chicane, because the slipstream starts to take effect around halfway down this straight, and we are gaining now on board with the Porsche, but we've got too much of a deficit because of the acceleration from that BMW out of the corner was very, very good. Yeah,
the traction from that BMW on the exit of slow speed corners is just brilliant. It it seems to be able to help them pull away ever so slightly. In that Porsche, I don't know why the German sim racing Porsche at least just seems to be. I don't know if it's tyre wear, if it's just the way the Porsche is around here, but it just seems to be on the back foot at the moment.
There's some more GT3 traffic for these guys to deal with now, and the LMP2s won't be too far away once again. We'll be on the back of these guys, and you've got to wait down the hill here at the S's as well, of course. No, that's not ideal for them. Out towards turn 6, and it's going to be a bit of a dive to make that work, but just about do it. I think that might be your favourite car right there, Brian, the Brushy Bachelor's Porsche. I think it could be.
Yeah, I like that car, and it's also a good team name as well. It's
Yes.
It's different, but in a good way. It's different. It's good to see people using different names, and that's probably my favourite in IVRA at the moment.
Yeah, it's one of the more unique ones. Of course, in action in the HyperX GT Sprint Series as well here at IVRA as well, of course. And back in action next Sunday. The Charlotte Roval, so that's going to be one to watch here on RaceSpot TV once more. A lot of racing on this next couple of weekends on RaceSpot TV. We go on board with Impulse Racing in their Lamborghini. Luka Wunsch has been under pressure for much of this stint now. Gruncutter just applying that, but I can't imagine. I know we've just seen a very fierce GTE battle, but I can't imagine there's going to be. And I heard a bit of clutch actually from somebody. You'd imagine in this situation, the Impulse Racing Lamborghini would be very sensible to just stay behind at this stage to save a bit of fuel, and it's early on in the race, so it's a much better idea. You could argue, but he's not listening because he goes straight to the inside, maybe trying to take the lead into turn number 1. He's on a tight line, side by side around the outside for Beniti, getting caught up on that curb. They're still side by side. Surely they're going to have to sort themselves out before the S's, but they don't. Just about given enough room. And Luka Wunsch holds on, so maybe these two are going to fight a little bit harder than necessary for this position.
Yeah, I thought the Impulse car was after a gear. I thought they would have stayed behind and done a bit of fuel saving, but it looks like as soon as they got the run going over the start finish line, they decided, nope, I've got the run, I'm going for it, and the Maniti car was a bit late. Oh, as the Impulse car runs wide onto the grass.
Yeah, absolutely. That could have ended up badly. As we go back to them, yeah, here it is. The battle for second is given the Alpine Stars Geodesic team a very big lead, actually. Syandra applying the pressure right now, and this will help him. The ebbs and flows of traffic coming into effect one more, and giving that team a 5-second lead, of course, and giving Syandra the opportunity here, possibly, to go for second. It's been a very good start from him.
Yeah, it's been a good start, and at the moment it's they've not had any issues so far at the moment. They hopefully have not jinxed that, but still, yeah, it's good to see them running well at the moment. And I think Sai at this stage of the race, sitting in third place, and maybe just deciding at the moment to just do a bit of fuel saving. Knowing Sai, he probably is fuel saving, but as I say that, he's got the run on the Pure Sims Esports car heading down the back straight. Is he going to go for the run? Yeah, he's going to go for the run and try and attempt to move up the inside into the chicane. And I think if I was Pure Sims Esport, maybe just back out of it and save some fuel. Yeah, and if that's what they say, that's the back out of it. So Syandra up into second place. Yeah,
really good start from Syandra at this stage. It was not certainly on the front row for qualifying. I think he qualified 4th and has been climbing ever since in that satellite racing car. As we go back to the GTEs, the lead battle indeed. Now this is where it gets really interesting. Here's the leader in LMP2 at the bottom of your screen as well, and we're deep in GT3 traffic now for these GTEs, so it's going to be a bit of a minefield for everybody. Where does Munoz go here? Because they're 3 wide in front of him. He's trying to go every which way, but he can't at this stage. Has to go around the outside of that kind of fluorescent blue Lamborghini, if that's a word, or if that's a thing. That's a colour, but yes, Munoz gets his way through these GT3 cars and the GTEs. Does a very good job of it indeed. But yes, this is going to be the problem throughout the entirety of the day. Traffic, of course. He's got a 6-second lead, very good lead early on in this one. Of course, he will have been helped by those battling behind, but because of this kind of stuff going on. But it's still impressive to see someone manage that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sean Campbell is a name I recognise from other leagues at the moment, and or other leagues in general. He's really quick and can be a bit aggressive, but he's a very quick driver and more capable of getting a good result. Doing a good job in class at the moment, and he's got not a big lead, but he's got a comfortable margin at the moment.
He has. This is the trio battling over second. Jamie Conway has also been climbing since the start of this race in the Apex Tech Racing LMP2. Climbs over the curb, try and get the best exit possible. Might even have a go on the Pure Sims car here, because he's done he's almost pushing the LMP2 in front down the straight into 6 and into 7. They're closing on the GTE leaders, who have been split apart briefly by this traffic as well. Team Hoistingveld 1.3 seconds down on Sean Campbell. Run out onto the back straight. There's going to be a lot of slipstream here, and Jamie Conway looks like he wants to get through. Daniel Craft is going to have his work cut out here. Inside line, oh, maybe through the middle. Nearly 3 wide, but deciding for this early on in the race, it's not a particularly good idea. We can welcome Lorenzo Bonda back to this broadcast, by the way, which is good to hear. Lorenzo, welcome back. It's been fairly chaotic opening to this race, but no multi-class traffic incidents just yet, which certainly I was expecting to see, maybe 1 or 2 by this stage, but we really have excuse me, we really haven't had that so far, and it's been a very enjoyable race. We've got nice battles set up everywhere, as you'd expect to see.
And that's nice to see. No major incidents between the slower and the faster cars, which is something that if we keep going for the 245 laps that we have programmed will be excellent. Other than that, I have a story which I will cut very short. Ladies and gentlemen, if you guys have a car on the slope and the handbrake doesn't work, make sure you guys set to the reverse gear off the slope that you're actually stationed in. If it is downwards, set to the rear gear. If it is upwards, go into first gear. Sometimes it works.
It's helpful. As we see down the inside for Jamie Conway, and yeah, there it is. Daniel Craft can't do anything to keep him behind. Conway straight through on the inside line there at the chicane. And yes, straight through at the end of lap 23. They're reeling them off quite quickly, and we're nearly half an hour into this one already, miraculously, which means just over 10 minutes until we're going to see LMP2 pit stops here, Ryan. It's got to be pretty shortly that we will be seeing those pit stops start to happen. No tyres expected to be taken on, but it gives us an idea of maybe what the fuel limit of these guys actually is, and what kind of strategy we're looking at today. Because, as you said earlier, we could well be on the limit with the fuel.
I would say that probably the front runners in LMP2 at least will probably, or LMP2 in general, will probably take this fuel only at the first pit stop. As for GTE and GT3, you might see some drivers take tyres. As it looks like we've got a change of position going on. I nearly ended up in a bit of contact there between the Miniti and the Impulse GT3 cars, but luckily both of them managed to survive. But boy, these two teams have been going at it for quite a few laps now, and I'm amazed that it's not ended up in contact.
Well, they are keeping things clean for the moment. It is allowing everybody behind to catch up a little bit, has to be said. Basically forward and Taylor Lane currently into the pit lane, by the way, which is a bit of a surprise to see so early on in this race. But yes, T3 Motorsport by Miniti battling with Impulse. Then we got German Sim Racing, Geodesic and Pure Sims all catching behind because of this now. So yeah, they might want to just leave it alone a little bit on the battling for a couple of laps. As we go and you saw there the Pure Sims car having to get on the brakes because they weren't quite sure that they weren't going to get clattered into there by the BMW. So that was a scary moment, but fortunately didn't happen. And Delta Sport as well, just having to watch themselves. We go down the back straight now with these LMP2s, and Lorenzo, this battle looks like it's really between two cars that are falling back. Pure Sims and Delta Sport qualified so well, but they're not getting off to a great start in this race.
Impressive to see they're not getting the best result into it. Job back first car started third place. The second car started second place. So, you know, the biggest problem right here in this track is battling traffic, and I think this is what Alpine Stars, the geodesic car, that whenever, if you are in pole position, that's what kind of gives you a little bit of leeway on the other cars, because you can kind of set where you want to overtake and avoid losing time. Those who are behind you, it's a 50-50, so fully expected to see the Alpine Stars break away a little bit, but I did not imagine for this near end of the first stint that much by 7 seconds.
Yeah, I was. I'm a little bit surprised as well to see actually nearly 10 seconds now for the lead, for the overall leader. Jaden Munoz is driving very, very well. He's racing out to a big, big lead at this stage, both overall and indeed in LMP2. Clouds are just coming over as well here at the moment. It's getting a little bit more overcast, so it won't be increasing the track temperatures any further, you would imagine, and it will be getting down towards the evening as well before long. So we'll see how that affects things. Speaking of Alpine Stars Geodesic, currently leading, but in GTE currently 4th, and being hounded by German Sim Racing. They worked quite hard to get through on this 167 Porsche, but now eventually they're coming under pressure from it. The Porsche, good straight line speed towards the end of the straight, but lifting off and clutching in and fuel saving, which is not something you've seen too much of so far, Ryan, but it's good to see that some people are still willing to go for that strategy as opposed to all-out battling, which is what we've had so far.
Yeah, some of these teams up at the front in the GT have been having a hard fight and getting quite aggressive at times, but German Sim Racing, I think, have realised that there's no point getting too aggressive, and it's probably best just to fuel save and do some clutching as well, like you noted. So at the moment they're staying that slipstream of the geodesic car, but I think I wouldn't be surprised if that German Sim Racing car, if it gets a good run on that back straight, it tries to go for the move.
It's a very big possibility at this stage. Looking back from the BMW at the moment, Ricoeur really not been able to keep pace with the T3 Motorsport by Maniti BMW. Currently in 3rd place, but 2 seconds ahead of this battling duo here. See as they go down the back straight, is there going to be a move, or is it going to be more clutching in and fuel saving? I expect it to be the latter, really, from German Sim Racing, and indeed it is. Coming down towards the chicane. As I mentioned, Lorenzo, the track is it's clouding over this circuit at the moment, so the sun not beating down on it too hard anymore. However, these track temperatures aren't going to completely disintegrate, are they? It's going to take a while for that to get worse, and indeed you can still see the sun poking through as it is right now at some areas of the circuit. So the tyre worries for everybody are not going to be over.
No, it's not. I think the tire worry should be over by hour 3, with my initial estimates. Because right now, 37 degrees on track is still slightly warm as we see cars going to turn number 6. The biggest problem, in my opinion, is how you navigate through the car itself. How you push your tires way too much, even with cold weather. This track, because you might go aggressively on the steering, so you can try to get an early turn in, might be enough for you to say maybe lose a percentage and a half just with the turn in. Oh, that's
the leader, GT3 leader off the road. Luca Montini kept it out the wall. I think he just about has done, but that was a very big moment for the GT3 leader, and not only have they lost the lead, but they've lost second as well. Bunks gets out of the way of someone else. Let's see how it happened. Through turn 1, the fiercely forward LMP2 was diving down the inside of the Impulse Lamborghini, so wouldn't expect that to have disturbed Bunks in any way. There was nowhere near any contact. He's just gone far too hot into turn 1 here. Does he hit the wall? No. He does a good job actually there, Ryan, to keep it out the wall, but a huge moment, and drops down to 4th position in that former leading car.
Yeah, he just went in too hot and he missed his turning point ever so slightly. But I think as soon as he saw that wall head coming up towards him, I think he might have required a change of underpants after that.
Certainly a big moment as Satellite Racing come into the pit lane. Only 35 minutes less than that into this race, Lorenzo. Are they going for something different here, or is this on strategy expected as we saw at the start of the day?
Interesting for me. I expected 40 minutes of pit stops right here, right on that margin. But I'll be very honest. If there's a guy that likes to make really off strategies or off-putting strategies for us commentators to ball on its side, so I wouldn't be surprised if that's for them on pace strategy, but for us commentators is a little bit of a fuzz in the head.
Yeah, I suppose 245 divides into just over 30, doesn't it? I suppose so. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure on this one. It's especially it's always confusing when somebody on their own comes down on pit lane. If multiple people were doing this at only 35 minutes, it'd be a little bit more understandable and a bit easier to get your head around. But it's not turned out that way. 5-Star Motorsport also into the pit lane now after only 30 laps in this race, and still only just over 35 minutes, of course. So yeah, some early pit stops coming in for some of these guys. I guess it somewhat depends how much fuel you've saved and what you've got left at this stage, but it is a bit of a surprise to see. And of course, the potential for safety cars here today can throw everything up into the air and wipe everything away, basically. But if you'd have confidence, in anybody here, Ryan, to come in early and make the right call, it would be Sandro and Satellite Racing Team. It's it's something that we do see them do on occasion.
Yeah, Sai's got plenty of experience with regards to strategy and making it work. And yeah, we saw, I think it was the IVRA endurance race at Barcelona, we saw that Satellite were able to, in the closing stages, they were able to make that fuel stretch out longer than we expected. And in the end, it worked out with them winning the race. But just as they crossed the line at the time, they started splattering and running out of fuel.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's see how it works out, because it's difficult. Stefan Slacker also doing some maths behind the scenes as well. By the way, you'll be hearing from him in a couple of hours' time. He'll be joining the broadcast with Jonathan Burke, I believe, for the finale of this race and indeed of this season. So it certainly makes sense to him, but we'll see how it goes on. As I mentioned, though, you'd have confidence in Sandra to be able to do this sort of thing. But wait to see when the rest of them come in. Are they just going to run these tanks dry, possibly the rest of them, and just pit it at that point? Wait and see. As we go on board with Joey Petrig of Element Sim Racing, and indeed the leader does come in now after 32 laps in this race. Yana Munoz is in, Jamie Conway is in, Daniel Kraft is in. So very much seems like at this point, Lorenzo, it's time to come in. Delta Sport following as well. So this very much seems to be the limit.
Yeah, it's right about 30 to 40 minutes in this race, so fully expected to see the majority of the LMPs. Element has been one of those to try to stick it out one lap longer. It's completely doable. So it's going to be basically, I think, a race where the yellow flag will matter. I think that's why Sai, and I think Sai have done this before. He's done this in prior races, where he kind of counted with the yellow flag to try to make up the ground necessary. So expect maybe late race drama depending on how the strategies pan out over here, but it's right on the margin for the LMPs.
Yeah, a couple of Element Sim Racing, as you say, the only team to not have pitted so far in this race, and they're just willing to run this one out a little bit longer. No tyres expected to be taken on by anyone at this stage, and indeed that is ringing true for all of those in the LMP2 category. Expecting to see everybody leave at roughly the same point, although Satellite Racing have taken on a little bit less in terms of the pit stop there, about 3 seconds shorter than Apex Tech Racing's, which has given them a small advantage, and so that battle will continue as Element Sim Racing give up that lead now after one lap of enjoying that. They'll be into the lead now. Well, they'll be into the pits now and losing the lead and back to where they were before, handing the lead back over to Jaden Munoz in this one. and Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, who are still leading by a fair amount after one stint in this race. So yeah, everybody's kind of set their fuel strategy up from here on in. Ryan, it's good to see, and yeah, we're settling in now for this race. We'll see how long this first green flag run is really, because as we saw at Watkins Glen, for example, and into Lagos, where the whole race went green, very long green flag runs to start off those races. Is that trend going to continue here at the finale?
You never know, it's a possibility, but yeah, Road Atlanta is one of those tracks that can throw up unpredictability, and yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there was a safety car at some point. Not saying it, I hope there is a safety car, but Road Atlanta, that's with it being such a tight track, and like we saw with the Miniti car going off in turn 1, accidents can happen.
Yeah, they can indeed. But back straight, Apex Tech Racing on the defensive here, Satellite Racing on the offensive, running down towards the chicane, the best overtaking opportunity, but there's car limps in between, and there's traffic as well to deal with, and so they are not going to be switching positions at all. Just interesting on Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing, by the way, they're third at the moment in the standings for the winter season, and they'll be looking to take the championship, of course, but they're 67 points behind Pure Sims Esports in this one, so that is a big points margin here, Lorenzo, but you never know, and they're doing all they can at this stage to try and clinch this championship. They've lost points, but by winning at the halfway stage and the end of the race, of course, they're giving themselves the best possible opportunity to maybe spring a surprise on the final race.
But it still would take a little bit of an effort to try to actually win this championship. 37 points, 67 points behind the leader, and the Pure Sims team is a little bit complicated for you to make up the ground necessary. It all depends on where Pure Sims is, so all the placing mathematics have to go into the way. So, of course, chunky, eating every single point is important, but I do believe realistically, I do think it is a two-car battle between RSO and Pure Sims. Alpine, it will take something drastic, drastic from both teams ahead of them to actually make up the ground necessary and contend for the winter championship.
It certainly will. We look at this battle between Pure Sims and T3 Motorsport by Miniti and GT3 now. Of course, Luca Munch, who's at the front of this train, third place, made that mistake through turn 1 off the road and had a trip through the grass, but he's back onto it now and trying to himself hold on to a championship lead, currently being slashed into by Impulse Racing. The best possible thing that could have happened for Impulse, really. But the GT3 Pro Championship is very close indeed. These are the kind of mistakes you don't need, Ryan, when you're trying to defend a championship lead from these guys here, Impulse Racing. And this is exactly what you need to do as runner-up in the championship. Take the opportunities that are presented to you, and that's exactly what is happening at the moment.
Yeah, that Impulse car pretty much pounced on the opportunity to take the lead, and yeah, they're just keeping out of trouble at the moment, and they're doing what they need to do, but still got a long way to go in this race. But at the moment, they're doing a good job, and hopefully they can stay out at the moment. But with Atlanta, what we saw so far in the race, they can throw up several hiccups, and the drivers doing silly incidents.
Yeah, it's always possible. Geodesic very close to the back of the Lamborghini there, as we go on board to another close battle. A little bit further down though, just for 16th in the GT3s, and Virtual Motorsport in the Pro category trying to get through on one of the AMs. I think that is Torque Freak Racing, quite possibly. Could be wrong, probably am, but there we are. These are the leaders in the GT3 AM category. The Archer Brothers, second place in GT3 AM. Oh, they are, well, they were second, now they are first. T3 Motorsport by Miniti all of a sudden are 5 seconds behind. So I'm not entirely sure what happened there. But the Mercedes has dropped back quite drastically here Lorenzo, and it's second place in the Pro-Am category.
But remember when I said I wouldn't be surprised if the Mercedes falls back because of the tired thread? So it's something like that. The Mercedes has been historically bad with tires. I think the only track, and this is the funny part of my chatter, is the only track that it isn't as bad as we might have think initially is actually the Nordschleife. But other than that, it will degrade more than the other cars and try to make up the ground necessary to stabilize the loss during especially hot stints. It's going to be tricky for that 378 car. I think Satellite got overtaken about E3 in the GT3 AM class. Apparently they had a mistake with traffic.
Absolutely. At this stage, back for third, still on your screens, the GT3 Pro battle. Just about 45 minutes into this one, and then we'll be soon seeing the pit stops for these guys, of course, at a very similar time to when we'll see the GTEs come on down pit lane. But that is still a little bit of time away just yet. These guys still got to figure themselves out for the rest of this stint. And then what are we going to see? Because it's all a bit of a tyre game here, Ryan. One stop at one single stinting, double stinting, maybe even two tyres. Who knows? Although unlikely as that is, it's going to be. This race is going to change certainly through this pit stop cycle because of what I just mentioned. Who's going to take on tyres, who isn't, and the same is going to apply to the next LMP2 round of pit stops as well, really. Because after the first stint, it starts to become a little bit less obvious as to what the right strategy is.
Yeah, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if some teams decide to take a full set of the new tyres, or maybe some teams might try and just change two tyres, possibly in the rear. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what sort of strategy some of these teams go with. I think, and also if some of these teams decide to do a driver swap, or maybe try and make their drivers go as long as possible. Maybe try and even do a triple stint.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It could be possible if you need the points, of course. We saw this at the Club Sport race a couple of weeks ago. The differing strategies to try and get those halfway points could become very important.
RSO. I saw them off track just on T11.
Ah, yes. RSO have dropped back. They're nearly 12 seconds down on 6th place, which is a long way back for them. 2nd place in the Winter Series season championship, by the way. So not good news for them. It's not been a good race for them so far. Mats Husfeldt not quite at his best at qualifying that he's been so good at. He still did enough to get the GSI Prime Velocity Award for the qualifying results in this championship by 99 thousandths of a second. But the Team RSO car in 7th place looks like it might just have been off in the last couple of moments. We'll see where, but it will see what happened to them in a few moments' time, hopefully. Meanwhile, the GT battle for 4th continues on between Geodesic and German Sim Racing. Here, Brian, German Sim Racing have been falling back a little bit, I think it's fair to say, in recent laps, and they're continuing to do so just at the minute.
Yeah, I'm stuck. Oh, the spin round! They managed to save it through the S's. Oh, what a save!
Well, that was quite a moment. I know we've got a couple of things to go back and watch, but yeah, German Sim Racing very nearly coming unstuck there. Let's have a look at what happened. This is what happens when traffic down the S's are clipping on the grass there, Lorenzo, ever so slightly. Not really down to the traffic almost. I think it was almost a slight bit of distraction, but the LMP2 didn't do anything wrong, and
nope.
It was a good save in the end.
Yeah, it was a solid save. I think everybody else, props to them for slowing down a little bit, lifting off the gas, and seeing where the GTE was actually going to end up where. But yeah, don't clip the grass, people. Grass is lava.
Yeah, as we've just seen. Now, 3 wide moment into the chicane. Is this why Team RSO have managed to find themselves so far down? Oh, late braking. Very late braking, and too late, I'm afraid. Off into the gravel, off into the grass. and that has costed them some time. It really is a shame to see for RSO here, Ryan, because, as I mentioned, second place in the winter season coming into today. They've had some great performances so far. A first and a second. You know, you would not expect this kind of performance from that team, but they're currently 7th and 13 seconds down on 6th position. It really is a surprise.
Yeah, they've had the pace and they've been up there at times, but it's just it just seems to go wrong. Just seems to go horribly wrong for them, and when they don't need it. And yeah, I was talking about German sim races as well, and that horse. They were up there at the start of the race in the early stages, but as the races went on so far, they've just ended up dropping back. So I don't know if they're struggling with tyre wear, if it's a setup issue, or maybe the track conditions not suiting their setup. But it's a bit strange to see them falling back and just pretty much being nowhere.
They are almost nowhere at this stage. More traffic for the GTE leaders, who are slowly coming closer together. RSR versus Huisingveld at the moment, 1 and 2. 1.1 seconds between them, with Johnny Bohoff in third, closing on them ever so slightly, but not really making any significant inroads for the moment. Yeah, just would like a little bit more maybe from him, but for now, it's the lead for RSR by butt kicker. Not been a great opening to the winter season, I'm afraid, for them. They've been down the order, but they're now right up towards the front and doing very well indeed in their Porsche. I'm sure Sean Campbell is helping with that, but quite a lot, but he obviously can't do it on his own. Got to get more teammates in the car in the near future, of course. And that is when we're really going to get a true taste, Lorenzo, of who is going to win this race. We're looking at all these drivers like Jen Munoz at the moment, Sean Campbell, who leading their categories, but if they haven't got the teammates to back them up, of course, throughout the course of the race, then they're not going to be anywhere by the end of the day.
Yeah, but of course you mentioned Jaden Munoz, butchering names, would have known. But Alpine Stars has Graham Sanders. We saw Graham have a battle with Delta Sport all the way down to the final laps at Watkins Glen. Probably one of the most nail-biting finishes we saw at IVRA in quite a while. Then Satellite has Adam Crane, the IndyCar champion, multiple IndyCar champion. So someone who knows LMP2s as well, knows these kind of cars. So going to be a really good driver. And then Pearsons have Daniel Kraft and has Paulo Munoz, Stanley Deslandes and Daniel Sabo, which might be like a third driver or an engineer for the team. Sometimes it does happen to have some engineers in the team, but seeing that lineup is being very solid as well. So some of the teams can make up the difference with the second driver, most surely.
There's no weak teams around here. There's no doubt about that. You see a bit of a lock-up from Campbell into the chicane, and the GT3s with ABS there, really going very deep into the corner and getting very close to the back of the GTE. Up to the straight again, and that has closed the margin between RSR and Huisingveld. Not sure if that is a battle sandwiching the two of them at the moment, but it's certainly a close couple of GT3 cars, which is not helpful whether they're battling or not. This one. And there is another GT3 just up in front. This is exactly why, Brian, we say that some people would argue GTEs have the most difficult job of anyone, because they've got to get through on these GTEs while battling with themselves, and there'll be some LMP2s on the back of them soon for them to let past. You can see the RSO car, I think that was in the distance, so they really do have to have their eyes everywhere.
Yeah, pretty much. You've got to be very heads up, keep up your focus and your concentration when you're in a battle, but also got to be heads up and keep your attention sharp for LMP2 cars coming through. As one of the LMP2 cars, so it clips the Impulse Racing Lamborghini heading across the start-finish line, but luckily just manages to get by, and that was a good demonstration as well of the speed difference between the GT cars as well, and the LMP2 drivers have got to keep their focus up as well, so that they don't do anything like clip a GT car.
Yes, never helpful. No then, Sandra still second, over 10 seconds behind the leader, Jaden Munoz, but far more pressingly, he's got less than a second to Jamie Conway in the Apex Tech Racing LMP2 just behind. These two are about halfway through their stint at this stage, as we see our first GT car come down pit lane. It's Obsidian Racing, and they're going to be very disappointed with their opening stint here, Lorenzo, because a drive-through penalty for jumping the start in this one has set them back quite dramatically. They're now, I think they came in well in 6th position. They're going to drop down to last, but first pit stops of the day coming in for the GTs, 55 minutes nearly into this race, so we're very much at an expected distance for them as well.
Yeah, right on the margin. But to be very honest with you, even it's if they have to go for something that to contest on the championship, they have to go for something like that. You know, pit early, try to get the jump on some of the other teams. You know, you lost ground. It happens. As I see a GT3 off track, that's Westwood Racing Esports that is off track on my timing screen. But other than that, they have to try something different. They cannot contend with being comfortable where they at, and they have to do something that might bring him into the fray as everybody else in the GT goes into pit.
Yeah, we said earlier, Ryan, when it happened that they've got a long time to recover from this as GSI try and make things 3 wide almost coming up towards the S's. What's happened to Delta Sport here? Jakob Verdaka is now down to 5th. And this, I don't think this replay was on purpose. So we'll this. Yeah, either way, this is the right lap, we believe. Here we go. What's going to... bit of a body check on one of the Pro-Am GT3 cars. Tim Spesser in Westwood Racing Esports. Not great to see there, Lorenzo. Delta Sport could land themselves in a little bit of trouble for that.
They could. I think the camera angle doesn't do Delta Sport any favors right there. I think they were side by side, and it is a blind crash to the right hand side, so you kind of have to commit into it. So I would have to look at it again and see if Delta Sport was just being too aggressive, or they already had the overlap going into the turn.
Yeah, it's difficult to tell even from the right camera angle. It's one of those 50-50s really. Oh, Conway! Oh, he's off the road, is he? He is. Oh, down at turn 7. Turn 6 there very much leads into 7 very easily, and if you go too wide through the first point, you're going to find yourself flying off at the second there, Ryan, and that's exactly what happened to Conway. He's just done a lot of hard work.
Yeah, he pretty much has, and I think when he went offline, I think he might have got on the marbles as well, and he's pretty much a passenger. So, good heads-up driving by him as well. He didn't try and fight the car, otherwise he would have ran wide again and possibly clipped walls. Just in front of him, another bunch of GTE cars are diving into the pits.
Yeah, absolutely, but not the Corvette. The Team Huyseveld Corvette able to stay out a little bit longer than the rest, by the looks of things. That's Jansen Kowski at this stage, the only driver to not come in at this stage from the GTEs. The GT3s also start to come in, so it's getting very busy down in pit lane. And we're not awfully far away from LMP2's pitting as well, so it's all very busy at the moment. But is that a big surprise, Lorenzo, to see Huyseveld staying out a little bit longer? I mean, the only Corvette in the field, so is that why they're able to stay out that little bit longer? Or is this purely a Huyseveld thing as they do finally come in now after stretching this stint 1 lap further than everybody else?
No, I do think it is a Team Huyseveld thing. I think they've done this at Interlagos, try to go a lap extra, of course. This is a track that favors them a little bit more than the other tracks. You're relying on draft and pace, and the turbo engine on the Corvette, I think, makes up the ground a little bit in comparison to the BMW and the Porsche. So as we see Puff's boat from, I think that was the RXR by Buckkicker car going into T10 right there. But other than that, very solid stint from Jansen Kowski and the 148.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got some tyre changes for some, but not for others in GT. By the way, that off-track moment, I think, was for the Phoenix Racing LMP2, as we see tyre changes as well in GT3. Before those GT3 pit stops do cycle themselves through, though, let's just see who has taken the tyres or not in the GTE category. At the moment, RSR by Buckkicker have not. but Huysingveld will take tyres. So will T3 Motorsport by Beniti, Geodesic, Team RSO and Phoenix Racing. So all of those have taken tyres, but the rest I didn't mention haven't. Obsidian Racing, interestingly, right, have only had 34 seconds worth of a pit stop there, so presumably not only have they not taken tyres, but they've actually not taken some of the fuel as well. Lorenzo said about throwing the dice a few moments ago. Well, they really are doing that at the moment. Second place now.
Yeah, I was about to say that was a quick pit stop, and 34 seconds. It sounds like they've not taken a full tank. They've run their fuel slightly just to possibly try and gain the track position.
Yeah, it's just what we saw in the Club Sport finale a couple of weeks ago. These guys need the points, and so they'll do almost anything to get them, really. The GT3s have all come in as well. 5-Star Motorsport have had a bit of a shorter pit stop there. Adam Isaacson's done a good job, and he's into second place after only an hour, starting a little bit further down. Lipa Esports likewise taking a bit of a shorter pit stop. G3 Motorsport by Maniti's Alex Bennett is now in that car. He's taken tyres, along with Miguel Vigo and Geodesic Racing. Yeah, this race now really all over the place here, Lorenzo, and it's hardly surprising to see. What it has allowed us to do, though, is enjoy this 3-car leading battle for the lead in GT3. Impulse, 5-Star and German Sim Racing all now closed right up together by the looks of things. Adam Isaacson, not surprising to see him take a short pit stop to get himself into this position.
Yeah, but unfortunately he's going to break off. There is a GSR overtaking a GSR, or overlapping the GSR, so he's going to break a little bit more than probably the green and GT3 car probably would have won it. But other than that, really good battle between all three of them. Pit stops, that's the funny part. Pit stops are kind of like in the all-round range, 42 seconds for 5-star, so maybe under fueling and probably 2 tires in the car, and the guys up ahead in the Impulse might have gone nearly full service. So the different things are interesting to see. Information from the paddock. I got it. Just to let you guys know. Apparently, the Alpine Stars LMP has damage on the front, on the nose, and is slowing down.
They have been losing time dramatically. Their lead has been halved in the last 10 laps or so. And yeah, exactly. That is the explanation for it. Damage to the nose of the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team. It's not all about pace, Ryan, of course. We talked about traffic all day. We talked about keeping your nose clean, and this is exactly why.
Yep, absolutely, and that's the thing with Road Atlanta as well. Some of the curves look like they wouldn't give the car damage, but you could still get a relatively or a little bit of a floor damage, and that around here can cost you a little bit of time. And not something that you want around here, but it's just the way this car is. Sometimes if you take too much curb or if you're too aggressive, it can come back to bite you. And unfortunately, this car's finding that out. But they're still going at the moment, but I think it's not something they need at this stage of the race.
Yeah, it's fine margins. I think it might just be to the front right of the car. As we look at it, is that wheel sticking out a bit more than it should be? I think so. It's as I say though, Lorenzo, fine margin is so small damage, but it's having a dramatic effect at the moment.
It does, because this car is heavily dependent on drag. And that's the funny bit, to be very honest, because we often mention that this car is a tank. Like, yeah. It's not even funny. You can hit this car 300 kilometers per hour, let's just say, at a certain French track. No problem at all. Like, the car is basically brand new. You hit it on the front right or the front left, it becomes really delicate. And because you have these front flaps, upper flaps in the car, it becomes a little bit challenging. I just saw Jaden. I thought I was going to kill him, but he stays alive on track, but he's losing so much ground aside.
He certainly is. This is really bad news for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. As we said earlier, they are doing everything they can today to try and get this championship away from Pure Sims. But at the moment, it is all falling into the hands of the 16 team, with their 2 closest rivals having bad luck throughout the day. Team RSO currently 7th, and now the leaders with damage. Is it worth I mean, they're losing so much time here, Ryan. Is it not worth pitting maybe a little bit early in a couple of laps, getting that damage repaired, and then you can kind of get on with your day? Because it's hurting them so much at the minute.
I think I don't know. It depends how long are they into their stint at the moment. I think that they can't be that long into it, but I would say if you're halfway through the stint, I would say it's about 22 laps they're in. I've just been told. So I think it might be worth diving into the pits now and trying to fix as much of that damage as possible and not lose too much time because he's
off again.
Oh,
My goodness.
boy.
He's just about held it going straight at least, but he's surely going to lose the lead here soon. Syandra right on the back of him now nearly. He's going to be very close indeed. We're hearing that it's around about 20 seconds in terms of damage repair for Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing. And of course, if we take, if they can do about 32 laps and we think there's six stints remaining in the race, then surely they can come in around about now and still make it. Even having a little bit long stints, but still, I think it might be worth it. But they're deciding to stay out and just deal with this here at the moment. It can't be long until they are overtaken. You can already see the straight line speed that they're losing on the front straight. You can see the downforce they're losing through the corners. It's only a matter of time here, Lorenzo.
Yeah, it's only a matter of when and where than if. There is an upside for them, though, and I'll be very blunt with this. The biggest problem with this car is if you have a front right or front damage, flap damage, you get major understeer in this car. So you have to be highly aggressive on the wheel to try to get the turn in and then make up the ground with because you're going to have a deceleration disadvantage than the other cars. But because you have Satellite, who might just overtake you right here, right now, try to hang back as best as you can for maybe 3-4 laps and then pit.
Yeah, there it is. New leader, Satellite Racing. Slam dunk, really, straight down the inside at the final chicane. And no arguments at all from Jaden Munoz. Because what can he do at this stage? His car is damaged. He is falling back quickly. And watch this gap open very quickly as well, almost as quickly as it closed. There's not a lot he can do at this stage. Nearly 60 laps into this one now. Pit stops are on the horizon, especially for Satellite Racing, who are trying something a little bit different to those around them. But change for the lead. Not a big surprise. And look at how small the margins are behind as well. They're going to get overtaken quite quickly by a number of cars. Here, Geodesic Racing, only 2.5 seconds back to Apex Tech Racing. Pure Sims are almost right behind them. Less than 3 seconds to Delta Sport. It could be quite a demoralising few minutes here for them, Brian.
It will be, and I think if you're Munoz at the moment, you must be feeling frustrated after having a good first stint of the race and having a good start, but to have that damage and just be losing so much time, it just must be frustrating. And I think I'm just watching the language of Munoz as well, just the way he's throwing that car around. I can tell he's trying. I can understand he wants to try and keep up the pace and try and not lose too much time. But if I was him and I was the team, I would be saying get into the pits and right now and try and fix as much of that damage as possible. Because at the moment he's just losing too much time, and not too far behind now is the Apex Racing Tech team.
Yeah, they are not too far behind at all. We did briefly see those GT3s, by the way. Adam Isaacson is now the leader after German Sim Racing came out in the lead. They were being hounded by Isaacson and Grunkotter as well of Impulse Racing, excuse me. And then German Sim Racing have been overtaken by those two cars, leaving the Swedish driver out in front right now to nearly a 1 second lead ahead of his fellow Lamborghinis. These guys have not taken tyres though, by the way. The first car that has is a T3 Motorsport by Maniti car that was previously driven by Luca Wunsch and of course in qualifying, but now it's Alex Bennett who's now driving that car, trying to chase those guys down. There's a big disparity in pit stop times here, Lorenzo. Does this indicate that some of these guys have actually taken on 2 tyres possibly? 55, 57 second pit stops. Does that indicate 2 tyres to us? And the likes of Isaacson with nearer to 40 seconds has presumably taken on none.
Something like that, yeah. Like I said, the new tire meta is 2 tires, believe it or not. I'm trying to remember the race. I think it was actually Glenn of all races. It wasn't in IVRA, it was in another league, where the 4-tire strategy was actually worse than the 2-tire strategy. Some unknown reason, I really don't know. Don't at me, just I saw the delta in terms of laps and I got that from the GT3 cars. But other than that, I think for 5-star, it is a scenario just like Obsidian. They have to try something different, especially given the fact they started at last place in the GT3. So making up that ground with the pit stop, I think, was really good for them. I don't know if it damages them on the long run, that strategy, but it's something that, hey, take the chances now rather than later.
Yeah, we'll wait and find out on that one. We see the battle for second. Who would have thought this about 15 laps ago? Stars Geodesic Racing had a 10-second lead with Jeremy Munoz really rocketing out front, but now all of a sudden he's under pressure from Jamie Conway in a big way. And to turn 1 is not going to be the move for Apex Tech Racing, but it's surely going to be sooner rather than later. Going down the S's is not a great place to have to make a move either. So he's going to be staying behind just for the moment. Who has the ability to slip through on the traffic, does Munoz. But that car is damaged and it is understeering. We've seen it running a couple of times a little bit wide from where it should be. And you can be sure that's still hurting him at the minute. Down the inside, you see he couldn't quite turn to the right hand side there enough to get down the inside into 7 on that Kazawa Sim Racing Lamborghini. He had to just wait behind. And now into the back straight. He's got past a few more cars, but there were 4 cars in that shot. 3 of them surely are going to overtake Geodesic very soon here, Ryan. It is only a matter of time. As we said with Satellite Racing, it's going to be a matter of time here.
Yeah, I think the car behind them is going to get a run down the home straight. I think, well, I thought they were going to get a run down the home straight, but they're not close enough. I think the back straight, a change of position on the back straight is going to happen, and Munoz, I think, at this time must be absolutely fuming now. If I was him, I would just be asking him, is it worth coming in now and getting it down his fixes? You look at the gap now, it just comes down dramatically, and he gets held up through the S's behind the Maniti Porsche, and there's nothing he can really do.
Yeah, that Maniti Porsche did not want to shift there. They really do need to make up time. Well, they've got new tyres on the car, that's why. But Apex Tech Racing do indeed get up into second place. Jamie Conway straight through there on Munoz. There was no argument really, and it's going to be a similar situation for Daniel Kraft surely. Although the slipstream that Geodesic will be getting might help them along a little bit here to defend into the chicane, but still might not be enough. There it is, the straight line speed even in the slipstream is not as good as Kraft running out on his own. Down the inside into the final chicane he goes, and that's 2 positions in the space of very few seconds here. Geodesic getting shoved down a little bit further. We might though, Lorenzo, have a little bit of light, or be able to shine a little bit of light on what the strategy is for Geodesic Racing onwards from here.
Yeah, because I was having conversation with people in the paddock, and the most likely thing that will happen for them is they have to put tires in the car and to slowly repair the front end. Because if you don't do that, the car goes into a stall, you lose about 2 to 3 seconds, 2.5 seconds to start the repairs, as Delta Sport is going to go through them now, so you're going to lose 1 more spot. So it's like damage control. Put new tires in, then make up the ground necessary. Maybe you get a yellow flag right in the middle of the race so you can kind of be on par with the rest of the teams. But yeah, not the ideal first 100 laps for the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing team.
No, it isn't at this stage. But well, down the straight here is very clumped together. German Sim Racing and T3 Much put by Manitia close together once more. Who knew? The BMW has taken on new tyres, and so we'll be looking to get through very quickly. It's Ruben Bonga who's now driving the car. Got new tyres on, as I say, and that German Sim Racing car has not, and will be overtaken by the BMW shortly, you would imagine. And Bonga gets down the inside into 6, quite possibly he is getting alongside, and this move is going to be completed without too much trouble at all. As we see further up the order, Satellite Racing and 5-Star Motorsport on their slightly alternate strategy coming into the pit lane. So LMP2 pit stops well underway here at the moment, Ryan, and it's hardly a surprise to see Satellite Racing making that pit stop, and still no driver change. Sandra willing to stay in that car one more time, and so you'd have to assume maybe not taking on tyres again and triple stinting.
It looks that way, and I think it's just a fuel only stopping, and yeah, Syander by the looks of it doing a triple stint on those tyres as he gets going, and yeah, it looks like Syander, I think Watson do strategy before, and at the moment that whatever strategy him and the team are using is working it to maximum effect, and they were leading the race before they came in, and it's been a good solid run for them so far, and there's been nothing major happening to them, but yeah, they're back out in the pits and back on track.
Yeah, I mean, we've mentioned the temperature of the circuit almost more than the weather report would at this stage in the race here, Lorenzo. But is it a surprise to see somebody going for a triple stint in the LMP2s given these conditions, or is that the expected moving forward in this race?
Because it is dropping, we can even see quad stints. I think I remember seeing some of the quad stints engaged in Petit Le Mans, because this track doesn't waste a lot of rubber. It's not the most abrasive. It is abrasive because you have a lot of deep braking zones and maybe fast transitioning, but other than that is more tire. You can do lots of tire management in here. With the weather dropping in, maybe triple stint might be something that is on the cars. Double stinting is going to be the standard. So the master plans are going to be interesting to see.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of plan they do have as we see the two leaders in GT3 battling it out. The leaders in LMP2 are into the pit lane. It's about that time once again. The end of lap 64. A couple of 32 lap stints later, and we're in Conway, Kraft, Vardeke, Munoz all into the pit lane. The top four in a line. There they are. Now, this is the cut focus, though. How long is this pit stop going to be for Geodesic? As Lorenzo said, expecting to see them take on tyres, because as you do that, some of the repairs do start to tick away, which is helpful. Munoz willing to stay on the car, though. That does almost suggest that he won't be taking tyres in some ways, unless he wants to drive for a good deal longer. But let's wait and see. Mastro Husfeld has been able to stretch out this stint just that little bit longer, but the other three are indeed making driver changes that we'll update on at the end of the pit stop cycles. But tyres being taken on by Apex Tech, Pure Sims also, Delta Sport go up on the jacks, and Geodesic go up on the jacks as well. So double stinting from everybody else. We could well see the Satellite Racing team with a huge lead in a minute.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was about to say that's interesting, but again, I think Syander might have done what they've done the first time around, and maybe not taking a full tank of fuel. It looks like the Fierce and Forward GT3 car went off in turn 1, but manages to get going again.
Still everybody running full at the moment as Team RSO come into the pit lane after stretching things out one lap longer. Element Sim Racing may well do something similar over the next few laps. Let's have a look at a replay though. This is the Fierce and Forward GT3. Getting out of shape. Álvaro Gomez does a very good job of keeping it out of the barriers again, but unfortunately loses quite a bit of time in that little skirmish off-road. And you can see there he is back on the straight and narrow again, which you'll be very glad about, you would imagine, as Mastro Husfeld drops down the order after making his pit stop. Element Sim Racing going to lead for a lap or so, and then they're going to hand the lead over to Satellite Racing. So we've got exactly what we wanted here, Lorenzo, really. We've got battles going on in some categories and strategy battles going on in LMP2, as we see Impulse Racing trying to take the lead of GT3 down the inside into the chicane. Gives you the outside for the second part though, so it's not a slam dunk move, and he's going to have to wait behind. Here at the moment is Drum Cutter. Maybe an exit onto the front straight will give him the room he needs, but not by the looks of things. Adam Isaacson is going to hold on to this lead, and it is a remarkable. We can't forget how remarkable this is really for Five Star Motorsport to be leading at this stage, given the penalty they suffered for qualifying.
I mean, It's impressive, yes, but not fully expected, not unexpected. I do believe they were going to be competitive, maybe into hour 3 the race if they hadn't tried, if they were like comfortable where they were. But other than that, really good battle between this top 3. I wouldn't count Pure Sims too far behind here. They have the pace. Just a few incidents, as I saw the RSO GTE having a little bit of an incident right after turn 6 on the timing screen. But yeah, don't count them out. Don't count Pure Sims out.
Yeah, just see a lot of smoke actually on the other part of the circuit there. So, Satellite Racing now lead by 20 seconds. This is not a 20-second gap though in the lead of GT3s. Look at this side by side. Down the inside, Impulse Racing again. It's almost a replay of last lap. But this time around he gets a little bit further onside as Guncrotter, and he actually holds it for the second part this time around. But it's still around the outside for the final corner, which is not going to give him the lead. It's going to have to be a switchback line and maybe a move into turn 1. Which Isaacson surely is going to be wise to. He doesn't defend, and he's going to have to give room now. For up the inside he goes, side by side, racing free wide with the RSO LMP2. And the Impulse Lamborghini didn't want any part of that, and then he dives it into the corner. Isaacson comes back at him, up the inside into the S's. What a fantastic battle this is, side by side. Oh, off over the curb, out of shape, but just about holds it together. Tobias Gruncutter just about takes the lead, but that was a very scary battle at times, Ryan, but a very clean battle and a very good battle in the end.
Yeah, it was a good battle, and both of them were getting a bit feisty there, but that was fantastic stuff between the two of them. They left each other just enough room, and both of them managed to survive. But look who's joined in this battle as well in the background. There's a German sim racing Lamborghini.
Certainly has. Just been lurking over the last few laps, really. Now let's have a look at a replay. This is one of the other Impulse Racing Lamborghinis, getting things all out of shape. He said earlier, Lorenzo, that these Lamborghinis were going to struggle on the curbs, and there is one example.
Yeah, that's a bump. Another one, as we saw the RSO, yeah.
Oh, why, that's where all the smoke came from. And it's caused a big stack up. Thankfully, nobody went into the back of him, or indeed went into the back of anybody slowing down. So everybody got away with that one. But yes, we continue on. Thankfully, after those couple of spins at the famous bump of turn 5. Now, with nearly 70 laps complete and just nearly an hour and a half, let's have a look at those LMP2 driver slots, because we did see a few throughout the last pit stop cycle. We do still have Sandra leading, but it's Jan Turnjak currently in second place. Stanley Deslandes for Pure Sims Esports is currently in third. Kyo Tiago Marchu is in fourth. Jaden Munoz still fifth for Geodesic. Maximilian Fritz has gotten in for Reed Muller in sixth. Joey Petrig is still in the Element Sim Racing car. We've got Emmanuel Sodo in the Team RSO LMP2, Florian Kappel in the Phoenix car, and Josh Clogg in the Fiercely Forward car. So there are your driver changes from the LMP2 pit stop cycle. Hardly surprising to see. We're over an hour into this one at this point, Ryan. A few of these guys want a bit of a rest, and who can blame them at this stage? Maximum of 4 hours is not going to be a problem today. This race is barely going to be 5 hours by the looks of things. So drive time is not going to be a problem, but it's good to keep swapping up and switching up your driver pairings.
Yep. Yeah, some teams might be trying to strategy, or maybe just double stinting drivers instead of trying to do triple, is to do a double stint and keep the driver fresh and stick a fresh driver in. And yeah, not always a bad thing, especially around the track such as Road Atlanta, because it can be sometimes mentally draining and also physically draining as well, just because you have to concentrate so much, and really you don't really get a break apart from that back straight.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be. It is a high intensity circuit. There's no doubt about that. As we see the Fiercely Forward LMP2 here now, not involved in this fight, but this is the fight for 4. Delta Sport versus Geodesic into 6 and 7. Oh, the Lipa Esports Lamborghini as well. Very nearly got involved without wanting to. But that was all very close when everybody holds on in the right place here. So Delta Sport on the defensive, Munoz now moving forward for the first time in a little while here at Lorenzo. This is good to see for them. The damage repair clearly has worked. This car is back to full pace, and it's almost back to fourth position, trying to go down the inside there, but couldn't quite do it. Switchback line, up the hill, inside line for the final corner. Is this going to be enough? Not quite. Very close, but surely he's going to be able to do it now into turn one. Does the switchback again, inside line. Now this is going to be the move, surely. Deltasport going to have to back out of this one, side by side, and Munoz gets the move done nicely.
Somewhat aggressive, but hey, if you get the overtake cleanly, that's what it counts, eh? So nice to see the Alpine Star Geodesic crew making that overtake, going to turn number one. I thought there would be some drama, as there is still the Fiercely 4 and some GTE cars ahead. Looks like it is the Phoenix and the Apex GT car, so don't count out this battle just yet. I think Thiago Marto is gonna maybe try to something out of his playbook to try to get that position back, but let's be honest here, Ryan, it makes no sense for you to battle forever and then lose ground to the pure sim LMP.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in a way, if you're these guys, maybe just settle down and try and not work together, but just try and not lose too much time, like you say, and try and close that gap back down to pure sims, because at the moment they're up the road, and these guys scrapping away, they're just going to lose even more time and lose even more touch of that pure sims car. But at the moment it seems to be as a GT3 car gets sideways in front of the geodesic P2 car, and luckily manages to not have any contact, but still it looks like this geodesic car is it seems to be back up to pace after taking some minor repairs.
Yeah, which I was very surprised to see that it wasn't as 20 seconds. Sometimes that flat damage you can get in the car, depending on how hard you hit, it can get up to 20 seconds even with the tire swap and everything. So a little bit surprised that it wasn't as bad as we initially thought it would be. But other than that, they still are within the contention. As the interesting aspect for me is the fact that Jaden is fully going aggressive on the traffic. He's trying to make up the ground so quickly. I don't know if it is going to be something that his teammate Graham is going to be doing around the track. I know Graham's more of a safe driver than Jaden, but other than that, he's making up the ground a little bit, even though the time delta does favor pure sims for now.
Yes, those battles in LMP2 are going to be ones to watch throughout. I'm especially interested to see how satellite racing versus the world almost at this stage is going to pan out. It's going to be very, very exciting indeed. Meanwhile, though, GTE battles are happening. We haven't had a look at one in a while, so here it is: T3 Motorsport by Maniti versus Team Huisingveld. Ruben Bongo did manage to get himself through on the German sim racing Porsche, because obviously they hadn't taken on tyres, which is going to make it very difficult for them to keep Bonga behind. Now Sankalski is going to have a similar problem, although he has taken tyres, so a little bit surprising to see him being caught at the minute. But he certainly is. He's under pressure right now from the BMW, and will try and just hold him back at this stage. Obviously, a bit of a fan favourite, isn't he, Ryan, Ruben Bonga? And he's a very good driver as well. He's taken some. He's done some very good drives to take some very good wins in this championship in the past, as you can see from obviously the winter season standings in GTE, and the fact they've wrapped up the Grand Championship before we even came here today.
Yeah, Bonga's one of those drivers I've really kept a close eye on in loads of races, and a really quick driver, and it looks like he's got the run on the Team Huskenveld car in front of him, and I don't think it's going to be close enough in the slipstream though, and heading down to the chicane to try and make a move, as they've got GT3 traffic in front of them by the looks of it, but moves out the way, and both cars manage not to lose too much time, and still it looks like Bonga seems to be the slightly quicker driver out of him and this Team Huskenveld car. It's currently still being driven by Jan Sentkowski.
Yeah, absolutely, and you'd expect that he will be in till the end of this stint, of course. That's the most obvious thing I've ever said. But yeah, you get the point. He'll be in there for about another half an hour until these guys need to come in again. Oh dear. Phoenix Racing off the road, and there's the leader. Oh, Satellite Racing.
Whoa.
This is not where you want to be as a race leader. Syandra there will have his cheeks clenched now. Dear me, that will be a scary moment for everybody, but they've got away with it. The problem with traffic at the S's, really. Phoenix Racing just demonstrating that one there, Lorenzo. It was a very scary moment for everybody there. When you get it wrong, it can have an effect on everybody, and it nearly did there. Thankfully, everybody stayed out of contact.
Yeah, if you are in the middle of a snowball, don't let it roll down the hill. Otherwise, you become a really snowball. And unfortunately for us, we didn't see a major drama or a major incident over there. Otherwise, I would have gone into the Lewis McGlade playbook and called that suboptimal.
yes, that's one of my favourite catchphrases. There were, but yes, going out towards the start-finish line again. These two, thankfully, in a little bit of a less densely populated area of the circuit now, able to get a bit of free track space to themselves. There are still, by the way, 43 cars out here at the moment. We had 44 take the start. Vector by RSR retired, I'm afraid, from this race, or I believe they've retired anyway, about 40 laps ago now, after about an hour of racing. Looks like they have indeed retired. So, yeah, unfortunate for them, but they are now out of this race. And it's difficult to see them, but well, yeah, it's just been unfortunate for them this season, really. Speaking of, let's see Ruben Bonga on the back of the Team Hoisingveld Corvette, going down the back straight, or up the back straight, I should say. Really, he's been hounding it for a couple of laps now, Ryan, but not really been able to get anywhere. This Corvette seems to be pretty decent down the back straight. Is he gaining enough here? Well, not really, and that's going to be a bit of a problem for him for future moves heading down towards the chicane.
Yeah, it seems to be Bonga. He can get close in the slipstream, but he's not close enough to make a move. And it looks like that Corvette. It seems to be matching that BMW for straight line speed down the back straight. So yeah, that Beniti BMW can't really make a move or do anything. So must be getting frustrated, but still they've still got quite a bit to go in this race, so doesn't want to try anything too silly at the moment, as they've got GT3 traffic in front of them heading up to the S's, and Bonga's going to be slightly frustrated with that.
He is going to be a little bit. That's just going to split this battle apart, unfortunately, for the next few moments, but that is the way that sometimes it goes. We're about 50 laps from the halfway mark, by the way. Well, 45 laps near enough from the halfway mark at this stage. Halfway points are going to be awarded at lap 123, and they're going to be very important once again here in the championship finale. Especially for this, for the likes of Obsidian Racing and Team Hoisingveld, who are trying to overhaul Team T3 Motorsport by Maniti in the GTE standings. Especially important in GT3 Pro, because the 278 T3 Motorsport by Maniti car not having a fantastic race at the moment. I know they've taken on tyres whereas others haven't, but it has meant, or it will mean, they're going to lose a few points at the halfway mark here. So that could all be very difficult for everybody, or very well, certainly for us, because we've got to calculate everybody's standings, which is going to be quite difficult. We've got live championship standings at the moment in a spreadsheet, by the way, which is very helpful for us. At the moment, it looks like we would see a 42-point advantage for Pure Sims at the halfway stage, if it were to be halfway right now. The GTE standings would get a little bit closer, 24 points. In GT3 Pro, as I was saying, it would down to only 16 points, and 17 separating the top three, which would be very exciting. And in GT3 Pro, it would only be 19 points. So we're looking good here, Lorenzo, for the second half of this race. It would be, if halfway to it were to come right now, we'd be in good stead for the rest of this.
Yeah, but we have to remind ourselves, let's bring it back down to earth and remind ourselves for now, if this race was actually a halfway point now, because we still have about nearly 50, well, less than 50 laps to get to that 123 mark in the race. But I'm trying to keep myself grounded, because I can call yellow flags like magic, so I'm trying to keep my commentators from not doing the same thing. Yes. I'm trying to help you guys out.
We're trying to help out. I mean, It is a little bit surprising we're not seeing a yellow just yet, but we have seen very clean racing, especially in the 2022 half of the IVRA Endurance Series. Very clean racing for much of these races. Watkins Glen obviously saw a couple of late race yellow flags, but I believe we got the first half in without a yellow. We got the whole of Interlagos in without a yellow, and now we're
we can think about that.
Exactly, yeah. We're going through this race quite nicely as things stand as well. This is quite important. Obsidian Racing just recently been overtaken by Team Huizinfeld. These guys involved in GTE Championship battles, of course. Obsidian in their 138 trying to get as close as possible. They're currently, if the race were to end right now, 24 points behind P3 Motorsport by Maniti, but there they are, right behind them, Brian. This is an important battle, but old tyres versus new. There's not a lot that Obsidian can really do here.
Yeah, they're pretty much on the back foot, and it's just a matter of time before they lose that position, I feel. And I have to say that the Maniti B&W looks really stable, especially on the high speed stuff, and also on the excellent slow speed corners as well. The traction is just unbelievable, and that seems to be helping them, especially on that back straight. They seem to be able to get on the power early and carry that momentum and get that run down the back straight. And I think it's just a matter of time before this Obsidian Porsche loses the position, but still they're still sitting inside the top 3 at the moment, or it'll probably be the top 4 by the time they reach the end of that back straight. But still sitting in that position, it's still been a great run for them.
I think Bonga was even half thinking about a dive at 6 there, but probably not the best idea, or indeed at 7. Rather stay behind here as well. You can see the 5-star Motorsport Dallara in the rear view camera there, not going to bother them. We've seen the BMW earlier, has good traction, good acceleration through the gears at this phase up the hill, and now the slipstream begins to take effect as it flattens out and even plunges downhill towards the chicane. This surely is going to be a fairly easy move for Bonga. It is. Obsidian lifting off, despite obviously we've got a spinner. I think that's Rusty Spatula's Porsche off at the chicane there. Very difficult and awkward place to get back onto the road again. So that's going to be interesting. But let's see what happened to them. On board with them here. They're just trying to let everybody through here. That's the Geodesic GT3. Ever so slightly clipped there, Lorenzo, and they've got around. I think they're just trying to get out of the way of everybody here by reversing out the way. And thankfully, they haven't rejoined the circuit in the middle of the road in front of everybody, which would be very easy for them to do. A bit of a 50-50 one, that really.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. If you're trying to get out of the way, why are you going deep on the braking into that chicane? It makes no sense. I think they might have lost the braking point and got surprised by the GTE braking, but other than that, let's see Jaden Munoz try to down on the inside. No, he doesn't dive down on the inside, because now we got a 3-way scrap for P2 and P3.
We do indeed. These two, Pure Sims and Geodesic, catching the Apex Tech Racing car as they all catch Syandra. Jaden Munoz can't be stopped at the minute. Down the inside at turn 1, and he's going to be into 3rd place. Ever since that damage got repaired, he has been back on formidable form. He hasn't been fazed by the fact that he's lost a 10-second lead and his race has become slightly more difficult than it was. He's now overtaken the Pure Sims car there, and he will start to eat in to that 67-point margin. It's still a big margin in the winter season. The Pure Sims car, by the way, as well, is on its way to sealing the Grand Championship at the halfway distance if things stay as they are. But Geodesic, nice move there, Ryan. Nobody can hold back Munoz at this stage.
Yeah, he's back on the pace and doing the same sort of times that he was doing before. And yeah, I think maybe taking that frustration out a little bit and using it to good effect. And he's absolutely on a charge at the moment, and he manages to get by the Pure Sims car. And I wonder if he'll be able to close that gap down to, or close a bit that gap down to Apex Tech Racing in front of them before the end of his stint.
There's a lot of traffic going through there. Dear me. Oh, a big slide as well for Munoz that he had to catch. Dear, look at that. A lot of GT cars for these two to negotiate now, which is not going to be nice, as there has to duck and dive through a couple of them. Involved in this, by the way, is the GT3 overall battle for the lead. Isaacson had to fend off the Impulse Racing car of Goodcutter a couple of moments ago. The Impulse were briefly had their noses in front there going into the chicane, but weren't able to quite hold on to the lead, and now a bit of traffic has separated the two of them. Looks like it's going to do that even further, as the gap is about a second between the two of them. So Isaacson's still doing a good job in the lead at the moment of GT3. But yeah, this is an interesting battle for second in LMP2. They're not catching Sandra too much, though, it has to be said, Lorenzo. They've got new tyres on, 4 new tyres. Sandra came out with a 20-second lead, 21-second lead. It's only down to 18 seconds.
Yeah, but this is a topic of traffic give and traffic take. So they are losing, for example, if they get into heavy traffic like they actually got right there, they're losing up to 2 seconds in their overall time. So it's that thing, man, that Sai being very consistent in managing the gap, not only to Apex Tech, but everybody behind them. So as we might see things, or the Alpine Stars geodesic GTs in the wall, but managing time.
Let's see. Are you I don't think you're seeing things, actually. I think they are falling down the order. Eric Newman is currently at the wheel of that GTE. It's the BMW trying to get through on one of the GT3 BMWs here, and makes contact. Keeps it out the wall for the most part, but that's not a nice place to try and rejoin here, Lorenzo, and you can see why he stopped.
Now he lost 45 seconds on this whole ordeal. Not only spinning by coming back on track, just by coming back on track was 39.5 seconds. But coming back on track, just trying to do everything cleanly is up to 45 seconds. So you slotted yourself back nearly to that last place, and you have front end damage, which to recover that you might need a pit stop for you to be competitive again. So that's a shame.
It is a real shame. Down to 9th place in the GTE standings out of 11. So yeah, that's a real shame for Geodesic. They've not had great luck today, but thankfully Jed Munoz is saving their race a little bit here with his pace at the moment. Currently lap 85 of 245 in this race today. 1,000 kilometres at Road Atlanta in the final race of the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO. It's been exciting so far, and it's not over by any means. The next point of interest certainly is going to be the next round of pit stops coming up soon for the LMP2s, and not long after that we're going to see some more for the GTs as well in this race. We are also going to see halfway stage points. Not stage points, but they are they are rewarded at the halfway stage. Half points, of course. And we don't have a yellow flag afterwards as well, which is the better part of it. Yeah, we look forward to that. That's coming in just under 40 laps time. Then we'll do some championship maths and update you on where everybody is in the standings. As things stand, the Grand Championships are going to be settled in LMP2 and GTE. Very, very nearly in GT3 Pro. It's projected to be 98 points if the halfway stage were to come right now. GT Am would still be up for grabs. But yeah, many of those Grand Championships will be all but settled by the halfway stage if it stays as it is, although it's likely not to over the next few laps here, Lorenzo. We've got one more pit stop cycle for everybody before the halfway stage, and that has the potential to throw things right up in the air, and this order is going to change a lot from what we see right now.
Yeah, because we might see some different teams going on different strategies, because everything's kind of like mixed in the GT3 field. The GTE has a little bit of parity in terms of, I'm not going to say tires, but yeah, I'm going to say tires, but in the fuel it might differ one lap or another. But LMPs, man, is the wild card. You don't know who's up on top. You don't know if Satellite's plan is going to work out at the end of the day going into the half. So lots of things to break down once we come in for the pit stops in a few minutes.
Yeah, we'll wait with bated breath on those. Nearly 2 hours into this race, about 1 hour and 45 into this one at the moment. There's still relentless pace going on at the moment, and this race projected to be done in 4 hours 50 which is an outrageous pace, to be honest, but it's not a very slow circuit, as you can see. Clean and green flag running is pushing the pace up astronomically at the moment. Oh, a little bit off into the grass in the background there for German sim racing. But this leading battle in GT3 has been very interesting here. Also interesting to see, Ryan, the new tyres in GT3 have really not taken effect too much at all. 2 tyres have seemingly paid off a lot better, because T3 Motorsport by Maniti and Alpinestars Geodesic Racing Gold both took 4 tyres on. They're still languishing in 5th and 6th, and it's not exactly like they're hounding the leaders. They are a good few seconds back at this stage.
Yeah, I was expecting them with the new tyres to be really quick and close that gap back down, but it doesn't. It don't seem to be. They're not closing that gap down or going as quick as I thought they would. I don't know if it's maybe a case of maybe the track temps are not suiting the tyres, or maybe some drivers are not willing to push as much. Maybe they want to look after the tyres a little bit and try and use them as long as possible. Maybe try and do a double stint, or even try and do a triple stint. But I'm very surprised on the tyres that some of these guys are not in GT classes anyway. They're not quicker than I thought they would be.
Yes, it is a bit of a surprise to me anyway. As Jaden Munoz we go on board with at the moment. Just on that point, Lorenzo, the 2 tyre strategy seems to have been working very well. You predicted it might. Is that going to play on the minds of a few GT3 teams heading forward in this race, particularly thinking about the next pit stops that are coming up very soon?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I said, the 2-tire delta or 2-tire meta is a new thing on iRacing. It's kind of funny that the guys on top split teams have mentioned about this, and I saw this in other championships, like teams going for 4 tires. The 4 tires doesn't perform better as the 2 tires does, depending on the tracks and conditions here and there. I even seen 1 tire strategies being the overpower strategy depending on circumstances, as we saw in some other championships or some other events with the old tire, that 1 tire might be something to take care of and look at. So I think now GT3 strategies have been blown out of proportion in terms of tires and fuel. You don't know what you get until you get it. So that's the new marvel of this new world in GT3s, whether people like it or not, and with these new tires that goes into the GT3 cars in iRacing.
Yeah, I have to say, if it opens more doors for strategy, then I'm all down for it at this stage. I know I'm a neutral, which maybe
we like drama,
my opinion. Exactly. So and it certainly gives us that. So we're not complaining too much. As Adam Isaacson, he will be complaining right now because he's trying to be overtaken by Impulse Racing and Grunkutter once more. Tomas Grunkutter outside line this time, gives him the inside for the second pot. He breaks late on the 2 tyre strategy, and he does now take the lead. He's been trying for ages, and now finally he takes the lead of this race on lap 90, or does he? Because Isaacsson's right back down his inside in the final corner, and he takes it back again. German Sim Racing also here, flashing the lights, trying to get through. It's 3 Lamborghinis for the lead, and it's another dive from Impulse Racing on 5-star. They're still side by side up the hill towards the S's now. Oh, a bit of contact. Grunkutter's online. There's contact. Isaacson spins off the road. He saves it, gathers it up just about when he drops to 3rd. Wow, that's going to be an incident that is talked about, Lorenzo, because that was very 50-50 indeed. And wow, a big fight between them unfortunately ends in tears.
Yeah, let's look at the replay. Isaacson just playing a little bit of aggressive, then the dive from Impulse, suboptimal right there. But okay, a little bit of foreshadowing. I was about to type into our broadcast booth conversation here. This is gonna end up in tears. I was right.
I think Grunkutter may well end up with a penalty for that, because he did drive into the corner quite severely there. I think 5-star got damage as well. Look at the way that car's moving. It's not quite normal to me. I think there might be some rear suspension damage on that car. I know we're at a pit stop time anyway, but suspension damage is not easy to actually fix. As outside line, even in this battle for second in LMP2 here as well. So unfortunately, Ryan, Adam Isaacson's hard work has all been undone there, because I believe they do indeed have some suspension damage that's going to need to be fixed.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. That 5-star team were having a great run, and I don't know. I kind of disagree in a way with regards to the incident. I think it was the impulse car wasn't fully alongside, and Isaacson was just ahead heading into the corner and could have left a little bit more room. But yeah, the impulse car just dived in pretty much just dived in with a very opportunistic move, and that was never going to end well. And unfortunately, as you saw, it ended up in disaster.
Well, yeah, we're splitting the commentary box on this with the opinions, so there we are. But it happens, doesn't it?
Where's the split?
Yeah, me on my own.
Ah, okay.
I think, well, yeah, an uneven split then.
Yeah, you're on your own, Ewan.
I'm on my own.
Oh my god!
Oh my, that's it. That is a dive, and Apex Tech Racing going to try. Oh, there is contact there, and off into the gravel. Geodesic Racing. Oh dearie me, they've recovered from one incident. They've just about found themselves another here, I'm afraid, and that definitely looks like it's got damage. That car. Well, this one's going to be talked about from here on in as well. Wow. Geodesic Racing off into the gravel. Oh dear. Very slight bit of contact. They have actually got away without damage, I think. They've the car seems to... Oh, have they? It's hard to tell. There's too many corners at Red Atlanta, you can't tell. Yeah, definite contact there, Ryan. And I'm afraid to say, Geodesic's hard work also majorly come undone there. They're down to 5th.
Yep, and yeah, just unfortunate that happened as it was all, well, I don't want to jinx it, but it was all going so well, and hopefully that's a bit of the mayhem out of the way for the moment, but my popcorn is ready just in case it happens again.
Yes, absolutely. And to chicane. Now that battle did indeed lose Apex Tech Racing a little bit of time, and so now the battle for second is not between them and Geodesic, of course. It's now between them and Pure Sims, who are now very close behind. Obsidian Racing GTE, by the way, in the pit lane. So we'll see those cycling through in a few moments' time. But yes, lots of different battles going on in LMP2 all of a sudden. 5-star Motorsport at GT3, by the way, does Adam Isaacson, their car seems to be just fine. They've gotten away without too much damage at all in that one. So yeah, exciting few moments there, Lorenzo. Two very 50-50 kind of incidents that you could argue about all day long, really. I think Lorenzo might have forgotten the mic's on mute, but possibly not. Anyway, we'll catch you.
I've been hailed.
Yeah, either way. Yeah, sorry, I thought you left your mic on mute, but there we are. The joys of online broadcasting here, ladies and gentlemen. There we are. Battle for the lead in GT3 still going on between Impulse and German Sim Racing on this occasion. No longer involves 5-star Motorsport, of course, after the incident that we saw a couple of moments ago. They're still in third, ahead of Pure Sims Esports, but all of these guys are set to be in the pit stops, or into the pits, excuse me, in the next few moments as this stint starts to wind down here once again. Go over the line here once more. Nearly 100 laps into this one. The clouds are coming over here now, and it's very much time for almost everybody to come in. 5-star Motorsports LMP2 in. Maximilian Fritz into the pit lane here now, as also some of the GTEs in the background. So this, Lorenzo, is the time in the moment in the race where people are taking on all kinds of different tyres. It's 0, 2 or 4. We're going to see all 3 of those.
Even one, some
Yes.
people could make that argument, because it's like we don't even care about anymore regarding tires in some cars. But yeah, if there's a time that you have to do, I just saw something regarding Jada Munoz, but I was on the replay. But yeah, if you have to try something different, I think the time is now, because the track conditions very cool, 31 degrees. This is where we can start thinking about regular triple stints, but quadruple stints. I was talking with people. don't see it now. If we see it, it's going to be on the latter portion when the track temperatures are right about the mid to under 20s, or low 20s.
Yeah, it's the track temperature continues to fall as we see in the pit lane here. A number of LMP2s. Deslanders and Crane, Adam Crane getting in for Syandra there in the Satellite Racing car. Jan Turnjack also. Now, Satellite Racing surely going to be taking on 4 tyres here. Yeah, and there it goes up on the jacks. Are they going to be able to hold on to the lead? I don't think so. I think the Pure Sims and Apex Tech cars are going to go through. But let's wait and see. There it is. Oh, it's going to be side by side at the pit lane between Pure Sims and Apex Tech, and just about into the lead for Turnjack there. Deslanders is going to have to settle for second with Satellite Racing a few seconds away, about 6 or 7. They're going to even go behind Florian Kappel of Phoenix Racing briefly, but Satellite Racing back out the pit lane now. New driver, but you'd have to say their triple stint there, Ryan, was a decent success actually. I know they're not hold on to the lead, which would be the ideal situation, but it's not been it's been a decent success.
Yeah, absolutely has, and yeah, it was a great stint by Syandra. He's done a great job and kept the car in one piece, and yeah, his pace for most of that stint was actually really good, and the tyres, from what I saw, didn't seem to drop off that much, so it looks like triple stint in the tyres. Oh, contact between the... Oh, that was goodness. So close. Oh, I had to hold my breath there.
That was...
How are they not dead?
I'm wondering the same thing. That was unbelievable. We've seen a very small bit of contact for Geodesic send them right into the gravel, and the Pure Sims car was certainly into the back of Apex Tech there, Lorenzo, but somehow the two of them managed to get away with that.
In the back, I think it's kind of like a little bit of a compliment saying you're in the back right there. There was nearly not PG content right there. In between the cars, I nearly honestly thought that the Apex car was actually going to go off track with the bump going into the corner, but man, props to Stanley and Jan Turnjack right there to keep it clean, as they're going to go at it again.
They are. Pure Sims versus Apex Tech Racing, and it's outside line this time for Pure Sims, not straight into the back of the car in front, thankfully into the chicane. Is he going to be able to hold it around the outside for the first pot to give him the inside for the second? Not so late on the brakes though, really there, and he's going to go for the switchback. Is Deslanders, is this going to be enough? Not really. The exit wasn't quite good enough, I'm afraid, and it doesn't look like he's going to get that run onto the front straight that he really needs for a move into turn number 1. But we're going to have, when this pit stop cycle all sorts itself out here, Ryan, we're going to have a battle for the lead on once more, with 5-Star Motorsport not too far behind at all. In these, Delta Sport not too far behind at all in these next few moments. Geodesic and Satellite Racing also not too far away at all. This is going to be very, very exciting next stint.
It absolutely is, and yeah, these guys up at the front, and I have to say regarding Delta Sport, it's been a quiet first half of the race for them. They've still been there, but they've just been just going about their business, not doing anything silly, just keeping out of trouble, and yeah, they're up there in the at the moment. They're up there in the P5 in class at the moment. But as you say, we're soon going to have a battle for the lead, and this battle right here is still going on between Pure Sims and Apex Tech Racing.
Yeah, it's very close. Suddenly, Deslanders is applying the pressure at the moment. Sorry, go on.
Pure Sims got the jump on Impulse on the exit of the pit lane, now in GT3 lead as well.
Yes, they certainly. Well, yeah, that's a very short pit stop for Pure Sims. We'll update you on all of the classes, by the way, in a few moments' time. It is all over the place, I've got to be honest. Our timing screens are lighting up every shade of the rainbow you can think of.
Whoa! Did I just see a car go off on turn number 1?
Very possible. See if there's anybody off the road somewhere. We'll have a scour around, but there are 43 of them out there at the moment, so it's a bit difficult. Yeah, it looks like somebody has indeed got off at turn number 1. Possibly at the German Sim Racing GT3, currently running in 3rd in that category. It's the 246 car that might well have been off. at turn number 1 there, as we see the pit stops have shaken themselves out in GT3 to give Pure Sims a very slender lead over Impulse. Then it's Geodesic and T3 Motorsport by Maniti. But that 246 German sim racing car was running very well, Lorenzo. It looks like they've fallen down quite a long way, and their car looks
I knew it.
Yellow.
GSI calls the yellow flag into turn number 1. The GT3 P3 just got off the road and the car is fully toasted.
It certainly looks
this
like
changes things.
It does. We're going to go through the yellow flag procedure, of course. And sim racing going to be a great place here, by the way, if they can get themselves out quickly. They're not quite leading, but they'll be up the order a little bit. Now, this is coming out of the pit lane. I have a feeling there's got to have been some assistance here.
I wonder if it's cold tyres, or assistance as he's coming.
Oh, the RSR! Ouch! Big hit onto a very hard concrete wall. That's the RSR car. Jesse Jones driving that one at the moment. New tyres and a new driver installed at the wheel of that car. A little bit of lack of awareness, really, there, Lorenzo, you'd have to say.
I'll be very honest. I don't blame. If I'm race control, I would have pinned the blame on the RSR team. Of course, you know the car is coming out, and naturally it will have the outside lane going into turn number 2. But it's so 50-50 because you're coming right beside him. So I don't blame Jesse Jones for causing the contact one bit at all. It's not awareness. They were not aware of each other coming outside the pits. I don't think even the spotter on iRacing would tell you the car is on the outside, because the delta in speed is so big that it doesn't tell you. So that contact was a human mistake, but it's race stuff. Nothing you can do right there.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it does happen. You're absolutely right. Now, Stefan bringing up a very important. We'll be hearing from Stefan Schlacker in about 45 minutes' time, by the way. So we look forward to that as we change the commentators around. But bring up a very good point about the satellite car here, Ryan. New tyres, obviously, on that car. They've triple stinted their first stint. No LMP2s are going to be coming in under the safety car, you wouldn't imagine, because it's so soon since they were last in. But instead of having to catch everybody, the LMP2 field is going to be very bunched up together, and all of the cars on old tyres in front of them are going to be right in front of them, so they can just pick them off instead of having to close gaps.
Yep, and the satellite being on new tyres, it could be them that's in the box seat with the advantage at the moment, and this Corsair as well has buzzed the LMP2 field up. So yeah, we're going to have a bit of a battle going on there when we get back racing. But at the moment, I think this gives these teams a chance to do some fuel saving as well, and they also save the tyres. So these guys will probably be able to stretch the fuel out before the end of this. Probably, I'm guessing they'll be able to, depending on what strategy they're on, they'll be able to stretch the fuel out by possibly another or an extra 2 or 3 laps.
Yeah. You know who this helps?
Sorry, go on.
The Geodesic GT car, in my opinion.
Yes.
Because now you got time to do your repairs. You can bring yourself back into the race. You might lose a few spots here and there. Yeah, sure, you might be behind some GT3 cars. I think they are behind P4, might be behind the P5, depending on circumstances. But the problem is the pit exit is closed for now. But for them, that's a reset you probably wanted. So
yes. True.
It's gonna be an interesting one.
True. I do feel like Eric Newman is in at the moment, by the way. I do feel like, well, first of all, he's a lap down at this stage, which is not ideal. But second of all, he's already come into the pit lane. I don't think you're allowed to come into the pit lane yet, and he's in right now. So I'm not sure if there's an exception to the rule for damage or whatever. I can't imagine he was running out of fuel, because I think not long been in the pit lane. But yes, I think while cars are still getting waved around for the first wave by, I don't think you're still allowed to come into the pit lane, and that's exactly what Newman did in the Geodesic car, which is not ideal. Speaking of GTEs, by the way, the RSR Bookkeeper car, the car involved in the caution, might well be very glad about this as well, of course, Lorenzo, because they've got new tyres on. And like Satellite Racing in LMP2, they won't have to close the gaps up to those on older tyres in front of them. All they have to do is do the overtaking. So I guess this caution has benefited them in a very similar way to what we've seen for Satellite Racing in the LMP2 field.
Yeah, I think this yellow flag was going to be beneficiary for the good majority of the teams, like especially those on offset strategies. It might bring, let's just say, 5-star into the mix a little bit because they were on the off strategy. They also trying to remember over here because now I got a major blank in my head. I was going to say Obsidian, but they're out of the race. But it's gonna be interesting, and I'm getting more like and you said Satellite, their tires are 0, and some of the other tires are not. So it's going to be a great race once we come back. But we've seen the delta of the tires, especially for the LMPs. It might not make a huge difference, but now we're under 30 degrees Celsius.
Yeah, this is true. One thing on that as well, Ryan, we're talking about restarts and whatever. We'll get one soon, of course. We saw some chaotic ones in the Club Sport race that we had here a couple of months ago, about three months ago or so. It was a the first restart was especially bad. It took out about 5 cars from our race. Hopefully that doesn't happen again. But this circuit does certainly have potential to throw up incidents on the restart. We hopefully don't see that.
Yeah, we saw some mayhem in one of the restarts in the Club Sport series, and hopefully we don't get that same thing here. I think it'll be a lot more sensible here. I think with some of these drivers having experience in multi-class racing, and especially racing multi-class cars like the LMP2. So once we get back racing, it's going to be close. It's going to be a great battle, and I'm looking forward to watching it. But with Satellite being on that strategy as well, and not long pitting, can they use the tyres to the full effect and take advantage and try and gain some positions on the restart?
Well, they're certainly going to attempt to. Let's talk to one of the drivers, though, who has been involved in the action so far. Syandra from Satellite Racing has been out there already, come back into the pit lane. He's swapped over for Adam Crane now, who's driving your car. Welcome, Si. Good to have you here once more. Safety car just come out as you've come in here. For you, Satellite Racing, is this well timed or poorly timed?
This is well timed. I mean, this gap that we had was kind of an issue for us because we obviously did a triple. We lost a little bit of time here. But for certain, these gaps were 0. We have fresh tires. Everybody else is on double stinted tires. Everybody's equalized on fuel, basically. So I think we have a pretty good advantage.
You mentioned there you obviously did a triple stint throughout the first portion of this race, and we've talked a lot today about the heat around there at the moment, track being quite hot. Is that something that really hindered you throughout your triple stint, or was it still very manageable for you to actually do that in your stint?
Let me put it this way: there wasn't much left on the tire once we took it off. I was definitely managing my left front, the tire that takes the most beating around here. Definitely took the F1 strat of just managing turn 1, turn 6, and the final corner a little bit. Make sure I wasn't scrubbing the tire, not putting extra heat into it. We even considered just changing the left front on our triple, but we decided to upset the balance too much. Yeah, but we have to take every single crazy thing we think of and at least, give it a think before we throw it out the window, and that's how we ended up with this strat.
Absolutely, and obviously we're not far from going back to green, but just quickly, where do you think you can get to? Obviously we're not even halfway in this race yet, but what are your aspirations for the rest of the race?
Definitely, well, I don't want to jinx it, so I'm not going to say it, but very high positions here. Obviously, before we pitted, we were the leader, and I think we only lost, 10 seconds during that triple stint, where taking tires usually takes 20 to 25 seconds. So I'm pretty happy with that delta. We gained that time, and now with the yellow flag, we gained all that time back. So I think this restart will be pretty interesting.
Yeah. So I just have a quick question. How much reminding have you done to Adam to remember this is not Indy cars at Road Atlanta?
Well, I have reminded him to not lock up into the pit box this time, so
Good.
that's the biggest thing. Otherwise, it was a bit of a compromise in terms of our driving styles, because obviously he's a right foot braker, I'm a left foot braker, so I like my car a little bit more pointy than he does. But besides that, I think I'm going to need to get going soon, because I think we're going to go green.
Yeah, absolutely. Sandra, thanks very much for coming to join us from Satellite Racing, of course. It'd be good to hear from you. And yeah, we'll see you a little bit later on, hopefully. There are Sandra from Satellite Racing. They're talking to us after his triple stint a little bit earlier on. Looks like we'll have one more lap under yellow flag conditions here before we get back racing here once again. Lorenzo, what are we expecting from this restart though? Because we saw it was quite calm off the actual start, which was quite nice to see. But are safety cars going to breed safety cars for the remainder of this race?
You said calm, expect anything but. Yeah, calmish, and expect anything but now. That's basically the nutshell. I do believe that Pure Sim's going to start marking, Sims Delta are going to mark the best they can during the restart. It's going to be really close. But it's all eyes on Adam Crane and how he pushes his car to try to make up the ground on the cars ahead. Mace overtaking and grabs the lead, like Sai just said, they got better tires. But I think GT3s we have to look at as well, because of separation. I really am interested to see how does Leon break even more from impulse racing, and if he can actually break from impulse racing and the Alpine Star Geodesic Gold, which we haven't talked all race long. And that pit stop favored them a little bit.
Yeah, it has helped them out a little bit. Got an end-of-line penalty, I'm afraid, for the 162 car. That's the Geodesic GTE. I think that might be for pitting early, because I feel like they might have done. Eric Newman there repairing the damage was almost too desperate to repair the damage, I'm afraid. Did so while we were still getting the first wave around, which was not ideal, of course. The lights are off on the top of the safety car. And so we are going to be going racing once again at the end of this lap. It's going to be Apex Tech Racing and Jan Terziak in control of the field. Stanley Deslanders is going to try and take it off him for Pure Sims Esports. Delta Sport and Kio Thiago Martu is going to be just behind them. Then it's Jaden Munoz, Adam Crane, Maximilian Fritz and Manuel Sudau, the top 7 in this order. Then we've got the GT3 AMs. So the GTEs and the GT3 Pros are quite far back, and they're going to have a lot of traffic to deal with on the opening part of this race. Let's see how Terziak gets off to a good start though here. Will it be a good start as the safety car pulls into the pit lane now? Apex Tech Racing side by side with Pure Sims, heading down towards the final corner and heading towards the start-finish line at Road Atlanta. It's a long hold from Terziak. He kept the speed very low indeed, and now finally goes, but Deslanders was waiting for that of Pure Sims, and he was very, very attentive indeed. Just about is going to hold on to the lead. Here is Terziak through turn 1 and down the S's for the first time. The LMP2s have got away nicely by the looks of things. It's a good start from those guys. Apex Tech Racing are going to try and hold on to the lead here, Ryan, for the opening couple of laps.
Yep, absolutely. It's yeah, I wasn't sure that restart by Jan there. I thought that was a bit questionable, leaving it as late as possible. But yeah, he managed to get the jump anyway, and he's got a bit of a gap behind him to the Pure Sim Esports guys, and at the moment is pretty much kind of leaving them behind to scrap them up themselves. But as we head onto the back straight now, this is when the slipstream will start to take place, and just watching behind now, can the Delta Sport guys get a run on the Pure Sims Esports guys? Are not close enough in this slipstream, and surprisingly, these P2 cars are kind of breaking into two packs by
that was very close. Delta Sport a little bit late on the brakes, and now going to get overtaken and punished for that by Geodesic, and Adam Crane for Satellite as well is going to pick off his first car by the looks of things round the outside through the final corner, and it was a little bit out of shape for Martu as well, so he loses another place to 5-star Motorsports Maximilian Fritz, who gets down the inside into turn 1. Pure Sims off up the front of the field from second place. He drops down to third. Lorenzo, simple mistake down at turn 1.
Yeah, cold tires as we're gonna look on the replay what happened, and clapping the curb, and once you clap the curb it's very hard to come back, and you have to come back safely into the top. Kind of brought in Alpine Star Geodesic into a scary moment. They, I think, cut the corner right there as got a little bit of scary moment, but everybody got away unscathed. That's the important thing that matters. But we have a little bit of a breakaway now.
We do. We've got the leading 3 or so getting away. And Satellite Racing are corking the bottle at the moment, somewhat surprisingly. You can see them just having to defend from Fritz now, who might try and go at the inside line, although it's a late defence from Crane. But Fritz not to turn and go around. Adam Crane goes around at the chicane. He drops down to 7th. He's into the gravel. He's behind some of the lap down cars as well now. Oh dear, we said it was in such a great place for Satellite Racing here, Ryan, on this restart, but one spin and it's all fallen away from them.
First off, I'm just going to say I did not jinx you, Adam. I did not do anything, but yeah, he tries to defend the position quite late, and the 5-star car gets up the inside, and I think Adam just lost it on the marbles.
I feel like he tried to drift back to the racing line there in the braking zone, and changing the line under braking, never a great idea, not least for the cars around you, but you don't really want to be turning and braking at the same time, and unfortunately Crane went around. So that has big implications, as Impulse Racing's 257 GT3 car from about 2nd is in the pit lane at the minute. Not entirely sure what that's about, but that might be, I don't know, damage maybe? Something has clearly happened to them, I'm afraid. We look behind from the Team RSO car. The Delta Sport LMP2 trying to get through into the top 5, but can't quite do it at the moment. Might be able to now. That's going to be an easy move, surely, for Mark 2, and it is indeed. Inside line for Delta Sport, and they're up into the top 5. Team RSO back down into 6th position. But yeah, this has been a hectic restart here, Lorenzo. A bit of a surprise to see, but Adam Crane is going to be kicking himself for that mistake.
Oh yeah, but all in all, I think there was not only a mistake, but I think over aggression expected, to be very honest, from Maximilian Fritz. He saw the gap, he went for it, got the draft into the corner, and going 50-50, especially with cold tires, is a little bit tricky, and Crane paid the price right there, as they're fighting for the marbles, the half race marbles, so we're not far away from it, and they have the fuel to go for that.
Who on earth was that? Somebody going grass cutting there through the SS section, wildly off the road.
Looks like Element Sim Racing.
Let's see. Certainly someone in front of T3 Motorsport by Maniti here, and that LMP2 is not quite running at pace. So yeah, somebody has gone off down the hill at the S's, I'm afraid, and that's we'll try and pick that one apart. But yeah, that was not an ideal line. Element Sim Racing LMP looks like it was here. Ryan, let's have a little look at what happened. Oh dear me.
That was a... Yeah, that was a...
That's technical.
Yeah, that looks like it was technical. I don't know if he got a screen freeze or if he's using VR. He had technical issues. Yeah, it just goes straight on across the inside there of the S, on the entry to the S's. So yeah, good job to keep out the wall. But that looks like it's either wheel problems or VR. That's my guess anyway. The VR issues.
Any ideas, Lorenzo? Because he gets his steering back quite quickly once returned to the circuit, obviously, and going all right now. So, well, say that.
I would have to look on the cockpit once everything started, to be very honest with you, or on the gyro cam. But looks like a screen freeze. Oh yeah, I think it's definitely a screen freeze for a brief moment right there, because the steering didn't reset. The steering was straight all the entire time. He didn't brake or anything like that. He just lifted off the gas and tried to keep the car straight as fast as he could. So that what it looked like for that number 27 tire.
Yeah, indeed, it was a weird one, but can all be explained with a technical fault, of course. As we look at Delta Sport, because they've just got through on 5-star Motorsport. Mark 2 is having a fantastic opening to this stint here, up into 4th place now. And chasing down Pure Sims Esports for third, excuse me. We get into the back end of the GT3 cars. That's the Impulse Racing GT3 Lamborghini that has come into the pit lane and dropped to the tail end of the lead lap in that category. So where's that put them? About 7th, I think, in that category now. It's a long, long way back compared to where they were battling for the lead not so long ago. It's 8th, actually, I should say. This is the leader in, or the leading battle, I should say, in the Pro-Am category. The Archer brothers, and they've got about 6 seconds over Sim Republic. Just behind them, these guys on their way to clinching the Grand Championship as things stand. But they're going to have to wait until the end of the race to do it. The Winter Championship as well is currently hanging in the balance. Only 4 points in favour of the 367 of Satellite Racing. So all very exciting indeed. Incidents earlier on, Lorenzo, we've got some penalties to come through as well from this restart.
Yeah, we saw first the Phoenix LMP got a black flag incident for a drive-through penalty for minor lane infractions, stay 5 seconds longer. There is a certain limit at where you can stay into the pit lane. Furthermore, that's the bigger one. The Impulse Racing 257 that was battling for the lead in the GT3s in the Pro category got a 10-second stop and go penalty for that is that we saw with the 5-Star Motorsport. Well, we saw that one coming from a mile away.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why they've ended up so far down. This is all very close. Oh, and there's contact there. That's the RSO LMP2 trying to get through on everybody here by the looks of things, and 5-Star Motorsport in the LMP2 just got back up in front of Delta Sport in this real clump of traffic, and someone's gone around. It was very close between everybody, and I'm afraid someone has gone around on the front straight. Element Sim Racing, I'm afraid, bidding around there, Ryan. This is exactly the kind of thing that can happen on restarts, and when you get clumps of traffic like this one, it is always going to, something is going to happen. 5-Star Motorsport recently got through into 5th position. Oh, there's contacts, more contacts. Oh dear.
Yeah, it looks like he just got hip checked and it caused a bit of a concertina effect, and luckily the fiercely forward, the GT3 Porsche managed to just avoid him going by. But as an open on board from the bonnet cam of Alvaro Gomez, who's pretty much behind this incident and gets a first class view of it. As they come down the hill, and it looks relatively calm as they come around, and yep, the Element Sim Racing BMW just got hip checked off the track.
Very good avoidance from Gomez there to get past that incident. Now, there is a leading battle going on here for the overall race lead, and here it is, down the inside. Oh my word, into turn 1, and they're going to have to avoid their teammates. Alpine Star Geodesic spinning around in the GT3 category from 2nd position. Very nearly got into the LMP2. That was very close there, Lorenzo. How on earth did this happen?
Let's look at the replay what happened to the Alpine Gold car, because that was P2 in the GT3 class. We weren't talking about them the entirety of this race. Turn number 1, did they clap too much at the curbing and went to the inside?
Yep.
That's the weirdest thing I ever seen going to turn number 1. They clapped the inside curb, not the outside curb. But everybody had to take immediate evasive action. Nice to see.
Yeah, it could have very much ended in Munoz T-boning his teammate there, but thankfully everybody just about got around all right. It was very close, and thankfully everybody got away with it. As we get through on a couple of more of the GTEs. Apex Tech Racing versus Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing for the lead in this race, very much beginning to bubble to the surface. And to turn 1, and of course, points on the line here. Geodesic trying to get as many as they possibly can over Pure Sims. At the moment, they're only gaining 4 at the halfway stage, which is barely making a dent into their 67-point advantage. But getting 9 points over them is a little bit more here, Ryan. It's really not much. With Pure Sims in 3rd, there's not a lot they can do, to be quite honest. But winning, of course, at the halfway stage is all they can do.
That's pretty much is the case, and I think they're probably feeling frustrated. I think that time loss that Munoz had earlier with that damage is pretty much cost them. I think Otherwise, he could have been up there and possibly in front of Pure Sims and gaining points in them. But at the moment, they're sitting in a good position. But like you say, they're only making 4 points, and in a championship such as this, and with the halfway points as well, that's not really making any inroads into the lead or gap even.
Now that all the traffic has died down, things have got a little bit calmer. I'm afraid they're not getting much calmer here, Lorenzo, for Impulse in the GT3 category. They're not having a good restart.
Yeah, just rub the injury with salt, or add salt to the injury. They jumped the start, past 2 cars before the apex of turn number 1 of the final corner, and by jump starting, they got a driving penalty.
Here he is, Hendrik Augustin. He has been served now, so 8th place. This is actually where they should be. And it is where they are right now, unfortunately. A good opening to this race. Pure Sims are leading in the GT3 category, by the way. This is a battle for the lead in GTE. T3 Motorsport by Maniti versus German Sim Racing. Oliver Hoff back into the car after Ruben Bonga drove for a little while. They're all being caught, by the way, by RSR by Buttkicker with the new tyres for Jesse Jones there. Good position for RSR to be in here, really, because they're obviously the safety car has closed everybody up and they're on new tyres. So that's helped them out just a little bit. As we go back to LMP2, because 5-Star Motorsport and Team RSO are battling away here over 4th place. Delta Sport have dropped back a little bit, and it's time for Soto to make his move. He does indeed it on the inside line. Uses a little bit of traffic as well through turn 1 and in towards the S's there, Ryan, to make the move, make sure of the move at least. So that's 4th place for Team RSO.
Yeah, they're slowly getting through back through the field in LMP2 and up into 4th place now, and yeah, I think it's just pretty much a recovery drive for them at the moment, and just trying to make it to the finish and get the best result possible. But it's yeah, they've not really been up at the front challenging that much. It's been a bit of a quiet race for them so far.
It has been a little bit. Masto Kusveld started this car, of course, and didn't qualify as well as we'd expect him to. And wasn't really able to get off to a great start in the race either, but that latest caution, the first and only so far of this race, has really helped them out. Only 7 laps now away from these halfway points being awarded, so RSO do need all they can get. They only came in with a 30-point deficit to Pure Sims Esports, so they're not losing too much here. And they're going to keep 2nd in the winter season championship standings, but it's still a bit of a mountain to climb for those guys at this stage. Got to keep 5-Star behind first. That's the first thing to do here. It's a bit more traffic. Things have calmed down slightly here, Lorenzo. Thankfully, it was a very chaotic restart. But now that the traffic spread itself out a little bit more, these battles are not huge trains anymore either. We're getting into a nice, recognised rhythm and a more organised race.
Yeah, let's hope so, because that restart, I think I nearly needed a medicine for my heart. I thought my heart would actually stop because of having too much heartbeat or too much beats per minute. But yeah, it was a very frantic restart. We expected the restart to be a little bit frantic, but not like that.
Yeah, not quite like that. It was a little bit more chaotic than even we expected, but it's sorted itself out now, Ryan. Thankfully, everybody's kept it on the straight and narrow. We did see a couple of incidents, 1 or 2, but it is much easier to negotiate the traffic and whatever when you're in the rhythm like this. Obviously, the incident that caused the caution, a little bit of one of these things that can happen on the pit exit. It just does happen from time to time. But now that you're in the rhythm, it's easier to settle back into the lapping of traffic once more.
Yeah, once you get into a rubber and get a few laps under your belt, it's you feel a lot more relaxed. You feel in the groove, and once it's all spread out a little bit, it's a lot easier to relax as well. You don't. I find anyway in races with restarts, I tense up a little bit just because there's so much going on. But as we see now, it's all spread out now. So I think most of these drivers will just be relaxed now and just going around doing laps. But as you see right here, RSO still under a little bit of pressure from 5-Star Motorsport, and behind the 5-Star as well, you've got the 33 Delta Sport car as well. So a three-way battle for 4th place going on at the moment.
It's a nice fight. I'm not sure how Delta Sport managed to find themselves in 6th. Because they had a really good start, and then a restart, I should say. And now all of a sudden they're back behind everybody. They overtook. So I don't know what happened there.
I remember they had a little bit of a fumble going to the final corner into turn 0. Basically, the car skidded off and was basically caught by Adam Crane, by Sudal, and everybody else that overtook them. So they jumped back from, I think, P3 or P4 down to P7. And because of the Crane incident, they went back to P6 and are stable right there right now.
Trying to climb back though. 5-Star Motorsport under pressure for this 5th position. Just in the background there, Sudal has got himself away from those two, and he'll be quite glad about it when he sees what's about to go down into the chicane, I think. As Delta Sport are about to fire their way down the inside and get into that 5th place. They do indeed. Maximilian Fritz not able to keep Marteau behind at this stage. And why would you try extra hard to when there's no real need? Neither of these really involved in either championship fight, so they're just looking to get the best race result they possibly can here. As we go on board with German Sim Racing as they chase down T3 Motorsport by Maniti. Did see somebody asking about the halfway points and what on earth we're talking about here, because we're talking as if the race is about to end in 3 laps time. But basically, at lap 123, half points are awarded to these teams based on the position that they're in, and added to the championship tally. So you can clinch championships halfway through a race, and that's what's about to happen in the LMP2 Grand Championship and the GT3 Pro Grand Championship, which accounts for all 6 races of the Endurance Series throughout both 2021, the end of 2021, and the start of 2022. And of course, the winter seasons, they're all going to still be up for grabs here. But yeah, that's just to explain what's happened, or what happens with the halfway points. I was talking about a few moments ago, Lorenzo, that it would all calm down, but it seems there are still moments happening here and there out there on the circuit. I believe we're about to see one of them.
Yeah, the Quasar car just went off track. Just the rear end just started to lose its grip during the entrance of turn 6 in Westwood. William Hager couldn't do anything to prevent the contact with the Quasar, and it was a marginal contact in between them, but I don't know if it accrued any significant damage on both cars. It did do a dent on the Westwood M4 though, but I don't know if that was pre-incident, but it looked like the incident did a major dent in the car.
What's happened here? Oh, side by side, this is the leading battle in GTE. Meanwhile, and there was contact between the two. German Sim Racing going around.
Oh dear.
T3 Motorsport by Maniti stay in front there, Ryan. It's one of those where that's going to be argued about. German Sim Racing will feel hard done by, but are they correct to feel hard done by? They look to me, on first viewing anyway, as if they sort of met in the middle somewhat.
Yeah, I think it was just a racing incident, just two drivers going at it hard, and the German Sim Racing, they might have a right to be slightly aggrieved, but yeah, I think it was just a racing incident, and a little bit more room could have been given, but the German Sim Racing Porsche managed to get going again and is still in the race. But I think the driver behind the wheel will be cussing in German, I feel.
Yeah, possibly. We won't be able to say what they're saying at the minute, I suspect, but it has allowed RSR to get through, and they will continue to chase down that leading BMW, you would imagine, at this stage. It's the Delta Sport LMP2 chasing down Team RSO, but not able to get on terms just for the minute. Team RSO themselves, Pure Sims Esports, are trying to get on terms with Alpine Styles Geodesic Racing at this stage. Apex Tech looks like they're going to hold off for the halfway points, but what's it going to be? Who's going to be in second? It looks like it might be quite close. And if they come up on these guys again, they're not going to before the halfway stage, but They will have to negotiate them at some point. Then we really are going to see this race change. But halfway points are going to be awarded at the end of this lap here. Lorenzo and Apex Tech Racing have done just enough here to hold on for the whole 50 points. They don't really need them, but they're going to have them.
Yeah, they're going to get the marbles going to the first half of the race. It will not bring them into the forefront of the championship by any shot necessary. I just have to change my pitch right here to make it a little bit more enthusiastic. But what it might do realistically is kind of make them ahead of both Satellite and Impulse in kind of knocking on the door of the Alpine Star geodesic team, but it's still a long way that gap to get into the Alpine Star geodesic LMP team.
Yeah, it's they're quite far removed from this championship, really, Apex Tech Racing going into today, but they are going to take the full 50 points at the halfway stage. So there they are, crosses the line now, and the full 50 awarded to Apex Tech Racing. Alpine Stars geodesic take 4 points away from their disadvantage to Pure Sims, while RSO lose 4 points to their disadvantage, so or maybe even a little bit more. I believe at the minute, although not quite updated yet, I believe the gap might just extend to 34 points in LMP2. We'll get the maths done on all of the other categories over the next few moments, because there are 8 championships, so do excuse us while we're working this out for a moment. Points doing on the fly is always difficult, of course, but yeah, we'll have those to you in short order. Meanwhile, the GT3 traffic is upon us again for the LMP2s, and we're going 3 wide straight away. Element Sim Racing are getting lapped here, I'm afraid to say, in the LMP2s. Geodesic have taken 4 points away from Pure Sims, but they're not going to stay in front of their rivals for long by the looks of things here, Ryan. They're getting big pressure now from the current championship leaders.
Yeah, they are indeed, and might get just a matter of time before they might lose that position to Pure Sims, and as they've got GT traffic in front of them, but managed to get round and down to turn one. I think Pure Sims, I think the best opportunity of trying to get by is if they can get a good exit headed into that back straight and carry that momentum, they might be able to make a move heading down to the chicane. But they're both checking the lap change, they're both evenly matched for pace just about.
They seem pretty evenly matched right now. Traffic will just distort our view on that a little bit, I think, but there's not too much of it around at the minute. We're just at the back end of the GT3s again. GTs will have made their way through on those GT3s that are all in a clump, and they'll be starting to get away a little bit, but the LMP2s won't be arriving on them too long after. So it's going to be getting back into the stage here, Lorenzo, where we're going to see traffic constantly once more. It's going to be a pretty much constant stream of traffic from here on in until the finish, or at least until the next yellow flag, where we get 2 or 3 laps of respite from the traffic again.
Yeah, now they can actually rest up a little bit, but the constant flow is never going to end, and this is going to be a key aspect when Johnny and Stefan actually go into their commentary role in a little bit. That the tiredness effect might kick in a little bit for some of the drivers, and the fact that they're going to run into nighttime conditions, maybe evening to not fully night, not fully into the pitch blackness of the track, but it's going to be somewhere close into it, might take into effect of affect the visual, not the visual range, but you guys know what I mean. How the driver approaches the track turn by turn and analyze where the other car might be, or go into the corner a certain specific way. So there will be a chance of more incidents toward into the final hours of the race than we are getting right now.
Absolutely. Just under 120 laps remaining in this one, and currently projected to have about an hour, 2 hours and 20 remaining in this race. But of course, without that, it remains to be seen whether we're going to have cautions or not. That brings us our race time up to about 4 hours 55. We started off at a lightning pace today. We really did. We were down to around 4:45 at one stage, but we've had the caution now, which is obviously going to add some time to the day, and we may have more a little bit later on. Let's wait and see on that one. Hearing some things as well about when the sun is going to be going down here today, because sunset is projected at just past 8 o'clock this evening, and we're getting towards that at the minute. We started the day at just after 2 in qualifying. It's just about 6:30, so it looks like maybe we've got an hour and a half left of daytime running, and then Petit Le Mans style we're going to be bringing the curtain down on our season in the darkness.
Yep, and I've always liked racing around Road Atlanta in the dark. I don't know why, it's just something about it. It's maybe just because I like watching the Petit Le Mans in the dark in real life as well, but it's just something magical about it. But I think some of these drivers are, hopefully they've put in some practice in the dark, because it's not totally dark like Lorenzo mentions, but spotting some of the corners, especially around this section here, it can be difficult in the dark.
They certainly can. More traffic here for the championship leaders, Pure Sims Esports, making their way in a few Porsches around the outside of Rusty's Bachelors. There you can see going into turn 6 and 7 down the inside of the leaders. Well, it seems Pure Sims Esports, sorry, that's an Impulse car, another one of the Pure Sims cars leading in GT3. Not a big advantage over T3 Motorsport by Maniti at this stage. Only 4 seconds between Leon Penn and Alex Bennett in that battle for the lead. But we haven't got big gaps anywhere really, Lorenzo. Our leading battles in all of the categories are very, very finely poised. It's good to see nobody completely running away with any of the categories just yet. I know our championship fights may be a little bit further apart at this stage than maybe you would like at some points, but we do have very good races till the very end here, and this one in GTE is no different. RSR catching T3 Motorsport by Maniti.
Yeah, and that's, I think, the nature of the track that brings us constant racing. We're not going to see constant battles for the lead, but we're always going to see some battles brewing in the mid-pack, maybe sometimes in the front pack, but there's always something happening around the track, just because we're in the shortest track of the season. We're in a 4.09 or nearly 4.1 track, which is the shortest one. Second one is in Lago, so there's always constant racing or something to watch for, no matter where you're at in the track.
And there certainly is, which is a good thing for us. Less than 3 seconds now is the leading gap in GTE. You can see the damage indeed to the Westwood Racing Esports BMW. You can see on the left hand side of your screen, just hitting the Kazar Sim Racing car through turn 5. Unlucky to see for them, but wrong place, wrong time, really, you'd have to say. A lot of traffic running down through the chicane here right now. How has the traffic been today, Ryan, compared to how you expected it today? It's not the easiest circuit in the world to get through on other cars and so on and so forth. Has it been better or worse than what you expected?
It hasn't been chaotic as I thought it would be. Yeah, we've had some incidents from time to time, but I think that's just the nature of multi-class racing, with it being tight in some places, especially the restart as well. We had some incidents happening as well, but apart from that, it's been relatively clean. There's been we've had some drivers having little mistakes, running wide in turn 1, for example, or spinning. Also, we saw Adam Crane spinning into the back straight chicane, just being caught out and just losing the rear and hitting the marbles. It looks like an Apex Tech racing car of Turn Jack is into the pits from the lead.
Into the pit lane indeed, possibly responding to the Pure Sims car that's coming from 3rd place. They were running in not so long ago, but they're back out again now. Geodesic Racing take 1st place, ever so briefly, but yeah, oh my god, that was close. Obviously they had that calculated nicely, but it looked a bit close from our camera angle there. Alpinstars Geodesic Racing though still leading as things stand. Jenny Munoz back to the front again. Surely Munoz is going to have to be getting out soon. Graham Sanders will be waiting on by, you'd imagine. We've seen him take this car to great heights in the past. Remember that final hours or so. Battle at Watkins Glen. It was very interesting indeed. Unfortunately, ended up in a spin, but yes, it was very interesting indeed. Lorenzo, this has been a good first opening to this race. Geodesic currently lead. Pit strategies are coming out as well. Pure Sims even pitting a little bit early here. Geodesic going a little bit longer. Things are starting to get tactical. Starting to get a bit tactical.
Yeah, he's starting to get a little bit tactical because now the yellow flag kind of reset everybody, and we kind of had a near race of sorts to the second half, as I'm seeing Satellite coming into the pits as the Alpine Sergeant Geodesic still stays on track. But the fact that like LMP's pitted 3 or 4 laps before the yellow flag came out, it reset everything for them. GTs and GT3s were basically on the same range, so it is something like that. So we have basically a brand new race moving forward. So can't wait to see what is going to happen in the next expected 2 hours of race remaining.
Yes, indeed, we're expecting it to be around there. 114 laps to go then here in the GSI Endurance Series presented by IVRA and VCO finale. It's the 100 kilometres, the 1,000 kilometres of Road Atlanta, and we still have a race very finely poised with pit stops currently underway, and the race shaking up here once more. It's been a pleasure to have everybody along watching on here this afternoon. I've thoroughly enjoyed your company. Thanks very much to Ryan Walker and Lorenzo Bonda for being alongside me, and Ryan Bauer, who's going to continue behind the cameras. But from me, it's goodbye. You and Alou, goodbye for now. I'll be handing you over, of course, to the very capable hands of Stefan Schlacker and Jonathan Burke.
Well, thank you, Ewan, and good job, guys, on your first stint. And now we are going to take you from this moment in time to the checkered flag of this finale of the 1,000 kilometers here at Road Atlanta. Just a couple miles out from Atlanta, Georgia. It's been an exciting first couple hours. We've awarded halfway points already. We'll get those final tallies in just a moment. Race Control just making sure all their math is all good for the Grand and Winter Championship. Should be an exciting one here today. And Stefan, I know we've been watching this race for a little bit here, checking in and out. And what have you liked so far from what you've seen?
Well, we most definitely have seen some great battles, and most importantly, we have seen a very long first green flag run that only was interrupted by a driver exiting pit lane and not realizing that there is a car on the outside, or it could spin it the other way, that the car on the outside didn't realize that there was a car exiting pits. Either way, it was a very awkward incident that brought out this yellow flag, but apart from that, we really haven't had too many scares in multi-class racing, which is quite a rarity here at Road Atlanta.
Road Atlanta, one of my favorite courses, at least on the iRacing service. It's such a technical course. It gets very flowing. Sometimes it's difficult to overtake, and especially in a multi-class race like this where there can be a lot of chaos. It is only nice to have one yellow flag so far this afternoon. Right now, as we mentioned before, switching over crews. Pit stops underway for the leaders. Team RSO currently out front for LMP2. T3 by Maniti. Motorsports currently in front for GTE. Pure Sims leading out in GT3 Pro. And then the Archer Brothers leading in BTM. So a reminder, there are 2 championships on the line here today. The Winter Championship, which has just been these past 2 months over on the American side of the calendar. And then the Grand Championship that combines 2021 and 2022. Several of the Grand Championships, I believe the PTE one, I believe, was wrapped up by the 178, but everything else still up for grabs today. Live look right here at the 213 are trying to get around the Impulse Lamborghini right ahead. Probably one of the only close battles right now on the track as pit stops underway. We're kind of in this middle part of the stint, and with conditions changing, Stefan. We mentioned the sun's going down, and the track is going to drastically change as we head into nightfall.
Yeah, most definitely. We saw only a single team in the LMP2s, for example, to actually try to implement a 3-stint strategy on their tires, and we heard from Sayatra that it wasn't the nicest experience, that triple stint in the hot conditions. So most definitely these guys are going to have much easier times right now on their tires in the LMP2s. But even in the GT3s and GTs, as we have this battle here now into turn 1, probably side by side for this 10th position.
This is down at about 8th in class right now. The 213 and Impulse Racing getting very, very
My
close.
goodness.
Marcel Bozeman behind the wheel right now, and that was Andre Hubesfeld that made an aggressive move to take that position. We're now on board the 97 Team RSO. They have just come down the pit lane. Looks like a full service on their car, fresh tires and fuel. Dirt getting kicked up all over the track. One of the, I think, interesting and challenging parts about Road Atlanta is that, you know, a lot of modern F1 circuits, we get the complaints of there's too much runoff air, there's too much asphalt. There is dirt everywhere, and you will pick up dirt no matter what corner you are in. So the visibility into some of these corners has been tough, especially we saw almost the Geodesic cars collide going into turn 1 earlier.
Yeah, most definitely. You really have to be careful where you also put your foot, because there is grass everywhere, and as we know, grass is extremely slippery. If you are sitting in a race car, it can even be that in a street car, so you really have to be on your toes to not overstep your boundaries, especially through the S's on the downhill section. It's such a fast corner, especially LMP2s. You're so much on the edge throughout all of that. And just a centimeter to the left or a centimeter to the right can already be a catastrophic outcome for you.
They've really been on the edge today. Their best lap times, only a couple tenths off the real world record for these LMP2 cars. They have already been on the edge today, and getting through the traffic as well has been quite the challenge. Because again, RSO, first one out of the box on this stint. Gonna get a replay right here, Stefan. I believe this is Samba Racing going into turn 1.
Yes, and it is Bas Rohwinkel. Not the first time we have seen a car hit this wall, I think. But that was one of the more harder impacts, or maybe even it was the first one. I can't remember right now. I have had to step away myself a little bit during the part of this broadcast. But yeah, Samba Racing into pit lane as well, and that seems like it does race for them.
Yeah, I've made that mistake myself going into turn 1. Sometimes you just think it's you think it's going to stick, and then it doesn't stick. We saw that also earlier with Pure Sims and Daniel Kraft running in second. Thought that car was going to stick through the corner. It did not. They had to go sailing through the grass and almost collected the Alpine Stars Geodesic racing machine. So pit stops pretty much over and done for LMP2s. Next group on the list to come down would be the GTEs and the GT3s. They're only a couple laps out from doing so. Look at that, 55 right now, a lonely 4th place for the time being. Just a couple tenths behind Satellite Racing number 64 that we saw almost sideways going into the chicane earlier. You mentioned these hot conditions, and you mentioned the grip. I think you can't be erratic with the car. You have to be very careful around this place, because even if the conditions are perfect, it's iRacing default, there are several corners that can catch you out.
Yeah, most definitely. And you know, for the LMP2s, it's even more of a problem, these high temperatures, than for the GT3s and the GTEs, because in the LMP2s you can change so much on the aerodynamic side that they are highly trimmed out. They are right at the maximum that they can take of downforce to not be slowed down too much on these quite long straights that we still have. Even though Road Atlanta might not be the longest track, it still features that very long backstretch into this turn 10A and B chicane. And that is such a crucial point, because you can lose so much time if you just put on too much downforce.
And sometimes the downforce is useful for areas like the S's, where you can just flow right through those corners and have no regrets whatsoever. Speaking of trying to flow and have no regrets, that Team RSO machine, Brennan Tomdome, was trying to look to the inside of Christian Frank. Nothing doing on that occasion. The lone Corvette currently running 4th right now. It's been an up and down, I think, season for Hoysenfeld. The first endurance season went pretty well for the team. They were able to get towards the front as well in the Club Sport categories and TCR. But I think this season, both on the Club Sport and endurance side, it's been one where they, I think, wish they were a little bit higher in the points.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We know Hoysenfeld as one of the high competitors of pretty much any series that they enter. Their target is always to be at least in the top 3 at the end of the standing. So it most definitely was a subpar season thus far for them. But the good thing is about this series, yes, the winter series is over for them, but we still have that overall championship to play for, and in all reality, still anything can happen in that one as well.
Yeah, they are currently sitting 6th in the Grand Championship. Granted, the halfway points have not yet been confirmed for this race yet. They could move up or down. Like I said, the lone Corvette in the field is just a flock of BMWs and of Porsches that they have to fight against. And here's a bit of traffic that they're running into. That's a running wide BMW into turn 1. Takes off to the escape road and politely bails out of causing any more collision and chaos. That's one of the trickier, I think, braking zones of this entire circuit. And no matter what car you're in, we're going to get another replay here. There's Element Sim Racing just getting a little bit aggressive on the curbs. Wondering, Stefan, if there was an incident with that car further down the line. Now here we go. Here is Pure Sims, the 216, leading the way in the GT category going into turn 1.
Alright, so yeah, so it seems like our replays got a little bit confused there by an off-track through that turn 3 kick. And, you know, while it only might be an off-track, Jonathan, you still have to be careful there, because it is so extremely easy to go just that little bit further to the inside and actually pick yourself up quite a hefty, or one has to add, slowdown penalty over that turn 3 curve.
Or even pick up some damage. There's already some damage on that 216 Pure Sims machine. I think having a clean car at the end of the day is probably going to be one of the more important factors when we talk about getting into the final stints. Is the battle for the GTE lead. RSR by Buck Kicker, the 199. Currently leading the way. That's Jesse Jones out in front. Johnny Verhoff in the 178. 178 was leading not too long ago. There has been a change of position here. BMW versus Porsche for the lead of this one. And T3 by Maniti, they have been one of the more dominant ones this season in at least all the GT3 categories. All 3 of their contenders currently in the mix for both the Grand Championship and Winter Championship. So this T3 by Maniti partnership has been fantastic for them, and it's kept Maniti very much in play, and they were already a strong team coming into the season.
Yeah, most definitely. If I remember correctly, they are leading going into this, or were leading going into this race. So very great stuff by T3 Maniti. But once again, just like Huysenfeld, when they enter a series, they are there to win it and not win it. And something happened to Graham Saunders there, as he was extremely slow through turn number 9. Let's see what happened to the Geodesic LMP2 car here. The number 62 might have had an off-track there. Oh, yes, indeed. Goes around for 180. And a quite nice recovery there, because you have to be careful. Once again, that grass on the outside, not only is it slippery, but it's also off-cambered still.
Unfortunately, that has lost them 4 positions. They were up in 4th, and now they're down into 7th, about 8 seconds behind Team RSO. Geodesic. The one Geodesic car has already spun around earlier today and caused a heart attack. Another has retired. The 262 has retired after being 37 laps off of Apex Tech and about 20 laps off of their class leaders. Back up front to the GTE action we go. That 199 proving to be very, very strong through these S's. And this is one of these tracks that also I feel really rewards the different types of cars here. You have this first sector and a little bit of the second sector that really balances out towards the Porsche, helps that car just flow through the S's. But then you got these long straightaways and heavy braking zones where this BMW is just much, much stronger than the Porsche.
And then there is the Corvette. No, but in all reality, we have to say they did do a very good job on the BOP here today. Once again, IVRA did. because we have all three manufacturers in the top 4. We have Porsche leading at BMW, leading at Porsche, leading the 148 Corvette, which is the only Corvette we have in this event here today. So really, you have to give it up to them. IVRA have once again done a great job with the VOP in the GTEs. Much of the same story, by the way, in the GT3s as well. So yeah, great job, and it just shows how much experience these guys have with this kind of BOP, as Johnny Verhoff now also goes into pit lane.
Yeah, we're going to start to see all these GT3 and GT runners with Lifer Esports right behind. They were running in the top 5 in the GT3 category. So good news for the LMP2s is that these GTEs will start to get out of their way very quickly. The bad news is that they're going to come back out into pit road and possibly be a little bit of a nuisance. This is Apex Tech currently leading the way, and that is a technical blinking Impulse Racing Lamborghini right ahead. Apex Tech, it's been quite a strong season, I think, all around for them. But it's just a matter of, it's kind of hard to catch Pure Sims out in front when Pure Sims have stood on the podium all races but one. Only the Red Bull Ring was the last time Pure Sims was not on the podium in the Grand Championship. Apex Tech went 2 races in a row, Barcelona and Watkins Glen, without scoring on the podium.
I mean, what do you really want to do against a team like that, Pure Sims? They are just so dominant, they're so consistent as well at that kind of level that you nearly have to throw rocks and stones and probably even boulders at them to somehow get a grip of their pace. But yeah, it once again, you can't just say the same thing that you can say about T3 or Heusenfeld. They are just that dedicated to a series when they enter it, that they will most definitely try everything in their power to be the fastest team out there.
I think one of the biggest things for me when I look at this point sheet as well is the halfway points. Pure Sims at the halfway points in the Grand Championship, which includes our fall and winter season, 1st and 2nd. That no lower than 1st or 2nd for halfway points, and the same goes for the 278 by Maniti for GT3 Pro, only 1st and 2nds for them. So these halfway points proving to make a difference. But right now the 13 is out in front by about 10 seconds over the Delta Sport 33. The defending 2020-2021 champion, unfortunately has not been the greatest season for this 33 machine in the Grand Championship. They haven't had a podium since the opening round in the Nürburgring, so they're sitting down in 8th in points. Not where a defending champion car, I feel like, should be, and not where they want to be.
Yeah, most definitely. They want to be at a higher position right now, but you know, it's endurance racing. Sometimes the track giveth, sometimes the track taketh, and you know, they have been a little bit in the wrong spots at times, but I'm quite certain that yes, this is not the championship they wanted right now, but I'm quite sure that they somehow will find something to be there at the very end for the overall championship.
They have been quite fast here today as well. It's been a good race, I think, out front with all these LMP2 machines. A handful of different ones have led. We can argue that everyone in the top 5, you know, if we get a late safety car or even a bit of a change in conditions, and get everyone all bunched up together and see how much chaos we can have at the end. And we're looking right now at Team RSO, the number 97 in 6th place. That is towards Hootsfield behind the wheel, trying to chase down Daniel Kraft. And we have his counterpart here, Manuel Sudau. Manuel Sudau of the 97 Team RSO crew. Manuel, do you have a copy?
Yes, I have a copy, thank you.
All right, so how's the race so far been for you guys? It's been a little bit up and down, lots of different leaders. There's only one safety car, and it's still just only about 30 points down right now on Pure Sims.
Yeah, quite eventful. Also very demanding, not only because of the track, but also because there's so much change in the race situation and everything. So, I mean, for us personally, it was quite important to have a good qualifying. Despite being super nervous, Mats managed to win the GSI award, which is really awesome. Maybe that was kind of the reason why he was distracted in the beginning of the race, so we lost a little bit more than we thought we would. So the safety car was quite good for us, brought us a little bit back, and I could, I think, climb up to 4 for the halftime point. So, and now for the rest of the race, we try to keep it clean and see where it's going to end.
So I know me and Stefan have been talking, even our first stint crew, we're talking about the changing conditions. You can obviously see right now the sun's going down, the light is dimming away. What is going to be the game plan to try and keep up with the track as it changes in these next 100 laps?
Yeah, you're right. I mean, here also in practice, we recognize that the track was changing quite drastically. I mean, we've been up to 46 degrees today, and now we're down to 27 track, so that's like 20 degree difference. And yeah, the setups have to work in all these conditions. So our strength weren't in the very warm conditions, so now our car is kind of getting a little bit more to where we expected the race to be in terms of track conditions. So yeah, so that is a factor. So you have to remind each other. The spotter is kind of updating you every now and then if there was some significant change in track conditions, so you can adapt a little bit as a driver. Apart from that, it's yeah, very difficult also to find the rhythm with all the traffic. So you really have to think like 3-4 cars ahead. So it's really demanding on a mental side. And then obviously it's a great race in terms of competition in the LMP2 category. So everybody is quite close to each other. So it's super intense. I mean, 7 cars here. Yeah, I think 7 cars in the race for the win. So yeah, super exciting.
And final question before I let you get back to the pit wall. Are you going to get back in the car anytime, or are you going to let Aziz kind of carry this one all the way to the end?
Yeah, we've seen some different strategies. So some teams triple stinting the tires. To be honest, that's very close in terms of whether or not it's an advantage. Very much comes down to traffic and whether you're lucky or not. So we now do another double stint with Mats in the car, and I will take over for the last stint and splash and dash, I think. And yeah, we're gonna have good tires and see what we can do in the end. So let's see. So very eventful, and most importantly, we try to make no mistakes at all.
All right, Manuel, I appreciate your time. Hopefully we get to talk later on in the day, and have a good one out there.
Yeah, thanks guys. Also for the broadcast all season, it's really a huge of the success of IVRA. I think the stage that you deliver, and it's always enjoyable to also rewatch the stream. Even though I was in the car, I will definitely rewatch it tomorrow. So really big shout out to you guys. Really amazing. Thanks a lot.
Well, thank you very much for putting on a great show on track, as always, every week.
Thanks.
Manuel Suda of RSO, the 97 car, currently in 6th place. 20 degrees difference between the peak of 46 and now 27 degrees Celsius as a track temp. That's a jump. That's a jump there, Stefan.
Yeah, most definitely. That's just prime May weather. If you're honest about it, 47 degrees Celsius. I kind of expected hot temperatures to see here at the very start of this race, as we see something from Lindlau. Bastian Lindlau has a little bit of an issue there for Element Sim Racing in turn 10, and also has some issues trying to find the track again. It's to the right of yourself there. There you go under the bridge. Perfectly done. Very slow as well, trying to be as easy on the tires coming back. Obviously they have picked up a lot of dirt on that track excursion there.
Well, there you can still see the marbles there. It's also such a blind issue, that tunnel, as we see Pure Sims looking like they're going to dive down for a position. Move them up into 3rd place. Satellite Racing, that 16 car, quite fast on the track right now. They picked off 5-star just a few laps ago. We started talking to Manuel, and now they're all the way back into the podium places. As I was saying about that tunnel, it's such a blind corner. I've had a couple Formula 3 and even Formula Renault races where someone crashes in that tunnel. There's 5 of us charging right towards it, and we have no idea that there's a car in the middle of the road. So I think kudos to the 27 for trying to be as respectful as possible and making sure everyone knew there was a slow car.
Yeah, most definitely making the best out of that position there. You just have to be that careful, as you perfectly explained. I mean, it also is the problem, right? It is an old track, so to speak, Road Atlanta. most definitely can see that in the prime example of the tunnel. There is much space. Those tracks were designed like that back then. Didn't need a lot of space around the tracks to have some racing, and you know, that's why we still have the tunnel like that. Normally, nowadays you plan it so that you have a few meters left and right of the track, still grass or road or whatever. But yeah, no, nothing there, and most definitely we have seen also on some RaceSpot broadcasts quite some big issues at that tunnel section just because there was a complete roadblock and nobody was able to see it.
And there's so many elevation changes with this track too. You said it's an old track. It kind of flows with the hills of northern Georgia. You know, but it's a favorite track among those that are big sports car racers, and again, like one that I always enjoy racing on, whether it be open wheel or sports car. Pearson's now trying to duck and weave their way through this heavy traffic, and this has been one of the, I think, keys. We've only had one yellow flag, thankfully, but traffic around this place always gets hectic, especially from turn 1 all the way to turn 8 where we are now. There's really not much an LMP2 car can do about 3 or 4 GTE cars fighting for position ahead of them.
No, not at all. You have to be extremely careful most of the times in an LMP2 if you're catching someone at the asses, because normally you'd be so much faster, obviously, than those cars. But there's just no room to pass. The only room is right here where we see perfectly now. Turn 4, that left-hander. The LMP2 accelerates much quicker through there. The GTE, GT3 really have to stay tight through that left-hander, basically parking themselves all around the corner on the curb, because they need all the room then for the right-hander, which is so crucial to take the amount of speed and to also take the perfect line through that section, so you don't have to step off the throttle ever so slightly to make it around the next 2 corners as well. So if you're lucky in an LMP2, you catch them right through that turn 4, execute the pass through there, maybe still need the entry of that turn 5, but that is the only section in the SS where you can actually overtake one of the slower classes.
I really trust myself to overtake someone in my own class in that area, and even that includes even at the lower levels of road, and we're not discussing my road I rating here. I think we've already discussed that enough on the oval broadcast that I've done. On screen right now is the German simracing.de machine, and if you're wondering why is this 168.7 out in front of the GTE, weren't we just watching a fight between our starting team Horsenfeld? Well, those two are still fighting, not too far behind, but this 167 a little bit off sequence here, Stefan, and I think strategy is starting to come into play a little bit more as this race continues to run under green. There are a couple of cars out there in both the GTE and the GT3 categories that are about 10 to 20 laps into their stints already, after the GTEs have just kind of completed their cycle not too long ago.
Yeah, and you know, speaking about being off cycle, I'm seeing Satellite Racing in the pit lane after just 20 completed laps on their stint. So it seems like either Element Sim Racing is once again pulling quite, Satellite Racing rather, is pulling quite the interesting strategy pull here, or we've had some problems for them, because that was a 116-second stop for Satellite Racing.
For those that can now do the math really quickly right there, that's 1 minute 34-second stop. But I think that might have been a problem or a penalty. Does not look like a penalty. There was a penalty recently enforced to the 133 Apex Tech GT, while the Apex Tech LMP2 is flying out in front. The Apex Tech GT that just got back from the reserve list to join this race, currently down, unfortunately, in 9th place in GT. Drive-through penalty, the 5-second rule in pit road. I feel like if there was a drinking game to that 5-second rule for all these IVRA races, it wouldn't be a fun drinking game towards the very end of it. But I think that's the first one of the day for that infraction.
Yeah, very, very weird there for Satellite Racing, because, you know, a normal tire stop would be 80 seconds, fuel only would be around 56, 55 seconds. So most definitely seems like Adam Crane either ran into a problem that we didn't catch, or he had some sort of penalty, maybe dealt out by the iRacing service rather than the stewards of this race.
Well, there is an incident listed on the incident sheet at 2 hours and 50 minutes time. With an incident with the 193. So that, I believe, is the Samba racing machine that has been out for quite some time. But I believe they went out due to running into the wall earlier in the race. So I'm not sure when those two collided, but those two collided about 20 minutes ago. So I'm wondering if that's leftover damage at the end of that pit cycle for the 64 machine of Adam Crane, and they just need some repairs on it. They've also, we saw them spinning out going into the chicane earlier. German Sim Racing has now come down pit lane for a new set of boots and a driver change, so they will cycle back behind Team RSR and Team Horstenfeld.
And I have just seen on our timing and scoring screen here that Impulse Racing, the 257 of Hendrik Augustin, just overtook Eric Grove. That's Pure Sims Esports for 4th position in the GT3s. That was a pass maneuver probably down the backstretch, as they were side by side for quite a long time. And yeah, on the replays, most definitely seems like Impulse Racing getting past Pure Sims. Oh, even 3 wide there with, I think that's Satellite Racing actually. So yeah, nicely done by Impulse there.
I think that front end damage is starting to come back to bite that 215 at the moment. Down the straightaways, it just does not seem like that car wants to go. We do have an update, by the way, on the standings. Race Control has officially completed their halfway points and analysis. So for the winter season, nothing much has changed out in front for the LMP2s. It's still about a 30-point gap, just 28 points now. So 2 points in favor of Team RSO, but they still have some work to do, I think, to catch Pure Sims. Down to the GTE side, the 178 extends their lead. Team Horstenfeld was all the way down in 5th place. Out the full 50 for the 178. So looking more and more comfortable for that team. Rubabunga right there. Please beat the bongo drums to all of your pleasure in the chat. For GT Pro, again, a little bit of a shakeup, but not too much. 278 still leading in that category, about 40 points, so a 10-point swing in Maniti's favor for that category as well. And go down to the Pro-Am category for the winter season. It is the 367, excuse me, of Satellite Racing currently in control. 378, 22 points behind, so not much of a change there. The 367, not too far away. Passed, I believe, by that 378. So that is your winter season update for the Grand Championship. It's about 100 points in favor of Pure Sims in the LMP2 category, so not much that 13 car can do. In fact, I believe that is locked up and confirmed for the 16 machine. GTE's already decided, that was already rewarded to Maniti Racing last time out for that Grand Championship. The 278 also has locked up the Grand Championship in the GTE Pro, or GT3 Pro, excuse me. So the last one to be decided is a 40-point gap between the Archer brothers and then Maniti, the 378 one for the Grand Championship of that category. There's 2 championship leaders in that GT Pro-Am category, and I think that just speaks to how competitive that class is, and sometimes we forget about it, Stefan, of how chaotic it can be, and how many different winners, how many different podium combinations we've had down at our slowest level.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, the Pro-Ams, yeah, it always is a little bit hard to call these guys, because obviously they're driving the exact same cars as our GT3 Pro drivers. The only difference is that they have that different number, and I think the windscreen banner is different, where they have actually the P/A on the windscreen, but they are so hard to tell apart sometimes that you can forget a little bit about them. But yeah, they have had some splendid racing today as well, and we actually do have, well, it's not directly a fight on track for position, but the fastest Pro-Am car right now is Sim Republic in 8th place in the GT3s, that's the 318, and we then have the Archer brothers in 9th place right now overall in the GT3 category. That's the 301, and they are about 10 to 15 laps depending on exactly where they are in their stints apart from each other. So most definitely that still is a quite nice strategy battle for these two for the Pro-Am lead.
There are still several cars in contention for that championship. right now, at least for the end of the winter season as well as the full championship. And there's still some standings and stuff besides first place that can be up for grabs. The 13 machine, Apex Tech Racing, again in the Grand Championship, they're sitting second, but they need to fend off from Satellite Racing, the 64 machine, from passing them. And it's the same case over in the winter season. They're only 10 points apart. Several close battles in the GTE category, the 114 and 138. Only 15 points apart, only 4 points back from Team Boysenfeld is that 114. So there's still several fights on track as well for points in all these categories. And I think even if we just interview the champions at the end and we just talk about the glory of getting that championship, I think a lot of these teams that may not be fighting for the championship, they still got something to fight for in these last 85 laps.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you might not always have anywhere to target of being up there in the championship, because you most definitely know that you just simply don't have the pace against the others that are in your class as well. So you fight for the little victories. You fight for the first top 10 if it must be. You fight for the first top 5. You fight for, I don't know, maybe even the first halfway point top 5. You know, you have to set those little steps, because only then you truly can progress if you start to hit your targets. Don't have to be big targets. Can also just be those small targets that push you forward ever so slightly.
Right now, viewing the 178 machine, the Vonga drums all going right now as he's gotten around. I believe that was the 197. No, Team Boysenfeld not too far up the road, unless my timing is deceiving me. Yeah, that is Team Boysenfeld not too far up the road. So that's the fight for second in class. As I'm curious on that pit stop, sorry, butt kicker, no pun intended here, kicked some butt on those in and out laps, and clearly on the strategy stint. There's 20 seconds now in between them and this fight for P2, and here comes Bonga down the inside of the last corner. A little bit of a bold move. Frank gave him all the space he needed, and now we're 2 wide into turn 1. That's an LMP2 making a bit of an aggressive dive, trying to make up places. That's Element Sim Racing Fire, Baston Lindau trying to make up places, but Ruben Bonga now into second place, almost gets shoved off the road by the 27 machine. Can Christian Frank look back on the inside going into turn 5? Not on this occasion. He has to get out of the throttle, almost gets rammed into the back by the 5-star Lamborghini. And is getting bump drafted a little bit by that 5-star Lamborghini as they head down into turn 6.
Yeah, most definitely. Once again, shows you that these GTEs not that much faster than GT3s in some portions of this track, but very nicely done by both parties to execute that cleanly.
And that didn't hold up the Bonga drums that much. They're still about 20 seconds or so away from Jesse Jones in the 199 machine, but again, 20 seconds is a lot to make up. Pit stops underway right now for LMP2s. Apex Tech Racing down on pit road, as well as 5-star. Currently getting service. Pure Sims just came down. Daniel Kraft still behind the wheel. I think this is going to be the point where we can look for Adam Crane. Remember, he had a 30-second longer stop, but he's been out there on 8 laps already on some fresher rubber, so he should be able to bang in some quick lap times and maybe leapfrog a car or 2. Apex Tech now, Jamie Conway getting behind the wheel, so it looks like a full service stop for the 13 machine.
And Antti Tumanen of 49 Motorsports Maroon, the 349, just stopped at turn 10 with some issues. There is back on the way, but he was held up there along with yellow flags. Let's have a look at what happened to the Pro Am. Driver's just a little bit too much speed on the Apex. Spins it around, keeps it crucially out of the wall though. So the 349, 19th place right now. Not the race they probably hoped for, but at least no more damage added to that car.
I think they're just trying to find a way to merge. I mean, this 3-point turn is beautiful, by the way.
Oh!
Just a tap, just a scratch. That was a well-executed 3-point turn.
Yeah, nice.
I'm showing that in driver's ed class. Yeah, but unfortunately, 49 Motorsports, they are down towards the rear of their class.
Yeah, with that, they lost 30 seconds. They dropped from 17th all the way to 19th in class, are now 10 seconds behind 18th. And technically, we still have Quasar Sim Racing Hydro. They're in 20th place, but they have been in pit lane for over 10 minutes now. So pretty much 49 Motorsports were the last car running in the GT3 category.
I think there was some sort of incident between them and the 133, the Apex Tech GT, not too long ago, because that adds up with the race control sheet that I'm looking at over on the right, where there's an incident under review between the two of them. So I'm wondering if the two bottoms in the GTE and the GT3 classes, unfortunately, were fighting for the same real estate, and Quasar Sim Racing got the worst end of it. It's been a season also to forget for Quasar Sim Racing. They were a big underdog in the 2020-2021 season with their Ford GT car, and I think for this season it's been rather frustrating. This is I think that very incident right here. 278 to the inside.
Oh, hip check! Oh my goodness!
That is not even the car I thought that was going to be. That is a separate car from the incident earlier.
No wonder that car has been sitting in pit lane for that long. My goodness, call an ambulance because that car is toast.
So I'm a little confused at what the incident is between the 225 and the 133, because I'm pretty sure, you know, as iconic and easy to spot liveries are, I believe there was a Maniti machine that got into the side of him. So for Quasar Sim Racing, that might be day done and dusted. They've been on pit road already for a quarter of an hour, 15 minutes now. And I don't think there's much hope. You have to also complete, I believe, 90% of the laps in order to score any points. And 90% at least of 225. That's
there's a car stop
backwards. Is that the Sim Republic car?
I think so.
No.
387, yes, indeed.
Westwood.
No, it's a Westwood. How did that happen?
And that car is not moving. That is a yellow flag. Caution is out. RSO is down in the pit lane. Did they get in their box in time? And if so, Team RSO is going to have the lead of this race.
Oh, self-inflicted damage. Unfortunately. Yeah, that car wasn't going to turn anymore.
You can see that front suspension destroyed almost. I need to get another angle from the rear because you can see that back end kick out, and that's just a dangerous place to try and turn around too. So I think better safe than sorry.
Pressed as well. You better bring out that yellow flag than try to cause a multi-car incident. Just ever so slightly running too wide, getting on the gravel out there, and yeah, it's such an easy mistake to do, but it always hurts, no matter what.
I think the worst part was that was our at least leader for the time being. Unfortunately, not able to get all the way out in pit lane in time, but Team RSO went from 6th place in that pit cycle to 3rd with that yellow flag coming out.
Yeah.
Thankfully, I think for the LMP2s, everyone came down pit road apart from the two at the back, which that would be Element Sim Racing and then Fiercely Forward. So
yeah,
now we get
inside the top 7. This was the worst possible time to bring out a caution because they are 4 laps, 3 laps, 2 laps in their stints thus far, and then Team RSO comes in perfectly pitting with that yellow flag. 0 laps now on their stint. I think they even did a full service on that. Fresh boots, if I saw that correctly. That car did go on the checks in their pit stop, so Team RSO probably smiling from ear to ear here. And actually, no tires for RSO, so just a fuel stop.
Just a fuel stop. It was full service for Apex Tech. It was full service as well for Delta Sport. So now there's a variety of different strategies in that top half a dozen or so.
So from what I'm seeing, Pure Sims did a 56-second stop, so that's tires only, fuel only. Tires and fuel for Apex Tech, as I said, Team RSO always said that with only fuel, and then you have also Alpine Stars Jurassic Racing at 62 with fuel only 2 laps into their stint. now, so they basically pitted out the lap of the incident. And then also 5-Star Motorsport, the 55, with a 79-second stop, so that's also a stop with tires. 7th place, Phoenix Racing Esport, and that is also a fuel-only stop for them.
I think this restart in this LMP2 category is going to get chaotic because I remember Manuel Suda was here not too long ago. He said there's probably 7 cars that could easily win this race, and
yeah,
we can make an argument. I think for everyone down into 7th right now is a contender. Looking at the GTEs, it's also kind of a poor time for them midway through their stints, except for Team Hoisenveld, which that's a strange one.
Yeah, I think Team Hoisenveld went into pit lane just to top off and get new boots on, because they were also halfway through their stint. They're the ones that, if I remember correctly, kicked off the GTE pit stop cycle. You know, you could make an argument for RSR, the leading 199, and T3 Motorsport by Maniti, the 178, that they could come into pit lane. Same for Phoenix Racing Esport, the 114, because they are 20 to 25 laps into their stints. You could most definitely see a little bit of strategy play and see them come into pit lane to top off here, because it's 79 laps to go. And for the GT3s, pretty much the same thing there as well. Most of these guys are halfway through their stints, so not really going to see anyone pit there. Could make an argument for Impulse Racing, the 257. They are 34 laps into their stints, so quite towards the end of their life in the fuel tank. Same for T3 Motorsports by Manita, the 378. 37 laps in their stint. And apart from that, everybody is 20 or less laps into their stint, Jonathan. So this is not going to be a very busy pit stop cycle, if even that.
Like a counter argument and say maybe, where's the GT car? Why would you not pit here? Because if we're talking about 37, 38, 39 laps on a stint, it's only one more stop. You could get full service here under yellow. Only have to get fuel in that last green flag stop. I mean, I feel like that's a worthwhile risk, especially for guys that have not been towards the front in those categories. Say, you know, a Team RSO or a German sim racing that has been off sequence this entire time. Like, why wouldn't you?
So, as expected, nobody in the LMP2's pits apart from Fiercely Forward. But they are 32 laps into their stint, so that's the end of line for them.
That one was expected. I think here comes...
Yep. Same for Element Sim Racing, 30 laps into their stint as well. That was as expected as well. RSR by Butt Kicker, there we go. 21 laps into their stint.
We're getting some split strategies, though. So Oiskenfeld and German Sim Racing are both going to cycle up to the top of the GTE category. Alpine Stars Geodesic, that's the head-scratching one there, Stefan. They did not pit. They were about 18 laps into their stint. They're about to cycle up all the way to 3rd in that class.
Yeah.
Oh no, they're 2 laps down. I apologize. Actually, no, they will stay in 7th.
Oh yeah, true. They are 2 laps down. Now 1 lap down, so they are gonna get that position back, that lap back as well, because they are now situated in between the class leader and the safety car. Actually,
I think they'll get the wave round. They'll get the wave round.
Are they though? Who is leading right now?
German
Sim Racing is right now going into turn 8. There they are, 167 now. Where is the Geodesic car?
They should have passed him already, I'd imagine.
Oh yeah, Geodesic is okay. So Geodesic is now going past the safety car. There we go. So Paul Rieger is gonna get that lap back. Happy fellas over there in the Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing camp.
And everyone that was on the lead lap for the Pro machines for the GT3s, at least the same as the Pure Sims leader, came down. So everyone on the same strategy for that one. Sim Republic for the amateur class, Pro-Am class stayed out. That also goes along with Archer Brothers. They're on the same lap. They're 1 lap behind their Pro counterparts. I believe T3 by Beniti did pit. So that's going to be an interesting one. That Mercedes Is going to be right up behind the Sim Republic and Archer Brothers with some fresh boots on that car. That'll be interesting to see how that develops.
The thing here is about 2/3 of the entire GT3 field followed your advice and went into pit lane, thinking exactly the same as you, that it's just one stint, which is a very valid option. One stop and then you're good to go till the very end. Seems like we're probably going to go back to green on lap 75 here. But you know, what I'm really intrigued by is, in the Pro-Am category, we have first and second that stayed out, we have third that stayed out, fourth and fifth also stayed out, and only 6th place and down went into pit lane. So very, very interesting how the GT3's field was split by pros pitting, Pro-Ams not pitting.
Yeah, even the Pro-Ams themselves, I think, were split, because Sim Republic Archer Brothers are 1 and 2 right now. Did not. T3 by Beniti did. Satellite Racing did not. Nomad did not. So that's an interesting call, actually, by T3 Beniti. They may be sitting pretty if we get this race green until the end. One more stop for them, whereas everyone else in that field is going to have to take a second stop.
Yeah, and they are, what, 10 seconds, I think, on track behind right now, Sim Republic. So it worked out really nicely for them. But the question is just how much are they able to profit now on those new tires? Because whatever happens here, if the safety car, if maybe another safety car falls just right for Sim Republic and Archer Brothers, all of a sudden they are in favor here of winning, instead of what looks to be T3 Motorsport by Maniti right now, with that strategy call of pitting and getting fresh boots with fuel.
And so just to recap, in case you're just tuning in, this is the finale of the IVRA Endurance Series, the 2021 and 2022 season. I'd like to thank you for joining us for this ride all throughout the 6th race in the Grand Championship, the 3rd race in the Winter Championship. We're going to get set to go back to green in just one moment time. Different strategies separating the GTEs, GT3s, Pro and Pro-Ams. Meanwhile, up front in the LMP2 category, well, they all just came in down pit road. Some of them have fresh sets of boots and some of them do not. So this is going to be a very interesting restart. Pace car will be in this lap and come out of turn 10B underneath the bridge. Sunset here in northern Georgia. 77 laps to go. We'll go green with 76 laps to go. It is Pure Sims and Daniel Kraft currently in the lead. Apex Tech not too far behind and quickly overtaking a slower GT car. Back there was 5-Star Motorsports and trying to get some warmth into those tires. But so far a good restart there by Pure Sims, Stefan. Getting that gap so they're not under pressure right away.
Yeah, they need that gap because remember, Apex Tech Racing in behind is on fresh boots. So Jamie Conway, if he can hold the pace with... Oh, Pure Sims has spun it!
Pure Sims has spun into the wall. Someone else has spun behind them. I think that was Alpine Star's Geodesic. No, they are now in second. That was Team RSO. Both blue and white machines. From the lead of the race, Daniel Kraft out of turn 5 has crashed into the wall. Team RSO took evasive action, had to spin out as well. Apex Tech had to check up, but Apex Tech is leading. Daniel Kraft.
Oh my goodness, over the bumps, loses it, and then RSO, same thing, but they lose it to the right side and damage their right side of the car completely. Look at that, bam! Bam! And another slam. 3 slam dunks into the right front and right rear corner. That car probably needs some new fenders.
The biggest problem, I think, for both of them, well, at least the nice thing, at least for Pure Sims, that was their championship rival, at least from the Winter Series, Team RSO, that just crashed into that outer barrier right there. So I guess that's some good news if you have any for them, but that's a hard lick for both drivers, and that's going to be a lot of damage on both those two cars. And now out in front, Apex Tech Racing only has Alpine Star's Geodesic Graham Sanders behind, but that 62 machine you only need to give them an invitation to race out in front, and Graham Sanders and Alpine Stars Geodesic will take it. I remember in the previous season at Mid-Ohio, they were just a top 5 team that week. Safety car comes out, and all of a sudden they were the team to beat. As outside into the chicane, Graham Sanders laid on the brakes. And Alpine Stars Geodesic, all of a sudden, as the race is turned on its head, the 62 machine is now out in front.
Yeah, the 62 still has the chance to take over that second place from the 97 in the Winter Series. It is only 29 points between those two. So Graham Sanders immediately sees it as the opportunity for him, because obviously Team RSO is hurting quite bitterly, is massively off the pace. Last lap a 1:10.5, that's 1.5 seconds slower than what Alpine Stars Geodesic Racing is doing right now.
I don't need to look at the regulations for the math here, but I think there might still be a way for this 62 to steal the winter championship, if I'm correct.
I mean, they're 60 points away.
Oh, yeah, I'm diving into the regulations, so this will be the answer to my question. The point structure. There's only 10 cars on track.
Yeah, there's 63 points that they're behind the 16.
They could tie.
And then I'm guessing it would still go to Pearsons because they have more wins. If I remember correctly.
Well, if Alpine Stars Geodesic wins, it'd go to second places, which then would still go to Pearson. So I don't think that is possible. Well, that is also requiring, I think, Pearsons to finish 10th, which that might not happen. They're still in 7th place. Satellite Racing is still a couple seconds behind them off the pace as well. Element Simfire is a whole lap behind, and then Fiercely Ford is just kind of at a miserable day. They're 2 laps behind.
Now we're
riding on board Jan Sintakowski in Team Hoisenfeld, looking to try and get that 178 Maniti machine out of their way so they can go chase out on RSR by butt kicker. Again, that caution really changed up the running order and helped the guys that were off cycle get back towards the front of where they want to be. It's Phoenix Racing Esport. We haven't talked about Cooper Albert really all day in that 114. Just had to mention here or there. They're in second place. That's a lot of dirt getting kicked up there, I believe, by a Pro-Am machine.
Yeah, that was Kimon Sapini of the WS Racing Esports car.
Caution.
And another caution that might be for L1 Esports, because they are just recently into pit lane. There might have been something with that 121. We're going to find out right now. That is turn 10A, turn 10B, nicely traversed. Right now, is it going to be something right here? No. Last corner, still all good for the 121.
Some
It might be just another incident here at turn 1. RSR in behind, that's a butt kicker car, 2 touches, and that's straight into the wall. No saving that Porsche.
So a very similar incident not too long ago with the Samba Racing machine in the 178, and I think...
Oh, I see. He was trying to accelerate, but the car was not having it. That rear wheel was just spinning in the air.
The hope, at least for L1 Esports in this case, was that there is going to be no further penalty on that, because that was a very quick tow. You do need to ask race control before getting a tow back to pit lane in order for the yellow flag to come out, otherwise you will get a penalty. Safety car still is yet to pick up Graham Sanders, and we're going to get another safety car restart, which after the last one, I'm not sure if Graham Sanders wants to be leading this race after the last safety car restart.
Well, the good thing is, no, wait, actually, Graham Sanders also one of the cars that did not take tires. But the good thing is, this is going to be, if I remember correctly, with the procedures of the rulebook, this is going to be a fast caution, because it's a caution after a caution, which means pit lane won't open, if I remember correctly. And also, no cars will be waved through.
Yeah, so it's basically just going to re-rack and try again from the previous caution. I don't think anyone would come down to pit lane, apart from the GTE cars maybe topping off. That's the only ones I can see coming down pit lane, but if track position is important, I'd rather stay out and be with everyone. Graham Saunders is currently the leader, Jamie Conway in second, Maximilian Roupmulier in 5-Star Motorsports, 55 is in third, Delta Sports up to fourth. Team RSO went down to sixth after colliding with the outside wall in turn 5, and then the inside wall collided with Pure Sims Esports, and Daniel Kraft is now in seventh, so they'll get a chance to try again, and hopefully there's not a lot of damage in either of those two cars, because now, you know, even if it is still a quick yellow, they didn't catch lap traffic in time, so the LMP2 cars are still all together.
Yeah, so quick read through on the A3 short SCP procedure. If SCP is initiated within 15 minutes of the start of any restart, race control may use the short safety car procedure. Doing a short SCP, steps 3 and 4 will be skipped, and so that means that pit entry will not be open, and the wave bias, the second wave bias, will not be executed. So there will be the first wave bias, but since we do not have pit lanes open, there won't be that second wave bias if a car is stranded between the safety car and the leaders after any pit stops.
So hopefully we only get maybe 1 or 2 laps behind the safety car, especially since not a lot of traffic took place in that time frame. And I believe there was only 1 or 2 people that even attempted to go down pit lane, and they're going to take the penalty of going to the end of the road. L1 Esports still on pit lane. 5 minutes of repairs, probably going to be much more for the Brazilian outfit. As the pace car trills on by, we do have 2 penalties that are currently under review. Race control on the 162, that has to be for some sort of infraction under the yellow flag. So Borrego, who's already a lap behind German Sim Racing, in 7th place in that class. The only place he can get worse than 7th is currently 8th on that track, so we'll see what happens with the 162. But then there's the interesting one, and I don't know where this one came from. There was an investigation between the 13 and the 16. And I want to believe that's on the restart, because there was no contact coming through turn 5. So I want to believe that was coming down to the green flag in turn 12. Because based on the timestamp, I think that's what makes sense.
Well, the only thing that I see on that restart is that Daniel Kraft of Pure Sims Esports did weave back and forth a couple of times going into the chicane, that is turn 10A and turn 10B. And if I remember correctly, that is prohibited coming to the green flag, but I am not sure if that would be the reason for that investigation.
We also had an issue in Club Sport where there was someone deliberately slowing down into turn 12 and caused a massive championship implication 10-car crash on the front straightaway. So I'm wondering if there might have been a collision between the two on the restart, but I doubt it.
Yeah, so I went back, and that's the only thing I did see. There was no collision or anything, it was just that weaving from the Pure Sims car.
And even then, the Pure Sims car is on warm tires, whereas the Apex Tech is probably the one that needs to weave around and get some temp into those tires. The lights are out on the pace car. Yellow flag is over. We're going to go back to green flag racing. Graham Sanders went from 4th to 1st place in the last restart, and we avoid another calamity going into turn 5 on this one for the lead of the LMP2. The green flag is back in the air. Sanders punches the throttle and looks to get a jump on Jamie Conway. Rumilier is going to look to the inside of Jamie Conway, maybe for a position, nothing doing there. The GTEs immediately have fanned out behind the tail end of that category, so we're going to see how crazy that is. Yeah, going to turn 1, 2, and 3 wide is probably not recommended, but you got to get the track position where you can.
Yeah, they were all trying to go past Dylan Archer there of the Archer brothers, 9th in the GT3 category. And that was the reason for that. So have a few cars. Oh, that's Apex Tech there! Apex Tech does it now, drops it in turn 5, and that car is grabbing heavily.
Yeah, 5-Star Motorsports just jumped into second place, but lost about 2 seconds, and that car is very heavily damaged. And turn 5, these past 5 minutes, has been an absolute killer. A little bit wide on exit.
Oh no! Oh, gets collected as well. My goodness! So that was 5-Star Motorsport, Max Riedmüller here, that collected the Apex Tech car.
Yeah, Moliera's got heavy damage because he's... and the 13 is just trying to make it home to pit lane, all the way off the track, down at the chicane, hopping over every road, an escape path he can, and down the pit lane comes the 13 Apex Tech Racing. That 5-Star Motorsports car has to have a lot of damage. He is struggling for pace. Phoenix Racing Esport, who was at the tail end of the lead lap, about to almost be lapped before that second caution, by the way. He was about 50 seconds behind. Christopher Moniz is currently in second place. Satellite Racing Syandra, that car is now in third place after being off cycle. Delta Sports still in fourth, and that 55 is struggling for pace. As Team RSO and Pure Sims, who also are now damaged race cars, looking to close in on that very slow 55. Jamie Conway is going to have a lengthy repair stay, and that might seal the championship for Pure Sims Esports. 13 machine was their closest competitor in the Grand Championship. In the Winter Series Championship, RSO still a threat. Team RSO needs to get it much higher than 5th place in order to try and steal that one away.
Yeah, Team RSO is 34 points behind the 16 after the halfway point, so they most definitely basically need to have a win here to have a realistic chance of snacking away that winter championship from the Pure Sims car. But quite honestly, I don't see that happening. Yes, we've had the scare from Pure Sims, but that's the thing. It was only a scare. It was a warning. Don't push too much, or I'll most definitely punish you in this last race. So Pure Sims probably a lot more careful now from here on out.
Yeah, Team RSO will need to win, and Pure Sims will have to finish no higher than 5th place. They can finish in 5th place, and then the tiebreaker to go to RSO for that race win. But again, that's going to be a tall order for an already damaged race car. That's they're only 9 seconds off the 62 machine, but the 62, the 5, the 64, and the 33 are not damaged race cars. Again, we have some new names to really talk about up towards the front. That 5 machine that has not really been a factor at all, unfortunately, for the championship for them, is now all of a sudden sitting in 2nd place and looking to get possibly the first podium of the season.
Yeah, most definitely. And by the way, I don't know if we covered that, but 5-Star Motorsport also went into pit lane after that hit, so it seems like 5-Star also got quite some damage from running into the spinning Apex Tech Racing, who is out again on the racetrack, sitting in 9th place and being 19 seconds down on 5-Star. But they are obviously in pit lane right now, so that's going to change quite soon. Didn't lose a lap, most crucially, so Apex Tech Racing technically still in it.
Maybe you have to wonder how much damage is down there that they couldn't repair, as they're just the inside. Syandra late on the brakes past Monisa, and then looking for another move as well. That's Wadeka in the Delta Sport 33 for Phoenix Racing Esport machine. Again, this is a team that has been a little bit in the midfield in the LMP2, so to speak. Highest position, point scoring position at least at all this season, was the 2nd place at the Nürburgring at the halfway points, and that has been it in the high position so far of 7th this season. This 5 machine really has a opportunity here to score some points. Is now back down into the GT battles we go, and this is the 199 looking to get the Team RSO machine for a podium position. RSI butt kicker Sean Campbell now behind the wheel. He's been quite strong in this 199. That's a big block by the 197 all the way to the inside. of turn 1. That's going to compromise him on the exit, though. Head up into turn 3. That's a BMW also getting involved in the mix. That's the Ruben Bonga. That's the Bonga drums, and they are drumming away, looking to try and snag third place away. This is third, fourth, and fifth under a blanket. Team Oysenfeld's about a second behind this, and Phoenix Racing Esport, the GTE machine. All of a sudden, Stefan, it has been a great 20 minutes for Phoenix Racing Esport. 114 has had a solid season so far. We haven't mentioned them much in this broadcast. They're sitting second running well. And that IVRA LMP2 one in the number 5, who hasn't had the best season of all, is currently in the podium places. Or just lost the podium places to Delta Sport, excuse me, but still, great 20-minute turnaround for those guys.
Yeah, most definitely. They were loving those kind of cautions. They probably want more of that, as we see the 178 attacking the 199. It does that move brilliantly on the brakes for turn 10 there. So that moves them up one position. And I think that is actually a train of cars that they can overtake here. And immediately Ruben Bonga goes to the inside, tries to chase down the Team RSO in front. A little bit of a slide there as well for them for that 13th position this battle pack is. And by the way, small update on Apex Tech Racing. My timing and scoring wasn't updated. They are definitely one lap down, but after just one lap of driving around the track, they had to come in once again for more repairs because they were grabbing still the same amount as after the crash. So Apex Tech Racing now 4 laps down in total, and 5-Star Motorsport coming back out after 185 seconds of repair. That's 3 minutes right there, 5 seconds. They are now 2 laps down, 1 lap into that current stint.
I think if you're Alpine Stars Geodesic, you're actually the biggest fan of Apex Tech, at least trying to get back out there, because you need Pure Sims to mathematically finish last in the class in order for a championship opportunity. As there goes Ruben Bonga drumming hard in the Bonga drums and even harder on the brakes into turn 10, and that's an excellent move right there. Move T3 Motorsports by Maniti back into the podium places. We'll see if Sean Campbell can get back around this 197. It's been very aggressive down this front straightaway. Just slamming that door shut is Richard Gaffin, NCO. He's only been in the car for a handful of minutes, I believe, after driver changed on that last caution. But this RSO machine, very aggressive defensively.
Yeah, what some great 2 laps though by Ruben Bonga. First moves himself up into 4th place and then even into 3rd place, 2.3 seconds behind Phoenix Racing Esports IVRA. There most definitely is quite some game changer on the cards, as well as they are only 5.2 seconds away from German Sim Racing, who are leading the GTE class right now. And quite honestly, RSR by butt kicker, and they are looking to kick some butts here, and especially those of the Team RSO.
I think they're getting frustrated with Team RSO, because RSO does not appear to be, at least at the pace level of the other cars around them. Maniti is skirted off in the distance. There's Team Hoysenfeld not too far behind. And remember, that 199 had been out front, but that little strain of yellow fever we got there with 2 cautions back to back has put this 199 behind the 8 ball, or in this case the 197 ball. Looking to the inside goes Campbell. Again, that 197 putting that Porsche perfectly parked down that front straightaway into turn 1. So those cautions have also slowed down the pace of the race. We were looking at getting through this race very quickly, and maybe with only limited time, you know, in the nighttime, in the sunset hours. But now the sun is almost completely out of the sky. Just the lights on the front of these cars illuminating the track ahead.
Yeah, we are about 20 minutes away from sunset here in virtual Georgia, so these guys most definitely will have to turn on the lights soon, if they haven't already. And you know, the thing is, at the start of this race, we were actually on such a fast pace that we were looking at finishing this race within 4 hours and 30 minutes. Well, we've most definitely blown past that target quite some time ago.
The estimated time of completion is about 1 hour and 20 minutes time. We'll see the green, the checkered flag drop if we remain green, that is. And down to the inside, Campbell looking aggressive down into turn 11, unable to do anything right there. They're side by side on the front straightaway. Team RSO trying to get defensive right there. VCO might have to give the position in order to get through turn 1. Campbell slams the door. And now here comes Team Boiseveld. Jan Sentakowski looking to the inside of turn 3. Nothing doing on that occasion. We head through the S's with the Porsche. A little bit stronger than the Corvette at the moment. Sentakowski able to keep pace. And again, I think this 197 is just struggling for pace. And I don't know if it's because that sun's going down, the track temp has fallen out of their favor. It's just a case of worn tires on that 197.
Yeah, I'm honestly not sure. Richard Gavenku right now behind the wheel of that 197, and he has set the fastest lap of this race for the 197, a 116.200. Nice number there, by the way. But Sean Campbell, for example, on lap 161, so that's only a few laps before that, he did set a 15.731, so most definitely a lot faster, but Gavenku not having any of that. And there's contact! More contact! And Senkowski goes through.
That was aggressive by the 197, aggressive by the 199. We're going to replay right here as this long straightaway does give you the opportunities for some big draft. And we get it Jan Sentakowski's point of view. Sean Campbell, the lead car. Gavenku is the second car. So here comes, I believe that's Alpine Star's Geodesic going down the inside. A late braking move by the 197.
Yeah, that, I'm sorry, but that move was never on for Team RSO there, sadly. Just too ambitious, in my opinion.
And I think he thought the RSR car was going to give up the space. And as a famous two-time world champion Spaniard once said, you do have to leave the space, and the space was still occupied at the time. So both those two, I'm looking over at this report screen, waiting for that report to come in. As now the battle for second is on. Phoenix Racing Esports has been quite alone without any company. German Sim Racing is a little bit further up the road, and the Bonga drums continue on drumming. Down the inside goes the 178. T3 Motorsports by Manizzi started 6th at the beginning of this restart, and all of a sudden is now sitting in second place. Almost a bit of a moment right there with that satellite racing machine getting in the way of those two mean green machines. Now it's about 3 seconds away from German Sim Racing. Again, the beneficiary of that caution got the chance to stay out and take track position over fresh rubber. We're going to be able to see if 178 can hunt them down for the lead. Apex Text, by the way, still down on pit road. L1 Esports, the ones that brought out that previous caution as well, still down on pit road. I'm looking for anyone to come down pit road. So that's the Apex Tech GT car, I believe. Anytime soon. So 58 laps to go here in virtual Georgia. The final round of this championship for the IVRA Endurance Series, both the Winter Series and the Grand Championship. We're getting some updated numbers here for you. Right now, Pure Sims will remain the LMP2 champion for the time being, despite some damage and despite running down in 5th place. The big news is going to be that 62 machine running out front. They'll be able to snag 2nd place away in that Winter Championship, and I believe in the Grand Championship as well. They move all the way up to 4th, so it's a good effort right now from Graham Sanders, doing everything he can to try and put that 62 in the best position. Down in the GTE category, right now, the 178 would remain the championship leader in both Grand and Winter. He's already locked up the Grand Championship last time out in Brazil. And then down in the GT3 category, though, 278 has a 50-point advantage right now live. And again, the Grand Championship as well for Manizzi. And then we go down to the AM category. Well, currently, it is tied between the 367 of Satellite Racing, which is on pit road as we speak, and the 378 Manizzi Racing Machine, which is currently 3rd.
Yeah, and you know, my voice failing there. There's a little bit of an interesting development in the GT3 category, most predominantly about the 318. That is the Sim Republic car. They are right now on lap 41 of their stint, and which is great for them. But I think with that caution, they have chosen the wrong end of the stick here, because they find themselves in a very precarious spot here. If I remember correctly, a fuel stint is green flag, 35 laps for a GT3 car. Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Oh, that's a spinner.
Oh, Drexler.
That's Impulse Racing diving to the inside of, I believe, what was the Fiercely Ford machine.
Yes, indeed.
Same position in class, and just a bit ambitious was Drexler on the brakes on Blake Reynolds, and both two going around right behind the LP2 machine. That was the Cuba Store director, Ryan Bauer, that was a great camera switch right there to catch that live, and these two are still on track, I believe, together. Unless that is the other Impulse car. Impulse has a lot of machines. I want to remind those watching that there are 3 of them. 3 Lamborghinis that are painted in the same Impulse colors. But no, that's the other Impulse machine. There's another teal and black machine in front of the Fiercely Forward one. But that's going to be a report in here. The race control. It had been a very slow day, Stefan, before these last 30 laps, I think, for race control. Because all of a sudden, in the past 10 minutes, there have been 8 reports to race control. Some of them are going to be influential. But again, let's go back to what you were talking about, the 318.
Yeah.
They're on the wrong end of that strategy.
Yeah,
and
that's the problem. You know, sorry, it's, by the way, 44 laps that they can drive on a green flag run with fuel. They're right now on lap 43, and that's the problem. We have 55 laps to go at this point in time. They probably can do 46, maybe 47 laps on this fuel stint here, because we had that double caution, which might open up to 50 if they're really lucky. But that's the problem. It's 50 laps. That's not gonna get them to the point where they can say, all right, this stop, and now we're done for the end of the race. The 318 basically goes into pit lane here, and then has to hope that a caution comes out. In fact, 2 cautions come out, so they can save enough fuel to make it to the end of this race. Same thing also, by the way, for the 301. However, they are 4 laps shorter in their stint, so they can have less of a fuel problem for the last remaining few laps. So very interesting how this Pro-Am category will play out, because it's not that set as it looks right now.
no, and I think the biggest problem I see for those guys as well is that's going to be a championship deciding strategy. The 301 and 318 are still in the championship fight, and this is going to be a big difference. And that is Ruben Bonga on the drums, just going, taking no prisoners. That was a pretty aggressive move too on German Sim Racing, and leaving him in the dust, 3/10 behind. Spinizzi machine, it's just on rails right now.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, I'm honestly starting to think that the harder he, hits those Bonga drums, the harder those brakes clamp onto, because that was an almighty stop for that M8 to get reeled back in for that turn 8 apex.
And that's a corner we think the Porsche, in theory, should be stronger. In those medium speed kind of corners where that suspension is going to be able to really hook that Porsche up and go. I don't think I expected the 178 to make a dive like that as the 27 spins out right in front of the leaders of your GTE category. And he may have gotten a little help from that BMW.
Does he get around again? Yeah, so he is going again, that's a good thing. So he did overtake the Bonga drum car here. And was it just too aggressive? No, he spins himself technically on the...
They lost it before, I think the contact happened.
That is still a bizarre incident though, because he technically doesn't really spin himself on the curb, but also doesn't spin himself on the brakes. But yeah, really lucky to not have more damage from that, if even suffered any, because that was a very light tap from the Brummer car.
And they lost a couple tenths of time as well, as now Luca Leipert, who has been basically right behind them in each machine since he got past, is now looking at second place right ahead of him. German Sim Racing car much further into their stint. We do need to remind viewers and ourselves of that. Much further into the stint, they're going to have to be down on pit road sometime soon. And they also might be one of the ones that are going to be kind of regretting this play of track position over strategy. They're going to have to do a splash and dash towards the end of this race as well. Not a big championship deciding one, is evasive action having to be taken right there. Ronchnik now falls into third place, and Luca Alpert into second place. So Phoenix Racing Esport back into second place. If I was the German Sim Racing car, I would not look too far behind, because there was a very fast 148 and 199 that he's going to worry about in a couple seconds' time. They're side by side, I believe, battling for position. There they are.
Yeah, and Team Heusenbelt as well as RSR by Butt Kicker not too far away. 1.5 seconds and 1.7 seconds is the gap there to this battle. So if they fight too much, they are gonna have themselves 4-car battle on the hands for P2. And obviously T3 Motorsport Barmeniti loving this right now, these scenes, because German Sim Racing is fighting here. Gloves off for this second place.
Let's see. There's Albert flashing the lights, trying to politely ask this car to get out of the way. I believe someone needs to remind the 114, that is for position, you're not allowed to do that. However, this is an aggravating one as well, because this German Sim Racing car needs to come down pit road in the next 2 or 3 laps here. And this is costing the Phoenix Racing Esports machine a ton of time. Here comes some LMP2 traffic. It might be 3 wide going into turn 8. And aggressively on the defense goes the German Sim Racing machine. Fiercely forward now to the outside in turn 7. He can't get around the GT cars. Almost gets shoved off the track by Albert. As we head down the long straightaway, or straight-ish away. There's 2 corners in it, 8 and 9. And again on the lights, not sure if that's for the Fiercely Forward machine or if that's for German Sim Racing, but there is a message being sent. And I don't know if I can decipher the message, but it may be inappropriate to broadcast if I have to decipher the message.
Yeah, probably best that we not decipher that Morse code, because those are probably not the most prettiest of words being sent there. And meanwhile, Sim Republic, the 318, has went into pit lane. They did a stint of 47 laps.
There they are,
so
right
that
there.
means Pure Sims Esports, the 216, is just 2 laps away from theirs.
Oh!
Pit stop.
That was a save. That was impressive. That 114 should have been spinning into the S's. But that was very impressive. Cold tires for the Sim Republic, who got out right ahead of him. Look at that car control right there.
Great save by Phoenix, and those
Held
2
the
cars
position.
behind.
He held the position too on Simtakowski.
Just, oh my goodness, just overly aggressive right there. Made also a little bit of contact with the Sim Republic car, so lucky for the 318 to not spin out.
Now, but here comes Simtakowski trying to pounce to the inside, or the outside, excuse me, of turn 10. A little bit of a drift again from the 114. The German Sim Racing, after that little pit road conundrum, has scampered off into the distance to hold second place, but again, they still have to pit in some short amount of time. Simtakowski is now looking for an opportunity to get on the podium. Satellite Racing aggressively getting around the 2 GTE competitors. And this does affect the points somewhat as well. This is second and third in the championship as well. So any positions these 2 can gain for the Winter Series Championship is valuable for them. And fighting each other, I think, is even more valuable. There goes another LMP2, that's the 33. Now they get to hopefully collect themselves and calm down here for another run down into turn 10. So hopefully it's not a lot of damage on that car either. Sim Republic might have to get investigated. There are some penalties that are coming in through. Beauregard has a 30-second stop and go penalty. The wave around infraction there is side by side. Here comes Sentakowski to the inside of turn 10. He'll have the preferred line there. Can the 114 find a way to hold the position? Not on this occasion. Now here comes the 199. All of a sudden GTE, very spicy and very, very competitive, very, very quickly. Albert looks to the inside, trying to make a run down into turn 1. Nothing on this occasion. He has to look in his rearview mirrors again. Sean Campbell, who has, you mentioned, a fast, long-run car. That 199 was out front for those long green flag stints, and the cautions set them back. They would like the opportunity to go get a podium and maybe chase down that 178.
So, I just had a quick look at the Live Championship standing, right? And there's one thing that caught my eye, and that's the battle for second place in the winter season. Right now, it would go to the 62 by just 5 points over the 97. So, 62 leading the race versus Team RSO in 8th place. They most definitely want to overtake that 5-star Motorsport, 3.2 seconds behind right now, and realistically it's the only position Team RSO 97 can get, because Element Sim Racing is nearly over, is well over a minute ahead of the 55.
Yeah, the LMP2 category is a class of, they've seen better days. Unfortunately, Apex Tech has been down on pit road for almost a half hour for repairs. Fiercely Forward has kind of had a miserable day, unfortunately, down in 9th place, 2 laps behind. Team RSO is dealing with damage, 2 laps behind the leader. 5 stars dealing with damage from that collision, 2 laps behind the leader. Element Sim Racing has had a handful of spins, 1 lap behind the leader. So only the top 5 of our 10 starting LMP2s are on the lead lap. And it's might be safe to say that only about 3 of those cars have yet to have any sort of collision during this race. So the LMP2 category has had a rough one, so to speak. And yeah, that fight for second, it's going to get very, very interesting. That 62 could steal it by taking a win here. Down on pit road they go. I presume for the second to last time in this race. They'll probably pit with about 23 to go, split it even.
Yeah, 36 laps is a stint, so gonna be interesting. I don't see right now their pit stop time, so I can only update you after this lap completed. But it seems like that was only a fuel stop from what I can guesstimate of how long I saw them stationary in their pit stall. So Phoenix Racing Esport 9 pit lane. So these guys are most definitely now coming into the picture. Satellite Racing 3 more laps in their stint. Element Sim Racing 4 more laps in their stint. And then next would be Pure Sims Esports, the number 16, with 10 more laps in their stint. And they could actually be the first car that is going to be good to go till the end.
I'd like to give a quick shout out to who's ever tried to update the live championship standings during a pit stop cycle. You, sir, are a trooper and a soldier, and I commend you on that effort, because we did have updated standings just then, and then I believe the 5 machine pitted, and he had to change them all again. So kudos to the IVRA Race Control for trying to be on top of that as much as possible for us to get you the best championship picture. Again, seeing on screen the 199 go to the inside, looking for a podium position in GTE, and a slide job right there from Sean Campbell. Phoenix Racing Esport, Luca Alpert has gone from 2nd, back to 4th, back to 2nd, and now back to 4th again. An up and down adventure, unfortunately, for this 114. But this GTE category, it's going to get exciting, I think, towards the end. As again, pit stops underway for LMP2, second to last ones of the day. Zyandra's coming out of the box right now. It looks like he'll just be ahead of Geodesic. I did not see the rejoin.
Yes, they
That's
are.
a spinner, and that's into the wall.
Oh, that might be our next caution here. Now Rusty Spatulas keeps it going, but also German Sim Racing. The 167 nearly had the same fate there as well. So great stuff by both to keep going.
Turn 5 is out for blood, and unfortunately it's taking the blood of the Rusty Spatulas. And Team Hoysenfeld, when they come down pit road, will need a change of pants, because that could have been day done and dusted for them. They were about an inch away from getting collected in that, and unfortunately for the Rusty Spatulas, who have also just had a miserable day. One of our favorite teams out there, one of the favorite team names in this league. It's not the day they have been looking for, but now Team Hoysenfeld and the 199, well, second, third, and fourth under a blanket in GTE. You may commence your fight again after that brief spin. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting. Fight, especially when pit stops come into play. RSO is just pitted, and German Sim Racing is just pitted. 43 laps is a stretch, but they are about 20 seconds-ish behind. So once these three pit, Team RSO is going to be back into this equation. And we already knew how aggressive they were getting on the defensive end. So this is going to be an interesting fight for the podium places as well for the final championship spots in this category, as though 178 may have almost full control. It's still all to play for. Right underneath is currently the second place car running. Team Hoysenfeld will get second in the points, and that 114 would get third in the points. Looking now, updates as they're coming in. GT3 Pro just updated. 278 now has a 50-point lead, 50-point-ish, over 255. And again, they've locked up that all-time championship already. So a little bit to play for the 255 and 257 cars. So the 5-Star Motorsport and the Impulse race. The 5-Star fall a little bit behind Impulse. If they swap places, second and fifth, Impulse could jump into second place in that championship.
And this traffic, by the way, is great now for Team Hoysenfeld, because Team RSR is gonna get held up here quite nicely through the S's behind that GT3. That means the GTE can't go as fast. That's gonna be half a second loss right there, a little bit more, because the GT3 makes the mistake. And look at how much that gap opened up in just 4 corners.
Yeah, even in GTEs and GT3s, you're still going to get traffic from your own classes. And unfortunately, that's the Sim Element Racing Earth machine that has had an up and down day as well. Down pit road several times for repairs and spins. Now Hoysenfeld gets more comfortable second place. But again, with pit stops right around the corner, I think if these guys go 3 more laps and they pit, they'll be good. But for Team Hoysenfeld, that's easier said than done, because they're already 37 laps into their stint. So they're going to be...
Actually, they are already good by my calculations.
So they can just pit again and they're good. All right, so GTEs.
Yes.
All right, for strategy, for us that are not good at crew chiefing, strategy's sake, this is simple for the GTEs. Everyone's got 1 stop.
Yeah, because GTEs can do 41 laps on a fuel stint at least. So they are most definitely good to go here to the end. We're soon approaching also the crucial pit stop lap for the LMP2s. That's most important for Pure Sims Esports. I've already said that a few laps ago. They are now 30 laps into their stint, still have 6 laps of fuel left in their car, and that would bring them exactly to lap 34. So Pure Sims, they are gonna be pretty much the only one inside the top 5, or actually are the only car inside the top 5 of the LMP2s that will no longer require a splash and dash at the end.
That might be pure some saving grace for this race. Again, they already have a damaged car. They're already a little bit off the pace. I say a little bit, but they just turned in a lap that's equivalent to the 5 and the 33 machine last time around. So not too much damage, I think, on that 16. Still limping around nonetheless. Final update, by the way, on the championship standings in the Pro-Am categories, where basically anyone can win it. The 378 does take the Winter Series lead now by about 30 points. So good news for them. Bad news for them. 301 still on track, is about 30 points ahead in the Grand Championship. So the potential, I think, for Maniti to try and sweep all the GT championships here might be thwarted by that Archer Brothers 301, because they would win 5 out of 6 of them at this point in time if everything stands as is, which that is just impressive by the Manizzi crew, and that just shows like the depth of that team, because we often talk about, you know, we're talking about banging on the bonga drums or Johnny Verhoff driving like a madman some days in that BMW, but the depth of this team is truly knows no bounds if we're talking about 5 out of 6 championships here for them.
Yeah, it is incredible what these guys can achieve if they pull all the pieces into the correct spots. And it once again shows, I mean, they are running away basically with the GT3 lead right now. They have about 9 to 10 seconds to the 5-star Motorsport crew as well. 21 seconds to 3rd place, which is a battle, by the way, between WS Racing, Leipert Esport, and Impulse Racing. They are only about 2 seconds apart, those 3 cars, for that 3rd place in the GT3 category right now, as we're seeing the Leipert Esports by SRA car here on screen at 210 that is holding that 4th place right now.
This is an interesting little battle developing here between Leipert, Impulse, and WS Racing. It'll be interesting towards the end of the sim. We haven't really talked much about Lamborghinis, or the fact that they will blind you if you look at them directly with those ridiculous. There we go. That's the camera angle I want. Right in the face. Right blinded in the face. Seeing that in your rearview mirror is probably not helpful either, but at least you know it's a Lambo behind you. It's Leipert Esports.
So, quick update, Jonathan. Pearson's in the pit lane.
Can
They
they
are
make?
not going to make it on fuel.
Can they make it? Are we sure 37 laps isn't doable?
37 laps is most definitely not doable without a safety car.
Can they Flintstone it?
Probably not, because there's up and down parts on this track. Even though an LMP2 is light, it's not that light.
So the Pure Sims machine is going to be hoping for a safe, and they just took fuel. They did not take tires on it.
Yeah.
So that's a splash dash for the end. However, they did leap up a position. They're on 4th.
Yeah, and one thing that I also just noticed is that Satellite Racing, the LMP2 car, Cyandra, is not banking on a safety car because he only took 39 liters of fuel on board. That's a whopping 16 seconds less than you could take on board with an LMP2 car. So Cyandra most definitely calculating here with a green flag race till the end. And so he most definitely will need a second pit stop here quite soon, because that is only worth, I think, 20-ish laps for an LMP2.
Yeah, I think they're trying to map this out perfectly. What they're looking to do, probably pit 27 to go, 23, 24 to go, fill it up as much as you can, and then do a stint like that until the end. Because here's what this has done. This has put Cyandra about 19 seconds ahead of Alpine Star Geodesic. Had they had the similar pit times, they would be right next to each other. So they will pit early. I'm assuming Geodesic is going to go through all this fuel and then short pit at the end. And then they'll be back together on track once more. Again, this is assuming, by the way, we do not get another safety car, and I'm going to knock on all the wood around me, which is a lot, and hope that it doesn't happen. This is an interesting strategy call. I like this strategy call, I think, by Satellite. This is going to put Geodesic in a bit of an unknown territory, if you will.
Yeah, most definitely. And, you know, even though Satellite Racing isn't banking on this safety car here, all of our LMP2s are hoping for that safety car. That does include, though, for real though, 5-star Motorsport 55 and Team Arso 97, because they are 29 and 23 laps respectively in their stints, and so whenever those guys decide to pit, they will be good on fuel. And also Team Arso is slowly but surely catching the 5-star Motorsport team. That gap has now shrunken to just 3 seconds on track.
Again, those guys are just trying to limp home, coming after the collisions we saw earlier in the day. So right now as the leader of the GT3 Pro category, and side by side, if we can get it, WS Racing and Impulse Racing not too far behind. Right now,
Yeah, they're racing for P4 and they're nicely side by side. About halfway down the backstretch and down the front stretch as well. They are fiercely fighting for that one right now. Same strategy for both of them, 40 laps on their stint. So they all will come down the pit lane. All top 6 cars of that GT3 category will come down onto pit lane at the same time because they all pitted on that last caution.
Yeah, they're all going to be good to go to the end. I also like what's kind of developing here as well. You have the Impulse machine in 4th. And that's a spin.
No!
There goes Leipert into the wall.
Leipert.
And that's might be a top 5 out the window, unfortunately, for Daniel Hopfen and Leipert Esports. Air just coming out of that corner.
Who was that LMP2 car though that just scraped by? That did look quite similar to a Pure Sims car. That would have been a 16, and it is the 16. How lucky can you be?
I feel like the Vietnam flashbacks were coming back to the Pure Sims team as they saw this happen. But this is going to be the best view on board. It just runs wide, and you can already tell that car was upset. Like, the moment it got into the corner, it did not like it.
Yeah, they had that tiny little bit slide on that normally is okay with GT3, but they just so awkwardly hit that outside curb that completely unsettled the car and lost it. And normally you would dart much quicker to the inside there, so extreme luck for Stanley Deslanders there. And the Pure Sims esports team, the number 16, to not have some turn 5 issues once again.
Turn 5, ever since we've joined, Stefan, has wanted murder. Has wanted the murder and championship implications changed since we've joined on this broadcast. I don't understand what has gotten into Turn 5, but it has been a very, very aggressive corner.
Yeah, most definitely. It's out for blood, it seems. Since we have joined, maybe it just wanted to wait for us so we can have a little bit of action, or maybe it just wants to put on some dramatic showcase of what Road Atlanta truly can do. Either way, it has provided most intriguing story times throughout our stint thus far.
So a couple interesting things to note. We mentioned some of the penalties that were coming in, and Race Control has been flying through them. Make sure nothing happens there. There was an issue between the 358 and the 256. No action there. 225 was reported twice, had a drive-through penalty after contact with the 202.
And 257 just received a drive-through penalty. That's what is that? 4th place in the GT3 star we have them on screen. Michael Drexler. That is disastrous for them.
That was for the conveniently timed camera switch going into turn 10, if you recall that one.
And you know, the reason why this is disastrous is because they're only split right now by 6 points for 3rd place in the Winter Championship in the GT3 Pro category. They are fighting against the 216 for that position, and 216 is in 7th place, and they will probably lose that position to them.
Well, they will come in to serve their penalty, and the bonga drums will come in to get a refresh on the drumsticks.
Is that what that BMW is fueled by?
Well, I mean, I'm thinking of bongos. Bongos, you actually use your hands, not drumsticks. Now that I'm thinking about it. Well, you can if you want extra flavor. I did percussion for 8 years, by the way. All viewers should note. So if I get distracted by the amount of drumming puns I can make with the bongo drums, my apologies. As there goes Satellite Racing round furiously forward. Again, a miserable day for furiously forward. They've been in 9th place and stuck down in 9th place for quite some time, as the sun is almost completely gone behind the trees, and this final stint is going to be into the darkness of the night. We'll get to see what this championship will decide. There's another championship deciding penalty I did want to bring up, Stefan, that will be investigated after the race, but it's worth noting. The 378 and 318, I don't recall who reported who, but I believe the 378 reported the 318. And this might be for a drive time infraction by the Sim Republic, which this does have championship implications and could switch how much points potentially the Sim Republic gets, or even the 301 gets.
Yeah,
they
what is
trade
the
positions.
penalty for that?
I thought it was a 30 to 60 second added on at the end of the race, or even a DQ. It's been a while since we've had that.
I have to say, the only time I recall actually someone getting that penalty was actually myself in the IVRA GT Sprint Series, where we overdid our drive time by literally 8 seconds. And back then that was an instant disqualification from the race. I'm not sure though if that's also the case for the Endurance Series.
We have to note, Stefan, by the way, we don't have drive time regulations for commentating, so you won't be penalized here today if you're worried about that at all.
Thank goodness. But no, yeah, that is most definitely gonna be highly interesting, and I'm not sure I really want to call a race, the last race of this season, and then say, well, yeah, have a look at Twitter for how this championship is truly gonna play out.
So here's something interesting to note. GTE and GT3 pit stops are underway. Satellite Racing has just come back down pit road, I believe, for their last stop. Here comes Alpine Stars GSI. They're 17 laps in. They still need to stop again. And Delta Sport, I believe, is also going to go on by Cyander here in just a minute's time. That's an error by the GT, just a car, a bright pink car in the way in the middle of the S's. So Satellite Racing, 16 seconds, 18. They're going to get close to 30, I think. They have to take the full fuel load. And about the Delta that we're looking at is about 60 seconds or a minute in terms of gap.
Yeah, Satellite Racing, I think there was 51 seconds of a stop, which checks out with still 29 laps to go. That was a full fuel stop, but crucially, no tires.
So how much further do you think Alpine Stars Geodesic is going to be willing to take this? And same with Delta.
Well, those two teams, the 62 and the 33, they are hoping for a caution. They are going to continue to drive till the last drop of their fuel tank, because if a caution comes out, that obviously means they can take on so much less fuel and crucially lose a lot less track position than they would do if they would have to stop on the green flag pit stop. However, Satellite Racing now needs also that caution so that they can once again go back to the top two guys, because with this much longer pit stop they're also losing a lot more time, as also now Team RSO 97 onto pit lane for about 30 seconds now. Yeah, this is gonna get highly interesting. Are we gonna get a caution? And really, who is gonna be benefiting from it? Will it be Satellite Racing or will it be Geodesic and Delta?
So I think the thought process here, at least for Geodesic and Delta, like stay out as long as you can and then hit towards that, like last lap, which that's, I mean, if we're talking, we can do about 30 laps, right?
I mean, they're pitting with like 10 or so laps to go.
All right, how much time do you think that would take to fill up for 10 laps? Because that's the Delta.
15. No, so they're gonna stop with roughly 15 laps to go, and that is roughly halfway fuel. So that's about what, 28, 29 seconds. Let's say 30 seconds for easier maths, and that would mean that Satellite Racing would, I think, not jump them.
Would jump Delta. Would jump Delta, but not Alpine.
Yeah. There we go.
that's going to be an interesting development. Speaking of interesting developments, the Bunga drums are under attack by Butt Kicker, the 199. Again, we've mentioned long green flag runs have been the strong suit of the 199. When we got yellows, all of a sudden the 199 wasn't up front. Now the 199 is back up towards the front. Sean Campbell's been flying the past couple laps. He just came out of pit road as well. Not full service on that machine just until the end of the race. So this is going to be a fight that we're going to watch for all 27 laps. And I believe Horsey Milt's not too far behind, only 2 seconds. So the GTE pit stops, I believe, all done and dusted, apart from some of the guys outside the top 5. German Sim Racing, that alternate strategy is just not working out for them. They're going to have to stretch it to keep a 6th place on the table for them. And I think same goes for the GT3 Pro. Pure Sims on alternate strategy is 20 laps into the stint. They might be able to make it if they are fuel saving like madmen. But that's a stretch. Otherwise, I believe Archer Brothers and Sim Republic are 2 that we're also going to have to put a question mark on and see if they can make it to the end. Manizzi just came down pit road to 378, and that lead is pretty much secure. They got 20 seconds ahead after just coming out of pit road. So good news for Manizzi in that category.
Yeah, the 278, 255, 202, 234, 210, 257, they're all good to go here till the end. Also, the 378, that's the sister car of 278, so that's the second Maniti car in the GT3 category. They are all good to go. So inside the top 8 positions, only Pure Sims is not good to go. They have fuel for another 24 laps. Actually, this is, you can do 41 to 44 laps on a fuel stint for these GT3 cars, so this is mighty close for Pure Sims. They could potentially be able to make it to the end. However, a lot of fuel save would go into that, but what's the downside? You're gonna have to make quite a lengthy stop. Not the stop itself, but the delta that you would lose to cars passing past is quite a long one, since we have quite a slow pit lane. Yeah, so if you really want to watch out for the dramatic end of this race, watch out for the 216 in 3rd place in the GT3s.
Yeah, because they're trying to leap, I believe, would be the 255 machine. Where are they? 5-star, which is 2nd place. So they're trying to leap to get into 3rd in the championship. They already leaped for 4th. Hell Racers, unfortunately, not here this weekend. Not able to field enough drivers for their cars. So irregular, obviously, in this series to see the Swedish Skulls and Fire out on track, but not on this occasion. I think if they could stay out and maybe leapfrog Fire, it'll be it's a risk, it's a chance, but it's what they got. Unfortunately, that car was leading when we switched shifts, by the way, and that front end damage is kind of hampered.
Yeah, the real problem of Pure Sims here is the 257 is in 7th place. That still guarantees them a lead of 6 points for this 3rd place in the winter season. They would need to drop to 8th, maybe even 9th. I don't have the numbers in my head right now of how many points pay out for those positions. But the problem is 8th and 9th are actually half a lap behind that 257, so that really doesn't work out in that calculation.
Actually, it's even worse than you think. They're actually a lap behind. Because
they're a full lap behind.
Yeah, because the Impulse machine is in 7th, and the second Impulse machine would be in 8th in class. They have the AM cars in between. So they're a full lap behind.
Oh, right. Of course, the AM cars don't classify in the GT3 Pro standings. Yeah, that's my bad. Yeah, the Impulse cars 2 laps. Yeah. So, okay, yeah, that's not going to work then.
Yeah, and I don't think Impulse is going to switch that just for the sake of making the championship more interesting. So I think that 257's safe for the time being, but if that 255 has an issue, maybe. Also, speaking of the 255, I mean, only about 2 seconds away from the 278.
Even if that would still be good enough, Virtual Motorsport is even further behind at that. Because Impulse has like a quarter of a lap on the 213 of virtual motorsport. So it works out even less if you also take virtual motorsport into consideration there.
Drive-through penalty, Grom Sanders for a collision with the 197. So Graham is on probation. There was a warning given for, I believe, a collision with the 197 in turn 1. And due to Graham Sanders being on probation, that warning has been upgraded to a drive-through penalty. So now, Graham is going to have to trundle down pit lane, which is what, about 20 seconds worth of lost time. And that will put them right ahead of the Pure Sims car trying to make it to the end of the field.
Yeah, so 20 seconds lost on Delta if you're just going on the speed limiter through pit lane. And don't forget, Alpine Stars Chidesic also has to make another stop. They're not good on fuel here. So this is double trouble for them because they're probably even going to drop behind... well, they're most definitely going to drop behind Satellite Racing at this point.
So Sanders is now into the box, and if we get the replay or get the angle of what this penalty is for, we will get it to you as soon as we can. But that promotes the 2021 defending champions Delta Sport into the lead of this race, and with the chance to take the win of this race, because they just need a couple seconds to get past Satellite Racing. But now Satellite Racing, this has to intrigue them more, knowing that you only need a couple tenths maybe in order to take the lead on your pit stop strategy. So dramatic shake-up here late in this race. Alpine Stars do take a drive-through penalty. They are now 12 seconds behind the leader, which is now Delta Sport and Jacob Wajtrka. I hope I'm pronouncing that right, and I hope if we interview him later that I pronounce it right again there. So Sanders in second. Pure Sims might need to stop again. They're trying to stretch it as much as they can in P3.
So we might actually find that issue there for the 62 because it was on lap 213, so that's 13 laps ago here, and this is the incident. Sending the RSO team into the grass with a quite a late lunch, so yeah, I can most definitely understand the reasoning behind that warning.
I can understand it, but also the precedent of the race of the 197 being very aggressive going into turn 1 on the inside is not helping my case on that one. That's one I think Graham Sanders would like to have back, and if he probably wishes he waited at least 3 more seconds, or even got that car going into turn 3, because it's not like that 197 is faster. He's driving a solid, 8 seconds a lap faster than that GT3 car. It got him into turn 4. He didn't need to. He got a 4-second safety buffer, at least as what we understand, for pit road. Yeah, it was just an unnecessary move, I think, in 62.
So, Graham Sanders with that is in, what is he now, 4th place? Am I seeing that correctly?
On the timing? No, he's in second.
He's in second. So that isn't updated on here, sadly. But hypothetically speaking, if they would be finishing in 4th place, which looks quite on the points right now, Alpine Stars Chidesic that is, as there's a car sent to the inside, I think there was an Impulse GT3 there. It was the 256 that was sent to the inside there, and they continue to drive on the inside of turn 5 as well. So something happened to Stefan Wald here off cameras. Let's have a look. Is it a incident? No, it's not.
There might have been contact with that Porsche, and that Porsche of question is Luca Wunsch of the 278, but I think the machine is just going to take that.
This should clear things up more. Or not?
I don't think they touched. I think that, like, he was trying to give him room, but trying to make the corner. I think that was just a space of that's not a place you should give him room.
Yeah, maybe just had a slide there on the marbles for Stefan Walter, and that's why he went to mow some grass here in Bristleton, Georgia. But yeah, either way. So speaking hypothetically, if Chedesic, Alpine Stars Chedesic Racing would finish in 4th place, the 97, if they stay in 7th place, would keep that 2nd place in the Winter Series by 3 points. That's how close this is right now for Chedesic Racing.
Yeah, they might need. They're going to want to try and get as much security as possible in order to secure that position on track. And right now we're looking at our leader for Delta Sport 33. Again, the defending champion from the inaugural season of 2020 and 2021 has not been the best year, I think, for this 33 machine. But what a way to end would it be to come in and on the final race take a win, especially given how chaotic the LMP2 category has been today. Right now, here is the scenario. They still need a pit. They need about a 30-second gap back to Satellite Racing and Cy Andra in P4 to be safe. And this is assuming, by the way, Pure Sims does not try and stretch it to the end. However, 38 laps in an LMP2 car is the stuff of madmen. So they need about a 30-second gap. They have it at the moment by about 2 seconds. But they also need to hope that Pure Sims doesn't have an incredibly fast stop and come charging back at them in the late stages either. So it's a bit of an unknown right now for this 33. They're just patiently waiting for the pit stop, which should be coming in a moment's time. They're 29 laps into their stint. Looking down through the order at other categories, Bunga Drums have been able to hold off Sean Campbell for the time being. There goes that LMP2 car into pit lane. For the time being, 2 seconds the gap. It's the 178 in front, the 278 in front by about 5 seconds over 5-star. And looking back at our Pro-Am categories, that big Mercedes, almost 20 seconds out in front of the Archer Brothers in the 301. There you can see it and hear it. A beautiful sounding car. Now this is the thing, Delta Sport in the pit lane. Alpine Stars Geodesic back to the lead. Actually, Stefan, did they pit? No, they didn't pit. They still need to pit. The stint thing is just...
Who? Sorry?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Alpine Stars, yeah. No, they still have to pit. I was confused as well for a second, but obviously it restarted the stint counter because they technically were in pit lane. So no, they still have to pit here. Alpine Stars, they are now on lap 30. So yeah, Geodesic soon into pit lane.
And Delta Sport is out, and Delta Sport has come out about 2 seconds behind the 64 machine of Cy Andra. There you can see the Phoenix Racing eSport machine. That car also still needs to pit. So I was almost wrong in my timing. You don't need 30 seconds. You need about 36 seconds of safety, 38 maybe. And in that case, I think Pure Sims is probably going to fall all the way down when they pit for that splash and dash to 3rd or 4th. Alpine Stars Geodesic is going to come now down in pit area and fall well behind the 33 machine. So Satellite Racing may have had one of the best pit strategies work out, because I've seen it a long time, because all they have to do is just wait for Pure Sims to run out of fuel, and that 64 machine should go back to the front of this race.
Yeah, and you know, it's really close between the 33 and 64. Just 1 second. Actually, now I'm seeing the Phoenix guys in between them.
Yeah, they have yet to pit. So it's about 2 seconds.
There's Delta, Phoenix. Oh yeah, there's Cy Andra. So it's about 2 seconds. There we go. And Alpine Stars Geodesic did come out behind them as well, but that's quite the gap that they are behind. What is that? 10, 5? Yeah, so somewhere in that range, 5, 6, 7 seconds. That Graham Saunders has come out of pit lane behind Delta Sport, the 33.
Now the
12
race,
seconds is the gap. There we go.
So now the race for the 33, or the 62 machine, excuse me, is going to be against the 16 when they eventually come down to pit road and get that splash in dash.
Yeah, the gap right now between Pure Sims and Alpine Stars GSI is 27 seconds. So they are going to come out, what, 10-ish seconds behind GSI at this point. They have no issues at all against Element Sim Racing because Element Sim Racing Fire is 2 laps down on our top 5 drivers. And Team RSO is the only car to threaten that 6th place from Element.
Lots of late drama developing here. Late strategy drama, which is the good kind of drama. The drama I like. The drama that makes all of us as racing fans scratch our heads and continue wondering if things are going to work out in your favor. So Delta Sport has a tall order. They got about a couple laps time to get 3 seconds off the board and try and chase down Syandra in the 64 machine. Elsewhere, everyone else, I think pit stops have pretty much concluded. Some of the back runners in some of the GTE classes, 5th on down, to pit. They were on the alternate strategies, and unfortunately the safety cars were the things that kind of ended their luck of the run. The one I think that I know Stefan is really curious about is the 301 and the 318 that are 30 and 32 laps in. Can they make it?
It is so close for these guys. They can do probably 44 laps on that fuel stint, and that's exactly the remaining laps that they still have in their tanks. They still have 14 laps probably in their tanks, 13 laps to go. So it's mighty close, but I think they might just be good to go here. But obviously anything can happen at a racetrack like Road Atlanta. So just draft for 2 or 3 laps might already seal the deal that they will most definitely do it. So it is gonna be highly watchable, that battle here for those positions. Actually, where are they on track? So Archer Brothers is right now in the S's and Sim Republic is so Sim Republic is, what is that, 43 versus 21, that's 22 seconds behind Archer Brothers. So if Archer Brothers would have to pit and Sim Republic doesn't, which would be very interesting because Sim Republic is 2 laps longer into the stint already, they would come out behind Sim Republic by about 20 seconds. So probably if Sim Republic of Archer Brothers pit, Sim Republic has, as well as we had a change for position here in the GTEs, and that was for 2nd place. So Team Heuseveld getting past RSR.
That's going to be big, I think, in their standings as well. And again, there's multiple people in race control trying to update the standings, and position changes are going to continue making that difficult. Heuseveld now into 2nd, a couple seconds behind TT Babiniti, and that's a tall order in the last 10 laps to close 7 seconds. By the way, remember the last caution we had was about an hour and a half ago, or an hour and 15 minutes ago, and that L1 Esports car is still getting repairs on pit road. It's amazing they're still in the session. Now we're in 16 minutes of repairs. Oh, well, I think they must have just heard me because they've just now left the session after trying to repair that machine.
Yeah, so in LMP2's Pure Sim is out by 11 seconds over Satellite Racing. 4 seconds back is Delta Sport, 33 right now. It is gonna be so close for Pure Sims and where they actually come out. They still have 2 more laps to go, so that will put them to 8 to go here in the race.
So probably 40 seconds. And my guess would be they're still going to be 8 or 9 seconds behind Alpine Star's Geodesic. That's just my
Yeah, I think you're right.
guess.
Last lap over the stripe, Alpine Star's Geodesic Racing was 28.281. Nice number, by the way. Behind the Pure Sims Esports, and that would put them about 6 seconds virtually ahead of Pure Sims.
Yeah, so this is now a race between Satellite Racing and Delta Sport, and there you can see the Satellite Racing machine in the distance. All of a sudden, Jacob Huerta has just turned on the jets. It was about a 3-second gap. It is now underneath 2. Last lap was 0.3 faster, and we get to see how fast this 33 machine can really go. Again, the defending 2020 and 2021 series champions, 6 races in that series. The 33 machine was on top this season, a bit of a struggle. Only 1 podium, and that was at the fall opener at the Nürburgring. Waiting for the lap times to come in to see how fast that 33 is going. And yeah, it was almost 2 seconds faster. The 64 must have had a little bit of a moment, a 111, and almost a 109 flat with the 33.
Yeah, I was wondering because I said that that gap was 4 seconds just half a lap ago, so I don't know. The thing is, I didn't see anything for Andra on that lap 236 that would indicate why he was so slow. But he has been steadily dropping pace in the last 2 laps. 235 was a 10.0, 236 was a 110.9. So he is getting slower and slower, and maybe it just might be down to traffic, or maybe Andra did the ultimate oops and unfilled car.
Yeah, Whitaker is now considerably closing down the gap with a lap traffic getting in the way. Now it's back up to 2.3. It may just be traffic too, because you saw what happened to that 33 machine getting caught up by 1 Lamborghini. All of a sudden, second grew into that lead. So it's a 2.4 second gap. Pure Sims trying to milk out as much fuel as possible. This is the RSI by Buckkicker Machine trying to get a Team Hoiskenveld car out of their way, but there's currently the Pro-Am leader in their way, and that's the 378. He politely gets out of the way, and Sean Campbell will again go on the attack, trying to get that Corvette out of second place. And really nice to see how competitive this field has been. I think not only for the LMP2 category, but for the GT3 and GTE, there have always been about 4 or 5 cars in these mix for these podium places. It's been really nice to see and really entertaining to see.
And so here comes also Satellite Racing now. This is a little bit of an interesting situation for Andra because he has to make quick notice of all of these GT3s and GTEs. Now also comes past our car. Nice and easy, but this could maybe be unlucky for him. As now he's gonna get past the Hoiskenveld car. This is very great for Andra, because that means the Delta Sport is now stuck behind 2 GTEs through the S's.
Yeah, 2 of our biggest battles now happening in one same place on track, and the GTEs trying to get out of the way as fast as possible. That LMP2 can only go around so quickly. Now the gap is going to grow again. About 1.5 seconds now, and unfortunately it's caught up a little bit in that last corner as well by a GT car, so it's about 1.5. It's going to get close, I think, towards the end. I think this 33 might have a bit more pace in it than the 64.
Yeah, it definitely does seem right now, but the good thing is for the 64 that traffic isn't playing a nice part in this battle if you look at it from the 33's perspective. And here we go, Pure Sims into the pit lane.
I think that's our moment of truth when you see the 2 lead competitors go on by, that the Pure Sims is going to fall a little bit farther than they want. Now, where is that 62 in relation to them? That's going to be the key one.
Yeah, so 62 is coming out of the start-finish line right now and passed. And now the 16 rolls off the blocks again, so the gap, yeah, seems to be about those 10 seconds. that we did figure.
Now riding on board, it's less than a second now. Whitaker is getting very, very close to Sai Andra, and that's the 178 leading in our GTE category. Currently stands as the GTE champion for the time being. 6 to go, anything can happen. Now, 2/10 in that last braking judgment. Whitaker is flying in the Delta Sport machine, absolutely flying.
Seven-tenth was Jakub Widerka, faster than Sai Andra in the last lap, and you can visibly see how that gap is shrinking every single braking zone that these cars need, and this is even worse for Sai Andra. Now Widerka is right on the back with 5 laps to go in the last race of the winter season.
Whitaker is driving the Delta Sport 33. It stood on top in the 2020-2021 season. It has yet to get a win this season. Sai Andra, on a brilliant strategy call, got that 64 towards the front of the race. But now it is going to come down to this. 5 laps to go, and already that 64 is weaving down the back straightaway. It looks like a little bit better trimmed out for Satellite Racing. Gets a bit of a gap going, even with that slipstream. Whitaker not able to make a move on this occasion. 3/10 now. The distance, a little bit of traffic ahead. Stefan just about 1 or 2 cars ahead. And that's going to make a difference here in the S's. That is a slow GTE Pro. I believe it's the RSO one.
Yeah.
That caused that penalty earlier on the 64. Gets out of the way politely. I think there might not be that much off the road. This might just be a straight up duel.
Yeah, next stop on the road is Apex Tech. They are now going into turn 5. And Lucas Lang of WS Racing Esports, who is now braking for turn 6. So it's not too much of traffic that these guys are gonna run up to, but even just one car can spell major differences in pace if caught at the wrong times.
Can Satellite Racing do what they did in the fall season and win the last race of the season? That's what they did in the fall. They won at Barcelona. They have yet to stand on the podium since that win to a 4th place finish last time out in August, and a 4th place finish at the Nürburgring are their other best 2 finishes. Again, for Delta Sport, a team that was so dominant in the previous seasons. Struggled a bit at the beginning of this Grand Championship, both the fall and the spring segments. That's a slow car out of pit lane. I believe it's the 113 or 133 that had to come down pit road.
I thought for a second maybe they could split this battle, but they, Tom Mayle there, did back out of that. A little bit of a mistake there from Whitaker over the curb. And another car pulls over. That's Blake Reynolds for Fiercely Forward GT team. To 34 in 4th place. Realizes he has nothing to fight for, so can't give up that nice and easily.
Although the bigger concern I'm looking at up the road, if that's 4th place of that category, Pure Sims and 5-Star up the road fighting for 2nd, less than a second apart, like these two. They're not going to get out of the way.
Yeah, no, but the good thing is they are now going over the stripe, so that's going to be a worry of tomorrow at this rate. I don't think they're going to catch them in just those 2 laps remaining.
I think they lap 8 seconds a lap fast. They're going to catch them. They're going to catch them, and that's going to be a problem. Because they lap 8 seconds a lap faster, and they're only 15 seconds up the road. They're going to catch them when they're coming to the stripe. Especially given the pace these two are doing, like that 108.9, that's the fastest lap we've seen since the beginning of this race for Sai Andra. And there's a damaged Pro-Am car right in front, slows up Andra outside of turn 5. Can Whitaker go inside of turn 6? He's a little too far back.
Yeah, but now, oh, Whitaker!
That's a mistake, and that's a costly mistake as well. Almost a second now is going to be the gap down the straightaway. A little bit too ambitious on the brakes. And Sayandra may breathe a sigh of relief for the time being as the Delta Sport attack has halted. But I mean, 8 tenths. He closed up in 8 tenths a couple laps ago. Does that 33 have enough pace?
Well, and you were right. Eric Grove, there we go. Now getting lapped by Sayandra. Bonnie the flagman with the white flag in his hand, ferociously waving in his stand. And
That's
this
a bad
could
placement.
be very great for Sayandra now.
There's a slow Lamborghini right there. Now in between those two, that's the 5-star motorsport car that is thankful for the LMP2s coming through and splitting up his fight in 3rd place. Andra is now into turn 5 and out they go. Delta Sport, it's only 4 tenths. The gap is still relatively small. And down to the inside of the Archer brothers, another car now in between him and Whitaker. Andra is doing his very best. Whitaker has to take a inside line going into 7. And now it is 6 tenths, the gap. The slipstream hasn't really been working out in Delta Sport's favor. That's a trimmed out number 64 we've been looking at. And this amazing pit strategy, the short pit strategy, you did a 10-lap stint to get out in front, get track position, and prioritize making sure they played their cards right. And for Satellite Racing, it is going to be a win to end the season. The number 64 takes the win, but in the Grand Championship, just a few seconds down the road, it's going to be the number 16 that takes that home. The 178 is also going to take home a championship and a win. Get the bonga drums going. Manizzi Racing is going to take home the Winter Championship and the Grand Championship in the GTE category.
Yeah, great stuff by T3 Motorsport by Maniti. They might have been lucky at stages, but you have to have skill to be lucky.
And if you're a fan of that green and black, well, you can continue celebrating. That 278, excuse me, is going to come across the line as a Grand Champion and as a Winter Champion. Mind you, we'll get you the official points results in a few moments' time. But that was an epic duel towards the end between two cars that weren't in play in the championship. The championship drama was kind of decided laps ago with the wall collisions of RSO and Pure Sims. But that was a great fight to the end, and that 33 gave it all it had to chase down Satellite Racing.
Yeah, most definitely. But in the end, it was all done by the downforce calculations. And the 64 had less downforce. They were able to achieve the same top speed as the Delta Sport in behind down here into the turn 10 braking zone. So, yeah, great job by Sayandra and the team behind the Satellite Racing LMP2 team to come up with this strategy. And once again, Satellite Racing wins the race because they were the smartest, so to speak. Having done the strategy play to perfection, you can't do it much better.
And a worthwhile burnout and a worthwhile celebration, I think, for Satellite Racing. Again, they won Barcelona the last race this season and they'll do it here again with that 64 machine. And it was a good strategy that I think had all the teams now thinking about that ultimate strategy. In a day where those ultimate strategies a lot of times didn't work out, it worked out well for Sayandra, who takes home the win for LMP2. But he gave it all he could. A late braking mistake at turn 7 might have cost him that pass to take the lead. Graham Saunders, after a penalty after a collision with RSO, finishes in P3. Pure Sims, the champions, in P4. Phoenix Racing Esports, their highest finish of the grand season, in P5. Manual Shootout with damage in P6. Element Sim Racing an up and down day with some spins in P7. 5-Star Motorsport in P8. Josh Clark fiercely forward, a very quiet day. They parked the car early in P9. Jamie Conway after some heavy damage after contact in P10. Over to the GTE category, the Bunga drums are drumming away at the top of the timing charts. It's the 178 Maniti Racing in P1. Team Boyskenveld, the lone Corvette, is flying that banner proudly in P2. Sean DeCampo by RSR by Buck Kicker in P3. Lucas Alpert was so close for a podium for that team in 4th place. Brendan Saban, Team RSO, a 197, a team that struggled with trying to fend off cars and had to get booed out of the track at one point. German Sim Racing, the alternate strategy did not work for them. P6, Borbegor in P7, Tom and Mail in P8. Louis Heim for L1 Esports, heavy damage on that machine, caused a caution down in P9. And Samba Racing Team, another car that caused a caution down in P10. And then Obsidian Racing and Orion Race Team retired much earlier on in the daylight hours. Moving on to your GT3s. T3 Motorsport by Maniti takes home the win. 5-Star Motorsport, this is almost as a full lap behind that 278. Pure Sims in third, rounding up that podium. Fiercely Ford almost stole a podium position there for that 234. It wasn't meant to be. Iris Racing Esports in P5 for that category. Lightbird Esports, unfortunately, a self-inflicted spin cost them down to P6. T3 by Benizzi, 3 wins in this race alone. They take the win as well in the GT3 Pro-Am category. The Archer brothers not too far behind in P2 in that category. P8 for Virtual Motorsport and P9 for Impulse Racing at the pro level. Let's talk about third place Sim Republic 318. Again, there's going to be a drive time investigation after the race, possibly for that team and the 378. We'll keep you posted on anything that happens there. Torque Racing in 4th behind them. Satellite in 5th. Element in 6th. Rustic Spatulas spun out and got 7th place, unfortunately. 8th place for 49 Motorsports. Impulse Racing retired not too long ago. The 257 was struggling. They finished down in P10 for that pro category. Pro-Am 9th. That's the Nomad Sim Racing team. Pro-Am 11th, Quasar Sim Racing, a heavy contact from the outside wall. Westwood Racing also spun out into turn 5, which was just a killer today, in 12th. And then Raf van der Linden, very rare to see an Alpine Strategy just a car this low on the list. Same as well for German Sim Racing and Vector by RSR, rounding out our whole field. So while we wait for our champions to come in, we'll get a quick word with Syandra, our LMP2 winner. Besides, Jonathan in the booth, you have a copy?
Yep, what's up?
All right, so just 2 quick questions here before we move on to the championship interviews and celebrations. First off, that alternate strategy, whose idea was it, and how happy are you that that worked out?
Well, after what happened last time at Watkins Glen in IVRA, we decided to, not Watkins Glen rather, but the race before that, I've decided to let Adam handle all the strategy, all of it. So I didn't do anything about it. He told me when to pit, he told me what field number to hit, and I did it, and it worked out. Frankly, all I know is we were a lap down at one point, and then we were racing for the win. So I'm still kind of a bit bizarre about that. I'm puzzled.
The short answer is turn 5 is a menace, and that's just the short answer, and you might have to go talk to your fellow competitors about that one. But again, congrats on the win here. And what was it like to have that Delta Sport car? And this is the final question. What was it like to have that Delta Sport car right there at the end, knowing that you had to do as best you can on the defense?
I wasn't sure how old his tires were. I think he may have had a double stinted tire set where I had a triple stinted set. So he had 30 lap better tires than I did. So I knew he was fast in the corners, and his car was fast in the corners, to begin with. But I think the thing that hurt them the most was that they had that extra dive plane on the front of their car, had that little bit of extra downforce. So they struggled to suck up to me in the draft. So all I did was out of turn 7, I pinched the exit a little bit and straightened out the wheel early and got on power hard, and that was enough to keep them at bay. And that was enough to win the race.
All right. Well, again, thank you, Sai, and congratulations on the win, and we hope to see you for the next season out.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
So that was your race winner, and now give us a moment, and we'll bring in the GTE Grand and Winter Champions, the 178 of Maniti.
Yeah, the 178, also known as the Bonga Mobile. Ruben, we have seen quite some great moves by you in that last, basically the last 2 stints. How did it feel out there? That BMW looked like it was on rails.
The last couple of stints were pretty good, yeah. We had a bit of an issue last pit stop though. I wanted to only change the right hand side tires, and then when I drove away it stopped me again. And we only changed the left front, so I had a bit of an offset the last 2 stints. I think first my left front was new and then my left rear. But the car was really good, yeah. So could do some pretty good overtakes. Wasn't too hard to be honest. It was pretty easy in slipstream and then in the chicane.
I mean, we already knew that BMW has an advantage down the backstretch, but tell us a little bit about your setup strategy. I mean, obviously you knew that the Porsches will have that advantage through the S's. Was that any concern for you guys to try to find the maximum amount of speed through the S's and sacrifice a little bit of that top end speed, or were it just gunning it for that BMW strength?
I tried lower wings and I didn't like it, so we just stuck with a bit of a higher wing. And I think we're not actually that much slower for the SS. We're probably one of the quickest there. I think that BMW in general was pretty good, and the BOP has changed the last month, last patch on iRacing. It's got a lot closer again compared to Watkins Glen, where the Porsche was probably a second quicker without BOP. So yeah, I think the BMW is pretty good overall.
Yeah, most definitely that BMW is good if you win the winter season and the Grand Championship season in one go. Now, Johnny Verhoff, one question for you as well. You have been pretty much on point throughout this season as a team. How is T3 by Maniti so strong?
Yeah, I think it's just through practice. I mean, me and Bonga made a good team. We both like the BMW very much, so we just stuck with that the whole season and just did a lot of practice. And yeah, here we are today.
Yeah, sure must feel quite great. We're not gonna hold you guys up any longer. Get the celebration started. We most definitely are hoping to see you guys back for another season here with IVRA. And yeah, once again, congrats on that double sweep in the GTE category.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think you'll see us back. Sadly, not in the M8 though. Have a good evening. Ciao.
That was Ruben Bonga and Johnny Verhoff right there. And Jonathan Burke is now going to talk to Joshua Meyer of the 378.
Josh, it's Jonathan. You get a copy?
Yeah. Hello.
Oh, so the Meaty Motorsports, you guys have taken the GTE Championship, the GTE Grand Championship, the Pro Championship for Spring, and as well as the Grand One, and now you are a champion for the Spring category for this 378. 5 of the 6 GT champions went to you. What does that mean for you guys as a team, especially knowing that you're driving at the AM level?
Well, first, thank you. I think for us, for T3, especially after, well, we merged, this is obviously a great result. I can't say too much, because this was my first ever race in IVRA. I haven't raced in IVRA Endurance before this, so most of the hard work was done by our other Pro AM guys, by Ivo, Stefan, Hugo, by all of them. But I mean, of course, it's a great result. No, probably Tim is gonna say we should have made it 6 out of 6 or something.
So what was it like, obviously your first time out in this IVRA Endurance, what was it like racing out there, especially when you were one of the only Mercedes-powered cars in this class?
It was great. I mean, after qualifying we were in a really good position for the race, and then from the start on we just stayed out of trouble for basically the entire length of the race. IVRA for me is a bit special because I've only watched the races before, and you always have these multi-class races on the more tighter and not so like conventional tracks. But overall I think it was quite good. The safety car periods actually added a bit of spice.
And then finally, what's kind of your plans, at least with Maniti? Obviously, if this is your first IVRA outing, are you planning on hopefully maybe coming back for a chance to maybe run with them in this series all the time, or you prefer some other aspects of the T3 Maniti side of things?
I mean, obviously, if I get the possibility to start in the endurance again, that's gonna be great. But now the main focus is gonna be, because I also drive the Hyper GT Sprint in the Pro-Am car, and we can win the championship there, so obviously that's gonna be our next big goal. And then after that, let's see what the next seasons bring.
Well, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again on helping this team win a championship, and best of luck to you in the sprints for hopefully getting another championship over there for the team. And we see you next time out for those sprints.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a nice evening.
On the second safety.
And while we have him here, let's get the champion number 16 machine in here for Pure Sims. Daniel Kraft is standing by with Stefan Schlacker.
Yeah, it's a clean sweep, so to speak. Winter season champion and grand championship champion Daniel Kraft. That's 16. It did look all good until turn 5 did strike. How did you guys feel in that moment?
It was a really heart in the mouth moment. I thought I'd thrown it away again. But yeah, fortunately, there's a second safety car, and we took the damage under that second safety car. There wasn't actually that much optional, so it was just the front wing, the front nose that needed replacing, I think. But yeah, it was just thought it was typical. I was just got a bit excited on the restart, trying to break away. But yeah, never mind. It worked out in the end, and Lady Luck was here with us today.
Yeah, you guys got struck by turn 5. The team RSO 97 got also stricken by it, and later on, some other teams as well. Was that turn 5 some sort of special concern in the preparations for this track, or what did you guys think about this track and the LMP2 combination for the last race of the season?
Yeah, so turn 5 is the LMP2's only spun there when it was on a safety car restart, and it's just where the tires become cooler, and you've got less grip, and when you're riding the bumps and you can bottom out, it doesn't work so well, so you don't have the grip. But yeah, this track is the springs and dampers are important because it's to be able to ride the curves, but it's so traffic dependent. You may have noticed today that there was a split in sort of strategy with how the cars were set up. Delta Sport had 2 dive planes on the front and were running a higher wing, whilst teams and RSA were as well, so they struggled to overtake, whilst teams like ourselves and Satellite and Alpine Stars were running 1 dive plane, which meant we were quite hard to overtake, especially for the teams that were running 2 dive planes.
So quite interesting choices there in the end. Daniel, before we let you go, I kind of have to ask it. Why did you guys decide for just that 1 dive plane? Was it just the thinking of, all right, we're going to need maybe to overtake a lot of people. We're going to take that straight line speed and look away a little bit from that crucial first sector of this racetrack?
Yeah, exactly. Our thinking was although the race started in 40C or near enough, sort of it ended in darkness, and the track was really cool. And if there was a late safety car, we just felt that 1 dive plane gave us options to overtake or defend. and there's less impact, although turn 5 proved to be an issue. But yeah, we just felt like we set up the car for the end of the race, and yeah, I sort of, when Delta Sport came up behind us, they couldn't overtake us because they didn't have the straight line speed. So yeah, I was quite happy with our choice.
Well, Daniel, most definitely was a great choice. A little bit of a shame there for that spin, but at least not too much damage was done, and you still came out on top in the winter season. So congrats on the double sweep there for this season. And here of the championship, we're now going to let you loose on celebrating that win with the crew of the number 16.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for the broadcast. It's been good to watch.
That was a Daniel Croft of the Pure Sims car. And, you know, I have to say it. In the end, Jonathan, the track temperature was down to only 23 degrees Celsius, so quite a mighty difference there in the end.
Very sensitive to the good old Georgia heat and Georgia sunshine, but we have one last interview to get through as the Archer Brothers Esports, Samuel Robinson. And Samuel, you guys, I think, spoiled Maniti's party a little bit. They were trying to get all the GT championships, so you guys are the grand champions of the GT Pro-Am category. So talk us through your race and how you feel about that.
Yeah, so we're happy about that, obviously, and congratulations to Maniti. They got the win today. They got the spring championship. We think we could have done well in the spring championship as well, but in the last race, we unfortunately had to take long repairs and couldn't quite secure it. But to win the whole thing, yeah, we're delighted with that, so can't complain.
You know, me and Stefan were talking about it in the middle of the broadcast. Like this category, at least this area, the Pro and Am, is sometimes one of the more chaotic areas because all of you guys are competing for a win, and all of you guys are pretty equal pegging. So what does it mean to know that you're the one that comes out on top, even with, you know, a team like Maniti competing with you all season?
It's been an intense battle. Yeah, all the last 2 seasons we've had great fun. We've always been racing someone the whole time, and yeah, it does mean a lot. Shout out to Jacob, who started off today. I mean, he did an incredible stint, and as he has done all season, he's been practicing a lot, and I think it's showed on track, and he's put us in a good position every single time to bring it home. So shout out to him. Shout out to Paul, Liam, and Dylan, who also ran during the season. We're really happy.
What does this mean for like your team that's, I think, starting to grow a bit more and get more into these bigger events and get these results more and more often? What does this mean for you to be a grand champion of an organization?
It gives us confidence. We've like ever since the December series, like we've sort of transferred that into the 24-hour special events. We got a win at Petit Le Mans this year, the Nordschleife last week, and we're loving it at the moment.
All right, well, congratulations on your guys' grand championship. We hope to see you out for the next IVRA season.
Yeah, we'll be here next year
for more of these special events. So again, congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Shout out to you guys. Shout out to the IVRA organisers and our sponsors, Magic, Track Racer, and Skull Sim Gear. Thanks a lot. Speak to you guys soon.
So that wraps up our post-race interview, Stefan, and it was an exciting championship ending, to say the least. I think we had a lot of the drama come out of turn 5, but we still had a lot of different strategy elements, and it's always a good fight all the way to the very end, no matter what class it was. There was still some competition in there.
Yeah, most definitely, and you know, strategies are played out on the track, but as we heard from our LMP2 interviews, the strategy play already started on the draw board, on the scratch board, where it was 1 dive plane, 2 dives plane, high downforce, low downforce. It already started right there, months, weeks before this race even happened.
So that wraps up today's coverage of the 1,000 kilometers at Road Atlanta for the IVRA Endurance Series, and that wraps up the 2021 and the 2022 season. Congratulations to Pure Sims, T3 Motorsports by Maniti, as well as the Archer Brothers for their championship wins. For myself, Stefan Schlacker, for Ryan Bauer, we say so long from Road Atlanta, and we close the door on this IVRA season.